Cannon Fire Arc Volume 12 Part 2. Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 741, Personal Expedition. At 1 o'clock in the morning on August 9, Prosonia, Palace Bunker. General Moltke twirled the velvet on the armrests of the chair with his hands and said, "The advantage of returning to Prosonia is that you can sit on luxurious chairs. Emperor Proson hates luxurious chairs, so most of the chairs in the Eagle's Nest are log-style and very hard to sit on." After the headquarters moved to the Eagle's Nest with the Emperor, many senior officers suffered from hemorrhoids, and these hard chairs played a major role. The Celtic marshal almost melted into the velvet chair. Hearing General Moltke's words, he immediately agreed, "Yes, this is one of the few benefits." Ant's army approached Prague and Vilna, and the Eagle's Nest was no longer safe. In addition, it was unlikely that the Western Front would drive the Allied forces into the sea in a short time, so Emperor Plasen approved the relocation of the headquarters back to the capital. For this matter, the Emperor has locked himself in his room for nearly 20 hours. Rumors from the communications department, Marshal Celtic continued, "His Majesty has been on the phone, as if he is planning something." General Moltke, can a few phone calls now change the situation? No, it cannot. It seems that you are all pessimistic. The Imperial Propaganda Minister entered the lounge. "We tried our best to maintain the morale of the entire army, but we did not expect that the senior officers in the Central Department were enveloped in defeatism." Marshal Celtic shook his head. "I won't talk about the 1 million troops that were annihilated. Now 1.5 million fresh troops are surrounded in the fortification area near Coburg. They have no heavy equipment, not enough artillery shells, and no grenades. Not enough bullets. Well, bullets should be enough. If you recycle the people in the encirclement, you can still produce a lot of bullets. But everyone knows that the Ant people will not attack Coburg. It is an armed prisoner of war camp. We lost 2.5 million fresh troops in one fell swoop. These 2.5 million were veterans with combat experience and fully trained conscripts. We were already exhausted." Promotional photo, "Aren't there still a lot of troops who have escaped? These troops are now experienced veterans. Just add. Marshal Celtic, can we supplement the little boys and girls who are not as tall as rifles? If we can mobilize all the troops on the Western Front, we can still be saved. With the help of the Oder and Vistula rivers, we can still resist for a while. There is still hope on the Western Front." The propaganda minister emphasized. "As long as the enemy is not allowed to take Fort Chine, they will collapse when the Allied forces run out of supplies. The Kinbao you mentioned is currently being defended by only 3 divisions. General Moltke blew out a smoke ring. "Celtic Marshal, and the Allied troops surrounding Fort Kem were 300,000. Now even the publicity photos are silent." The Grand Leader of the Asgard Knights, who did not know when he entered the room, said, "The good news is that various intelligence shows that Rokosov did not stop to rest, but ordered the troops to advance towards Melania's capital. He has 300,000 Melania troops under his command, and he is afraid that these troops will mutiny. Operation Laufer has initially achieved results. We will drag down the Ant people and make them unable to move within half a year. Then we will be able to free up our strength to deal with the Allies." When the Celtic Marshal saw the Grand Commander, he sat up straight. When he saw the head of the palace who followed the Grand Commander in, he tensed his shoulders and acted like a full soldier. General Moltke, who was more favored by His Majesty, was not as obvious as the Celtic Marshal, but he also wiped away the defeatism on his face. The Grand Commander continued, "Judging from the battle situation on the Western Front, the combat effectiveness of the Allied forces is obviously inferior to that of our army and the Ant army. We can. General Moltke, but their firepower is much stronger than that of the Ant army. Especially the Allied forces, their combined air and ground firepower has made us suffer enough. The armored forces are not bad. The enemy's air force is too efficient in killing our soft targets. When the United States Air Force planes appeared over the battlefield, Both the Prussian army and the United States Army panicked and looked for bunkers everywhere, emphasizing the equality of all beings. Grand Commander, not even Rokosov's artillery fire can destroy our army. The artillery fire of the Federal Army is as fierce as Rokosov, but the Air Force is 100 times more ferocious than Rokosov. Marshal Celtic said. Grand Duke Meyer couldn't help but interjected, fighter pilots from the United States Army have been attacking our airport continuously since last year. Whether they are dropping bombs or firing rockets, their accuracy is amazing. Celtic Marshal, it turns out that you have trained the enemy to be so elite. Grand Duke Meyer raised his voice, we shot down thousands of their fighter jets. But they still have thousands or even tens of thousands of fighter jets and well-trained pilots. The captured pilots said that they have a rotation mechanism. Ace pilots who have shot down more than 5 aircraft will be transferred back to take leave to share their experiences with new students in fighter school. Double aces who have shot down 10 aircraft will go back to serve as instructors. As for those aces who have shot down more than 20 aircraft, they will be prohibited from taking to the skies to fight again, and they will return to their hometown to lead a flight school. We also want to imitate their mechanism, but there is no safe place in our country. As long as our pilots take off every day, they may be mobilized by ground air traffic control to participate in homeland air defense operations. The newspapers have been saying all day long that we have pro-Sun Superman pilots who have shot down 2,300 aircraft, but that is actually the result of the extremely high number of sorties and combat time. Grand Duke Meyer squirted so hard that the flesh on his cheeks shook out. At this time, General Moltke suddenly said, I thought your 200-300 plane results were exaggerated. You. Enough. The head of the Imperial Household Ministry spoke, at this time, we should unite and think about how to change the situation. This sentence directly dropped the temperature of the entire lounge to freezing point, and everyone shut up. At this time, the guard of the bunker led 2 strangers into the lounge. Please wait here, we will inform His Majesty immediately. Before the voice fell, the door on the other side of the lounge opened, and Emperor Prasen walked into the room. The officers hurriedly stood up and raised their right hands, long live His Majesty. The Emperor waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the 2 people who had just been brought in by the guards. Did you bring it? I brought it, Your Majesty, it's in this suitcase. This is the hard work of our more than 10 years of hard work. Okay, come in quickly, tell me in detail. Everyone was stunned to see His Majesty the Emperor personally ushered the 2 into his study. General Moltke looked at the head of the Imperial Household Ministry. Who are these 2? Scientists who designed some kind of doomsday weapon? Are they charlatans who are here to sell death rays? The head of the Imperial Household Ministry, as far as I know, they are archaeologists. What? Everyone in the room widened their eyes. Marshal Celtic, the thing they said they have been working on for 10 years, is it the destructive weapon in the Mahabharata of Bahara, or the Holy Grail guarded by the Knights Templar? Our soldiers will be invulnerable to swords and guns after drinking the water in the Holy Grail. Everyone in the room laughed, but the smile could not hide the bitterness on their faces. Wang Zhong put the bottle in his hand into the box held by Vesely. That's all. Send it back to Yeberg by plane immediately. His Majesty the Tsar, His Majesty the Patriarch, and the ambassadors of the Allies will each receive a bottle. This is the water of the Baltic Sea. Vasily, yes. But is it enough to send only sea water? How about sending back some Baltic wind? This is more romantic. Wang Zhong, no need. Although it is romantic, it is too formalistic. Sending sea water is formalistic enough, and sending wind is too much. Vasily smiled, I thought you would like this idea, Marshal. Ludmila, of course he likes it. Look at his expression just now. Others don't understand, but I do. He just didn't think of it at the first time, and you got there first. If he thought of it first, you would all be using plastic bags to catch the wind now. Wang Zhong did not refute his wife's words. At this time, Pavlov came with a telegram. Koschuk asked how long we can rest after that. Wang Zhong's expression froze. After a brief silence, he asked back, how long do you think we need to rest? Pavlov, 3 months. We will be able to continue the attack in winter. Wang Zhong put his hands behind his back and walked towards the breakwater without saying a word. Popov, the Melania People's Army has done ideological work. They are exhausted themselves. They can understand our decision not to advance to Melania's capital for the time being. Can you really understand? Wang Zhong asked back. Popov, probably not. And there is also a view that the enemy has not yet recovered from the retreat, and morale is still very low. We should pursue the victory. Wang Zhong, can our current supply situation and logistics capacity sustain the attack? Pavlov, if we only invest 500,000 people in the attack, the logistics can still hold up. We can concentrate the tank units and motorized artillery units that are in better condition at present, integrate a 500,000 man offensive force, and try to attack. Wang Zhong walked forward along the breakwater with his hands behind his back without answering. Other senior generals and staff officers followed. Ludmila did not follow directly, but returned to the aero launcher and let the car catch up slowly. After walking for 10 minutes, Wang Zhong stopped and asked Pavlov, how long will it take for these 500,000 people to be ready? 20 days. Pavlov answered immediately. Obviously, he had this plan long ago and had done research. Wang Zhong, just prepare for 20 days. Popov, then should we respond to the inquiries of the Melania uprising troops? We have been practicing Tai Chi these days, and it's time to give them some hope. Wang Zhong, these 500,000 people may not be able to rush to the Melania capital, and they need the cooperation of the Pro-San people. Pavlov, yes, the good news is that we only need to advance 150 kilometers. The bad news is that these 150 kilometers are highly urbanized, especially the last 30 kilometers, which are much more urbanized than the last 30 kilometers of the defense circle of Abavakan. Even if they rush down, the casualties of these 500,000 people will be very large. Vesely added, don't talk about these 500,000 people. The troops covering them are estimated to suffer heavy casualties. Of course, it is also possible that the Pro-San people will collapse, and we will liberate the entire Melania while singing. Wang Zhong started pacing again with his head down, and everyone could only follow him. Ludmila stood on the launch vehicle, looking at Wang Zhong's back worriedly. After walking about 500 meters, Wang Zhong stopped. In 914, when the war just broke out, I actually just wanted to save my life in the war. This is the truth. If it weren't for Ludmila at that time, the situation might be very different, because Wang Zhong just didn't want Ludmila to die at the beginning. Wang Zhong, but on the outskirts of Ranaz, I saw the atrocities committed by the enemy. At that time, I thought, I cannot let such atrocities happen in my country, and I want to stop these demons. Now, the same choice is before me. I know our current situation, and the most appropriate thing to do is to sit back and watch Melania die. I also know that my decision now may lead to the sacrifice of many people who would not otherwise sacrifice. But I cannot stand by and watch atrocities happen and do nothing. I will personally command this battle group and move forward with them. Pavlov's eyes widened. No. Good guy, you had this idea. Wang Zhong, our biggest advantage now is morale. My personal command can maximize the morale advantage. Pavlov, do you still want to personally command a tank? This will also maximize the morale advantage. You just want to fight the tank. No, I don't agree. Unless you immediately bring out a tank that the enemy can never penetrate, otherwise I can't let you go. Wang Zhong, Chief of Staff, don't worry about it. Don't sacrifice yourself to save others. You just want to be a tank. In fact, if Wang Zhong personally commanded the battle cluster, he might be able to use micromanagement to get things done. After all, he was a map maker. He flew around the battlefield by plane every day and commanded directly. It was really possible to turn corruption into magic. If 1 or 2 levels of command are added in the middle, then he will directly skip orders every day. What will the commander who is caught in the middle think? Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov seriously. I promise you, I will not go to the front line to drive tanks. I directly command the battle group in order to patrol by plane and find opportunities to directly command the troops to attack. If there are too many command levels in the middle, what do you want those commanders to think? Pavlov, Wang Zhong, you know what effect my direct command will have. You have seen it. Finally, the staff officer breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, you personally command the battle group, and I will write it in the battle plan. If the headquarters approves it, I have no objection. Wang Zhong clapped his hands fiercely. Okay. On August 12, as soon as Yegorov arrived at the office, he heard the phone ringing on his desk. I'm Yegorov. He picked up the receiver and said loudly. Igorov. The voice of an old acquaintance, Eugene, came from the receiver. Oh, who do I think he is? A minor. Yegorov called Eugene's nickname without caring. What's wrong? Didn't you hear? A special battle group is being formed to assist Melania's capital, and Marshal Rokosov will personally command it. Yegorov was stunned. Ah? The division commander is personally commanding? What level of cluster is it? Like 500,000 people. Hey? So much? Why? Eugene, can your troops move? Yegorov was speechless. I can still move, but I have lost 40% of my non-commissioned officers, and they are all recovering from their injuries. What about you? Eugene, a little better than you. You charged too hard, and the people below also followed your example. But we couldn't move, so the marshal used the troops that could move to gather 500,000 people. How can this work? The troops that can be used now are either second line or workhorses. No. At this time Yegorov's desk phone rang. Wait a minute. He put down Eugene's phone temporarily and picked up the other receiver. Hello? Who is it? Commander. The voice of the commander of Melania's People's Army came from the receiver. Have you heard? Yegorov, I heard it, don't worry. This cluster must have your Melania identity. I will go to the front headquarters in person later to ask about the situation, don't worry. Don't worry. Chapter 742, Vistula River Battle Group. On August 13, the newly formed Melania Front Army Headquarters. Why are you stopping me? Don't you know who I am? Hearing the noise coming from the door, Pavlov raised his head and saw the bear-like Yegorov breaking through the guards and breaking into the huge map room. The busy staff in the room all raised their heads, and when they saw it was Yegorov, they lowered their heads and continued to work. Pavlov winked at the guards, so the guards let go of Yegorov, saluted and left. Yegorov adjusted his military uniform. Humph, the headquarters has changed its name, and I have become an outsider. 3 years ago, you were still my chief of staff. Pavlov, you came to see the marshal? The guard didn't tell you that the marshal was not here. What's wrong with him? He took off? How can you spread this kind of news everywhere and reach the Prasen people? What if they organize people to arrest the division commander? That more or less naval admiral over there in Fuzhou, isn't that the case? Dead. While scolding, Yegorov came to the table, picked up Pavlov's cup, and drank all the water in it. Pavlov, I don't have any wine. I didn't want to drink either. Yegorov paused, so what's going on? Pavlov, you know Melania is revolting, right? I know, there's a stalemate with Prosan's troops in the capital. The international community has been putting pressure on us to help them. Pavlov lowered his voice. Personally, I think this cluster is just a show. Yegorov said. Oh, he also arched his waist and moved his head closer to Pavlov, lowering his voice, so the division commander is just pretending to be in command? In fact, he is not doing his job. At this time Vesely came in, and when he saw the two bears bending over and touching each other, he was stunned, holding the cup in his hand and stopping at his mouth. Pavlov ignored Vesely and continued to lower his voice and said, I don't think the marshal thinks so. He might really want to rush to Melania's capital to save people. No, he takes off every day to conduct reconnaissance and grasp the enemy's situation. Did you see the map behind me? They were all updated after the marshal got off the plane. Yegorov turned to look at the map on the wall. The map was not finished, and the completed parts were very detailed. Even the enemy's strength and number of weapons were drawn. Yegorov, can aerial reconnaissance reveal such detailed information? Look, after all, you haven't fought under the direct command of the marshal for a long time. Pavlov seized the opportunity to counter Yegorov's sentence. You were my chief of staff back then. Yegorov straightened his back, bypassed Pavlov, and came to the map. While looking at it, he muttered, the division commander is planning to get through. He definitely thinks so. If all the information on this map is really, you can definitely get through it. We are doing our best to verify this information, and it seems to be basically true at the moment. So when it comes to the equipment of the assault group, I try to stuff it with suppressive artillery and urban assault guns as much as possible, so that all the enemies marked by the marshal can be covered. Yegorov, okay, very good. By the way, can the Melania People's Army under my command join the assault group? They were meant to be part of the assault group, after all they are Melania. Yegorov smiled, that's right, that's great. You see, my soldiers have been transferred away. I, the commander, can't ignore my soldiers, right? You can transfer me, the commander, by the way. No, according to the marshal's wishes, there should be fewer command levels in the group army. He should personally command each division. I'm even worried that the commanders at the corps level will have objections. I definitely have no objection. Yegorov slapped his chest, command. Let the division commander command as he pleases. When he can't command, I will take command. Look, you can do your best. If the worst happens, I will be demoted, and I will do it. Commander, command a regiment to charge forward. Vesely finally couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, Comrade General, you are about to be promoted to a general, and you are going to be the leader of a regiment in the front. This is going to cause chaos. Yegorov blew his beard and glared at Vesely, what does it mean for you to be a school officer? Go, 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 is the toilet clean? Go and wash it quickly. Vesely, haha, I don't pick up shit anymore. Yegorov ignored him and continued to beg Pavlov, I will be the leader. Let me participate in the attack. At this time, the guard's voice came from the door, wait a minute, Admiral Doverici, what are you doing here? Wait a minute. Admiral Eugene rushed into the room and his first words after seeing Pavlov were, so what is going on? Pavlov, why are you here too? Eugene, my troops are in better condition than Yegorov's. My troops should be mobilized. The soldiers have all seen the enemy's atrocities in Melania. No matter how hard and tired they are, they must join this group. Pavlov said angrily, if all of you are like this, then the command system will be completely messed up. Are you still a soldier? One Yegorov is enough, and the same is true for you. Eugene was a little timid, well, I don't have to participate, but you see, my troops are indeed better preserved overall. Now they have rested for a week, and they have almost recovered. They listen to Melania and ordinary people talking about the enemy every day. Brutal, everyone is on fire. Vesely, there are so many people in your army who are familiar with Melania. I think there is a difference between Melania and Ant. It is not so easy for people who have graduated from 10th grade to learn it. Eugene didn't recognize Vasily's voice at first, but when he saw Vasily he looked up and down. Compared to Yegorov, he was indeed not as familiar with the marshal's entourage. "Ah, you're the one who picked up the shit." Vasily almost lost his breath and quickly corrected, "I'm the musician." "No, I'm the marshal's adjutant." He never liked being called a musician. "Eugene, then tell the marshal, we can barely move, at least better than Yegorov's troops." "Yegorov, I treat you well, you digger." "Enough!" Pavlov roared, and the whole room fell silent. "Pavlov, every one of them is a general. They are old and married, what the hell? The front army headquarters has its own arrangements for the assault group, and we will wait for orders honestly. Let me tell you, the marshal will definitely scold him even more fiercely when he comes back. You should think about it. He will be back soon." Yegorov and Eugene looked at each other. "Yegorov, is the cafeteria open? Let's eat before we leave." Wang Zhong didn't know anything about the headquarters, so he focused on marking the situation on the map according to what the plug-in saw. In order to prevent the enemy from catching the pattern, and to understand the situation in the direction of the assault as much as possible, he has taken different routes these days. To be honest, for his 2.5 km radius reconnaissance circle, it would take hundreds of sorties to illuminate such a large area. But the Prussians are damn rigorous in deploying their troops. After mastering the rules, they don't need to fly every inch of the map. After several days of flying, Wang Zhong became more and more knowledgeable about this assault. The Prussians were not frightened out of their wits or simply routed as some people said. They basically stabilized their position. In terms of heavy equipment, because it is backed by Prussians mainland, the enemy's heavy equipment is not bad in quantity. Wang Zhong also saw a lot of new equipment during the reconnaissance, such as ball lightning anti-aircraft guns and improved King Tiger heavy tanks. Wang Zhong even encountered Jet 262, but the plane was at a high altitude, and his attention was entirely on Ant's heavy bomber formation, and he did not see the Pei-3 reconnaissance aircraft at an altitude of 3,000. Prussians' industrial and scientific research capabilities are still there. If the Allies don't land, the Eastern Front will be really difficult to fight. As for now, the competition is who occupies more Prussian territory and robs more Prussian scientists. Wang Zhong was concentrating on the investigation, when Amelia's voice came from the internal earphone. "Do you think it can be pushed through?" "In my personal opinion, there is no sign of the Prussian collapse." Wang Zhong, "Indeed not, but they don't have enough troops and their troops don't have enough experience. It is impossible to tell the experience of the enemy's troops through general aerial reconnaissance, but Wang Zhong can. The enemies he illuminates are even marked with their military ranks. Just look at the number of exempt soldiers and non-commissioned officers." Amelia did not question the issue of troop experience. "Is there any more?" "The enemy's logistics is very good, but due to the efforts of the resistance organization, the distribution is not in good condition, and a lot of materials are piled up at the logistics nodes. Although the enemy has stabilized its position, the morale of the troops has not been fully restored. The high morale is mainly the newly recruited recruits and the newly formed troops. The morale of the troops with many veterans is low." "Amelia, do you think we have hope of liberating Melania's capital?" "It always has been, the question is how much hope there is and at what cost. The ants can't be charged." On the streets of Melania's capital, Prussians' loudspeakers shouted. "The fact that they put Marshal Rokosov in command is just a show, so don't have such wishful thinking." The Tiger assault gun equipped with a loudspeaker was advancing at the speed of a human walking, followed by Prussian soldiers in 2 columns. The troops who participated in suppressing the uprising have recently regained their confidence in the battle with Melania's guerrillas, and their faces look completely different from when they just retreated. Further back, on the street that had been completely cleared by Prussian, the Asgard knights were driving Melania's people who stayed in the house out of the house. Trees, flowers, and plants in the street park have been completely cleared, and sculptures and fountains have been bulldozed. The Asgard knights are driving over the people left on several nearby streets. A machine gun was mounted on the high platform in the north of the square, and 4 Dongfeng anti-aircraft guns were parked. The gun barrels were leveled and pointed at the gathering Melania people. Suddenly, someone among Melania's people shouted, "Can't you see it yet? They are preparing to massacre us. Fight them!" The next moment, the Melania people, who were waking up from their dreams, rushed towards the Asgard knights who were driving them away. The Dongfeng anti-aircraft gun fired first, followed by the signature sound of MG42 ripping canvas. Melania's people are falling like wheat in an autumn field. All the Prosens were laughing, shooting at the Melania people with their newly issued assault rifles. 10 minutes later, there was no Melania standing in sight. The commander of the Asgard Knights said with satisfaction to the translator beside him, "You shouted well just now," with basically no accent. Translation: "Thank you for the compliment. These inferior people didn't even realize that I was the one shouting. They deserve to die here. In my opinion, we should have slaughtered them long ago, killed them all, and distributed their houses and property to the Prosan people, so that we don't have to attack Ant." The translator stopped talking suddenly and looked at the commander cautiously. The commander smiled and said, "You don't have to be so cautious. Say what you want to say now, drink the wine, and eat the delicious food." He patted the translator on the shoulder. "Now." When he said this, the strictly disciplined Prosan army was collecting the property of the dead Melania people. Obviously, they all understood that some things can only be done now. At this point, Hermann looked at the top leaders of Melania's resistance organization. "The uprising must succeed, otherwise the people of the capital will be slaughtered indiscriminately." The chairman of the underground government committee asked, "Is there any hope of victory?" "No. When the enemy was caught off guard at the beginning, if we were better prepared and had more weapons, we might be able to occupy the entire city, and then the Allies would have a complete airdrop field to airdrop supplies to us. We can mobilize the people of the capital to join the army and quickly expand our strength. But unfortunately, we have lost this rare opportunity." Hermann threw out a stack of badges collected from the dead soldiers in Plassen. "Now look at these badges. We are fighting against the regular army of the Plassen National Defense Army, and many of them are old troops that have fought for a long time, such as this one." Hermann picked out a hound badge. "This is a unit that retreated all the way from Abavahan, all veterans. How can we fight this kind of unit?" "Chairman, according to the telegram from Ant, they will launch an attack in just 20 days. 5 days have passed, just hold on for another 15 days. They are 150 kilometers away from us." Hermann raised his voice. "Even if there are no Prosens in these 150 kilometers, they will have to walk for 3 days. "No, I don't think they can get there." A committee member asked, "What should we do? You just said that we can only resist, and now you say that the ants can't come. What do you mean?" Hermann was silent for a long time before answering. "What I mean is that the flower of freedom can only be watered with the blood of patriots. For example, mine, for example, yours. I know you are planning to retreat, and I am here to stop you." The committee members looked at each other. "Hermann, send a telegram. Say that we will live and die with the city." No one answered. Hermann picked up the submachine gun and turned on the safety. The guerrillas who came with him all raised their guns. The chairman sighed, "Okay." Chapter 743 Weak Offensive. Although the chairman bowed his head, some members of the committee were dissatisfied and stood up directly and asked, "Heilmann, you are just the commander of the armed forces, how dare you decide for us without authorization? Hellmann, didn't you also ignore the opinions of me, the commander of the armed forces, and launch an uprising without authorization? Don't think I don't know that you are behind the first few divisions of the uprising. That was the spontaneous behavior of the soldiers after they were stimulated by Proson's brutality. The committee member pointed at Heilmann. Isn't it your duty to take precautions before they happen? Hellman, then replace me now. Let's see who else can send you out safely. I can't do it anyway. Another committee member said, without us, the connection between the government in exile in the United Kingdom and the country would be severed. Her Royal Highness the Princess may never be able to return to her motherland. Without you, the people in the capital would not have been massacred like they are now. I have said long ago that as long as we protect the remaining children and wait for the opportunity to revolt, we will always find an opportunity. Hellman looked at the committee members coldly. Now, please join me and millions of people in the capital and face the bloody reality. August 15, Melania Front Army Headquarters. Wang Zhong put down the photos just sent from Melania's capital. It's strange that it's so difficult for us to send some weapons to Melania's rebels through the front line, but photos from the city can easily come to us. By the way, it's still such a big bag all at once. There is a transportation line. Wouldn't it be nice if we sent 5,000 rocket launchers there? Pavlov, sent, they were all intercepted by Proson. You will probably encounter some trouble when commanding the battle group to break through. Our rocket launcher is too simple and easy to use. Everyone in Proson likes it. They have their own imitation. But the version has many problems and soldiers don't like to use it. That's right. Wang Zhong scratched his head, there's something fishy. Didn't my previous investigation reveal an infiltration route? Try this route. Don't tell Melania the Resistance Army. I suspect there are bad people in the Resistance Army. Vesely said, I just don't know whether this bad guy was planted by the United Kingdom or the Proson people. Considering the generally poor intelligence level of the Proson people, how can I feel that it is the United Kingdom? Wang Zhong, the main force exerting pressure now is also the United Kingdom, which makes Amelia embarrassed to come to the headquarters. You see, the only one who has come to put pressure on us recently is the liaison officer. Marshal, what you said is true. Vesely clapped his hands vigorously. I thought you were having some trouble and were having a cold war. Nonsense, aren't we still investigating every day? That's just official business. If we don't contact each other privately, then there's something wrong. Wang Zhong, I think you missed the time of digging out manure again. Just as he was talking, the liaison officer from the United Kingdom entered the headquarters. Your Excellency, Marshal. The assault group will be able to set off on September 1. Pavlov answered directly. Liaison officer, but you have seen the photos in the city. The enemy is systematically massacring Melania's people. Now you are the only one who can save them. Wang Zhong, we have prepared as quickly as possible. There is a proverb in Cyrus, sharpening the sword does not waste time chopping wood. If you are not prepared to attack in a hurry, it is impossible to break through the enemy's defense line. This is 150 kilometers of densely populated residential areas. Liaison officer, as far as I know, most of Melania's houses are masonry structures and cannot withstand your troops' heavy artillery and tank guns. Wang Zhong, then look at what the building we are in now is made of. What material is the fake headquarters disguised on the opposite side made of? The headquarters and the fake headquarters are both authentic reinforced concrete structures. When the Ant Army occupied these two buildings, the Proson people had already retreated, so these two buildings were kept so intact. Liaison officer, but it's nothing to worry about. We'll attack on September 1st and can't go any faster. The liaison officer was deadlocked for a few seconds, and then nodded, okay, I'll report to Prime Minister Leonard like this. After saying that, he saluted, turned and left. Pavlov, actually, if it weren't for the railway track change problem, we would be able to complete the preparations faster. The problems that troubled Proson in 914 are now troubled by us. Wang Zhong, but we don't have to face the mud. That's true, thanks to Melania's excellent infrastructure. The Western Front at this time was the Norman Principality. Why is it difficult to supply? Captain Evanson looked at the senior non-commissioned officers at the military station. Isn't it said that there is an artificial dock that can handle tens of thousands of supplies a day? The sergeant shrugged, I don't know. I'll give out as many supplies as they bring. Look at the supplies here now. There are cigarettes, champagne, sausages, and other good things. But there is no ammunition because they are all glowing. If you want to complain, you can either go to the Allied Logistics Command who sent you too many cigarettes and alcohol, or you can go to Marshal Mago who hasn't been able to capture Castle Chine yet. He is a popular man in the United Kingdom, and he was with that man before. The captured Marshal Rommel was taking pictures together. After speaking, the sergeant took a bite of the big sausage in his hand. Look at the best, at least you are not hungry now. Do you want to smoke? Evanson looked at the sky and stretched out his hand. Bring me 10 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine. If you can't bring back ammunition, at least I can give my brothers something good. Then I suggest some more sausage. Do you have a jeep? Did I drive here? The non-commissioned officer leaned forward on the table. I have a suggestion. If your jeep has enough fuel, go to the beach. Things are piled everywhere on the beach now, but because the Logistics Command's rice bucket is in a mess, it is impossible to transport it. If you don't come up, just drive a jeep and transport it yourself, as many troops do. Evanson half opened his mouth, and it took him a while to calm down and ask, what's going on with them? Now we can still transport it by ourselves, but what will happen when we go deep into the interior? The sergeant just shrugged. At this time, the soldiers from the military station entered the tent. We have piled the things you just asked for on your jeep, Captain. Evanson looked at the soldier and then at the sergeant. Okay, I'll go to the beach to have a look. Sergeant, you'll thank me for giving you this advice. Evanson, I hope so. It didn't take long for Evanson to know that he really should thank the NCOs at the depot. The beach was piled with fuel and ammunition, and was full of trucks and jeeps brought by combat troops to pull things. The entire beach was in chaos. Evanson stopped the car and looked at the scene, which was like going to a market, and said to himself, what if the Proson Air Force comes to bomb? The military policeman next to him heard this and replied, they have been here. You see, the large piece of debris over there is the result of the bombing by Proson aircraft. The commander of the nearby anti-aircraft artillery unit was severely punished, and then he learned from the experience. Summing up our experience, we shot down 3 of our own planes yesterday. Evanson, really? Yes, you see that commander over there is the commander I mentioned. He is now handing over to the new commander. But we all know that the one who should be replaced most now should be General Jin of the Coalition Logistics Command. This loser is now we are planning to move to Champagne, so the beach is like this now. Evanson doubted his ears. Where? Champagne is the capital of the Duchy of Champagne and is now the largest city under our control. Evanson, isn't that the front line? What is the Logistics Command doing there? Just as the gendarmerie was about to return, a gendarmerie officer came over on patrol, so he shut up. The officer glanced at the military police, then at Evanson, and made a gesture, line up over there to get fuel and ammunition. After speaking, the officer paced away. The chatty military policeman just approached Evanson and whispered, it is said that because there is a castle in Champagne, Admiral Jin feels that his identity should be based in the castle. There is also a wine cellar under the castle, and the Admiral is very greedy for those priceless wines. Of wine. Evanson, what the hell? The front-line supplies are almost out of stock. Look at how many trucks you have to pull ammunition and fuel yourself. It's useless for you to complain to me. I'm just a military policeman responsible for maintaining order on the scene. Evanson shook his head repeatedly, thinking forget it, it was important to get the troops fuel and supplies first. Prime Minister Leonard banged the table hard. My General Mago, Fort Chine has been surrounded for half a month. Is it so difficult to defeat the 3 Prasan divisions? Mago, the enemy relies on reinforced concrete buildings to resist. We have to clear out the houses one by one. There are also enemy snipers hiding in various corners, and they basically don't consider retreat. Some snipers are even on their way out. Laying mines means planning to fight to the death from a sniper position. We have never seen such a barbaric fighting method. Leonard, then why did the Anters attack the city so quickly? After our interrogation of the prisoners confessed that they brought experience from the Eastern Front. This is how the Ant people conduct urban warfare. Mago said plausibly. In addition, the army reported that Sergeant Prasan only has experience in the Eastern Front. If you have a medal, you will be very cunning and have a stronger will to fight. These veterans have brought us a lot of trouble. Prime Minister Leonard, damn Rokosov, why is it him again? Mago, it's not necessarily Rokosov who forced these Prosens to be like this. Leonard sighed, then how about we also learn from Rokosov's advanced experience? Use something with enough explosives to lift the Prosens and their bunkers together. Mago, actually, our fire-breathing heavy tanks are very effective against the enemy, but there are too few fire-breathing heavy tanks. The light fire-breathing tanks are often destroyed by Prosan troops before they can get close to the fire-breathing distance. Leonard thought for a long time and said to Mago, anyway, speed up the progress. The good news is that Ants Rokosov has also stopped. The battle line has stopped on the map for 10 days and has not moved. The liaison officer said that a new attack will not be launched until the 1st of the month. Mago, how is that possible? His troops must have suffered huge losses in the previous battles, and it is impossible to launch another attack after only such a short period of rest. Prime Minister Leonard, it shows that he has also been coerced by Melania's situation, which is a good thing. The result of his efforts to push forward may be that he will have to rest longer, or even spend half a year waiting for the injured backbone to return to the team. This will give us half a year. In half a year, we can rush into the hinterland of Prasan and even occupy Prosonia. Margot, that's impossible. What? Mago, first of all, the Carolingians are huge, and it will take a long time to completely recover the Carolingians. Secondly, there are 3 roads from the Carolingians to Prasan. One is across the original Mano defense line, but now it must have been transformed by the Prasen people, and it will be difficult to break through. The second option is to go through the Ardennes, but the Prasen people have blocked this loophole with a fortified zone. Aerial photos show that there are an astonishing number of anti-tank cones alone, and it is basically impossible to quickly open a road with engineers. The last option is to go through the Low Countries, and the Low Countries, there are many rivers. No, we can't end the war in half a year, this is my professional judgment. If you don't take Chine Castle, I will question your professionalism. Leonard said, fortunately, the Prasen people have stabilized their position on the Eastern Front now. The 150 kilometers in front of Rokosov are not so easy to cross. His backbone forces will suffer heavy losses here. Wang Zhong, after aerial reconnaissance, I found that the enemy's defense still has loopholes. We have sent infiltration troops to verify some loopholes, and they have successfully delivered weapons to the rebellious Melania people. But there are collaborators among the Melania people, and these loopholes were quickly blocked by the Prasen people. The commanders in the meeting all looked serious. Wang Zhong, but this is also in my plan. The Prasens can't just conjure up troops to plug the loopholes out of thin air. In order to plug these loopholes, the enemy's defense is further flattened. I think there is a 50% chance of success in quickly breaking through this 150 kilometers with 500,000 people. Among the officers, Melania asked loudly, only 50%, Marshal? Yes, only 50%. This is 150 kilometers, and our ammunition, fuel, etc. are not very sufficient. The troops have recovered a lot after 20 days of rest. Based on this situation, I am going to adopt a bold tactic. I am going to try to use light infantry and cavalry to infiltrate the enemy's defense line. The entire combat plan will be carried out in waves in units of weeks. Every week, a fierce offensive will be launched, relying on infantry infiltration and limited armored forces to attack the enemy, surround and eliminate part of the enemy, and then stop to replenish for a week. Wang Zhong had no choice, so he played light infantry like this. This tactic was undoubtedly learned from the strongest light infantry on Earth. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Kashu has proved on the northern front that the current anti-veterans can play such tactics, so Wang Zhong decided to pay tribute to his motherland. As for whether it can succeed, he really has no idea. After all, the troops under his command are different from that Iron Army. Let's try it out. Wang Zhong, the battle plan has been sent to you. You have also found that this plan requires everyone to exert their subjective initiative. You go back and study the plan carefully. I have set detailed penetration targets for each regiment. You have 30 hours to familiarize yourself with the plan and enter the starting position at 4 am on September 1st. Disband. Chapter 744 Attack. Filipov came out of the headquarters and was immediately stopped by the 2nd Battalion Commander Makarov. What do you think of this battle? Makarov asked. Filipov, I promise to complete the task. Infantry infiltrates with only the light weapons they carry. What should they do if they encounter the enemy's armored forces? Filipov, didn't we issue such a detailed map? Each battalion's attack route was carefully planned to avoid difficult enemies. According to the map, the enemies we encounter must be able to deal with the weapons we have. Makarov took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, without even lighting several matches. Filipov took out the lighter, opened the lid with a click, and helped Makarov light a cigarette. Makarov took the lighter and asked, "Seized?" While playing with it. Yes, it was seized from a dead officer Prasen. Is he really dead? The Ant Army prohibits robbing prisoners, so sometimes Ant soldiers will kill prisoners who have good things in their hands, and then take away the things they like. Sometimes Ant soldiers would kill captives out of hatred and plunder the loot just by the way. Filipov, we are the guards and the direct troops of the marshal. We cannot disgrace the marshal. Of course we took this from a dead person, and I reported it and said that having a portable fire source is helpful in combat. Priest agreed. Damn it, does it mean it's good for combat and it's easy to light a fire bottle? Makarov complained. The Ant troops no longer use incendiary bottles for anti-tank use. Even if they really want to burn tanks, there are better incendiary grenades. After the brief interlude, Makarov continued to talk about business. If the map is correct, there won't be much problem with our infiltration like this, but what if there is a problem with the map? What if we encounter armored forces? Are the rocket launchers in our hands just decorations? Of course not, but this thing only has so much range. You can use buildings. There are villages everywhere on the map. When encountering enemy tank troops, just hide in the villages and prepare to counterattack. Filipov said. But Filipov patted the 2nd Battalion commander on the shoulder. Don't worry, think about the cavalry. Didn't they penetrate behind the enemy's rear like this in previous offensive operations? We are doing the same job. The cavalry can complete a task, we can do it. Before, in the grasslands of Kosalia, there was no place to hide when encountering tanks. Now if you look at the wilderness of Melania, there is a village just a short walk away. Makarov, that's true of you, but the cavalry can run fast, and we only have 2 legs. That's all, being able to catch the enemy is better than anything else. Filipov's unit had a relatively large number of non-commissioned officers surviving, so he was transferred to join the Vistula battle group and attack eastward. No other unit in their group army has this honor. It is said that for this reason, other units held soldiers' meetings to provide opinions to their superiors, and collectively petitioned for war. Makarov took a step forward, turned around and saluted Filipov. I wish you good luck tomorrow. See you in Prozonia, Filipov returned. After the 2nd Battalion commander left, Filipov suddenly slapped his thigh, Sukabuli, he took the lighter away. He chased after him for a few steps, and when he left the headquarters gate, he saw the jeep of the 2nd Battalion commander running away in a hurry. Makarov waved to him in the car. Sukabu! Filipov cursed. What are you scolding? A majestic voice came from behind. Filipov turned around and saluted, General. Yegorov came over, you have to work hard tomorrow. Except for Melania's People's Army, my troops have transferred you. Don't embarrass me. Sukabul, I want to personally command your regiment, but that bald Pavlov won't let me. Filipov glanced at Yegorov's head and thought, you don't have much hair. What are you looking at? Come to me tomorrow. Do you understand? Don't be embarrassed. Try your best. After speaking, Yegorov patted Filipov on the shoulder hard, and then grabbed the map while he wasn't paying attention. I look at the battle plan. Oh my gosh, it's more detailed than I thought. I didn't expect it to be so detailed when I saw the map at the headquarters. If I had this map, I could rush to Prosen directly. Gonia! Yegorov looked like a child who got a new toy, laughing so hard that his muscles twitched. Let me take a look at the attack route. This route is more suitable for cavalry, right? Do you want you to intersect like this? Filipov nodded, yes, and the attack is divided into stages and weeks. It seems that the accumulated supplies can only maintain high-intensity firepower for 1 week, and then it has to stop to replenish. Yegorov stared at the map for a long time and nodded, it's the marshal's handiwork. It's very imaginative. You have to execute it well. Otherwise, you won't do it well and the marshal will take the blame. This is not okay. Do you understand? We must complete the marshal's plan no matter what. After speaking, Yegorov patted Filipov's shoulder hard, come on tomorrow, drummer. Filipov, hey. I remember you, you are the veteran who survived Lukhtov, the one who played the drum. Where is your drum? Filipov, it's rotten. Yegorov immediately turned around and said to the guard, where is your harmonica? Take it out and give it to Filipov. Guard, hey? The harmonica was given to me by my sister. Igorov, I'll give you one later. When you go back, you can tell your sister that it was sent by the general. She won't blame you. Come on, take it out. People are going to fight under the command of the marshal, so they need to have a musical instrument. Filipov stuck his head behind Yegorov and asked, is there any cause and effect relationship? This. Yegorov stopped, thought seriously for a few seconds and said, you can play a song beside the Vistula river in Melania's capital. Can you play it? Filipov, yes, I can. Yegorov touched the guard's pocket and forcibly took out the harmonica and slapped it on Filipov. Lipov said, when you reach the destination, stand by the river and play the harmonica. This is the task I gave you. You must complete it. Complete it alive. At this time, a shout came from a distance, Igorov. Marshal Rokosov came over angrily, as soon as I heard you were here, I knew you had no good intentions. You are not allowed to steal other people's uniforms and sneak into the attacking troops. Igorov slapped his thigh, yes. Why didn't I think of it? The marshal shouted, you dare? A man who wants to be a general is a battalion commander. What kind of words? Go. Before the attack is launched, you are forbidden to approach the front line within 30 kilometers. Igorov ran away. The marshal is obviously much younger than him, but now it looks like the marshal is an old father and he is a son. The marshal turned around and saw Filipov, his eyes widened, hey, Filipov. Filipov, yes, it's the drummer, Marshal Davarish. The marshal looked at the harmonica, changed to playing the harmonica? That's fine. Let me ask you, have all the extra radio equipment in your troops been distributed? Yes, Marshal, the operators are in place. But what? Filipov scratched his head. There are so many female comrades among the radio operators. They all graduated from high school. They are valuable talents for the future of Ant. We must protect them good. Of course, they have also received submachine gun shooting training, don't worry. The Marshal paused and reminded, when you hear my direct order on the radio, don't hesitate, just execute it. I must have been above you or near you at the time. It is to directly command you that the Chief of Staff of the front tried his best to get so many radio equipment and talents. This is the key to whether we can successfully break through this 150 kilometers. Filipov, yes. At 0400 on September 1st, the headquarters of the Vistula River Battle Group. Wang Zhong looked at his watch and nodded to the commander of the cluster artillery. The lieutenant general commander picked up the phone, fire. Because it was much closer to the front line, the sound of artillery firing came from outside the window after the order was issued. The headquarters was very quiet. This time Pavlov selected a large number of young staff with good performance to form this headquarters, but most of them usually had no experience of being in the same room with Wang Zhong, and now subconsciously lowered their voices. Vesely suddenly said, I'm not used to not having Pavlov's bald head in the room. All the staff officers looked up in surprise. Wang Zhong, he is responsible for arranging our logistics plan. If the offensive is to succeed, the supply must be smooth. He, the Chief of Staff, can't leave. Wang Zhong used to have the impression that staff work can be completed by a few people, and the staff department is like the staff department in the movie, with a total of 10 people. Now after 4 years of fighting, his cognition has long changed. Staff work is very complicated and requires a lot of manpower. The staff department of the front level starts with 10,000 people, and there are thousands or tens of thousands of staff members, as well as a large number of clerks and errands. It can only be said that Wang Zhong's staff department was so small before, but it could still operate normally, entirely because of Pavlov's outstanding ability. Just like Napoleon would have suffered Waterloo without Berthier, Wang Zhong might not have come this far without Pavlov. Now that Pavlov is not in charge of the staff department, Wang Zhong still feels a little guilty. This time, a new tactic was adopted, using infantry to perform the infiltration mission that was previously performed by cavalry. Moreover, this time, the infantry had a specified infiltration target, which was very different from the previous cavalry's rushing past and then wandering on the grassland, acting according to circumstances. Whether his troops can complete such operations is still a question mark. Pavlov also understood this, so the troops selected this time were troops with better preserved basic officers and higher fighting spirit. Wang Zhong had personally confirmed the fighting spirit of the troops yesterday, and also drove away General Yegorov, a brigadier general, who was trying to snatch the clothes of the grassroots officers to go to the battlefield. And Wang Zhong's personal inspection further boosted the morale of the troops. Wang Zhong listened to the sound of artillery outside the window, thinking that if his offensive failed this time, it would prove the gold content of the strongest light infantry in another time and space from the side. At this time, Amelia entered the headquarters. I saw Ludmila at the God Arrow post. Yes, this time my headquarters is too close to the front line, and Pavlov requires that there must be a God Arrow responsible for air defense. Wang Zhong replied. Amelia smiled and said, Isn't this the case that you and your wife are going to the battle together? Is that lovely maid also there? Yes, she is also there. Hey, then when do we take off? Wang Zhong, 12 hours after the infantry set off, when the enemy deployment changes are discovered, the infantry units in the interspersed can be directly commanded. Amelia, so what should we do now? Vasily, generally, the first half of the day after the offensive is very boring. The feedback from the front line has not come back yet, and the marshal can only pace back and forth in the room. Wang Zhong stood up. You are right, I will start pacing back and forth now. After that, he stood up and began to pace around the room. Vasily, look. Am I right? At the newly formed Vistula Army Group headquarters in Plausen, the commander, Admiral Steiner, was awakened by a phone call. Generally speaking, a commander of an army group must be at least a general, but Plausen's generals and marshals were either purged because they showed up at the Valkyrie Club, or were dismissed for incompetence, or were besieged in the armed prisoner of war camp around Coburg, and then refused to come back, so Steiner became the commander of the army group. Originally, this position was to be given to General Hawk of the Melania Occupation Army, but General Hawk declined on the grounds that he was busy suppressing the Melania uprising. Marshal Mendel, the hero who commanded his old army, the Ninth Army, to break through the siege, has now been sent to the Western Front to face the fierce attack of the Allied forces. So now Admiral Steiner, with the rank of general, faces the millions of ant troops who are resting on the front line. Under his command are, first, the complete Ninth Army, but there is a serious shortage of personnel and equipment and it needs to be replenished. Second, the less complete Second and Third Armies. Third, the newly formed 33rd Army. This army is basically composed of new recruits. Even if these troops are in good condition, it is a difficult task to resist Ant's army. Fortunately, the Ants have just finished a large-scale battle and also need to rest and replenish. According to the intelligence obtained by Admiral Steiner from the headquarters, he is about to face an attack from a patchwork Ant battle group. His Majesty the Emperor believes that this is the elite mobilized by Rokosov. As long as Admiral Steiner can severely damage this group, the next large-scale attack of the Ants can be postponed to May next year. Marshal Celtic privately told Admiral Steiner that the High Command believed that this might be the Ants' response to international urging, and even if they attacked, it would only be a tentative attack. Steiner personally tended to agree with the High Command's opinion. After all, he personally went to Prozenia to meet His Majesty, and felt that His Majesty was already hysterical. So after being woken up, Admiral Steiner was still a little angry. Damn it! The enemy is just a tentative attack, don't make a fuss. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group answered loudly, No, General, the various units were extremely heavily bombarded, and our telephone lines were also cut off. This looks like a large-scale attack. Admiral Steiner stood up from the bed helplessly. After all, the enemy started bombarding, and as the chief officer of the unit, it was a bit unreasonable for him to still sleep in bed. He asked while getting dressed, Have any troops reported that the enemy's reconnaissance activities have suddenly become intensive recently? No. Admiral Steiner, how is it possible? If they really want to attack, they will definitely conduct intensive reconnaissance. Chief of Staff, the Air Defense Forces reported that Paysan frequently conducted aerial reconnaissance. Admiral Steiner, don't you know how effective aerial reconnaissance can be? Think about the blurry photos brought back to us by the Air Force's Nightingale reconnaissance plane. No, there must be a small team to catch the tongue before the attack, and we must have many officers and soldiers missing. Bring the missing list. The unit with the largest number of missing may be the enemy's main attack direction. The Chief of Staff immediately turned around and gave an order. Admiral Steiner put on his clothes and sighed, Rokosov's encirclement really seems to have hurt us. What? The Chief of Staff turned around. No, nothing, give the order. 15 minutes later, Admiral Steiner entered the map room of the headquarters, and the staff came over with a document. We checked the number of missing people, which is almost the same as usual, and it is consistent with the number of losses our army suffered during the confrontation on other fronts. Admiral Steiner sneered, Sure enough, the judgment of the headquarters is correct. This is just a show to give an explanation to the Allies. What is the situation in the capital now? The latest report should be delivered, right? It was delivered at 3 o'clock. The Chief of Staff replied immediately, The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armored Divisions of the Asgard Knights have been put into combat, and the 36th Grenadier Division joined the battle yesterday. At present, Asgard in the combat area the knights have more than 50,000 people, and there are 50,000 Wehrmacht soldiers. The police and the National Guard have also deployed 3 divisions, 50,000 people. General Steiner, 150,000 people, to suppress the uprising. Isn't it too much? At least transfer the armored division to us, after all, we have been attacked. Chief of Staff, you said it was. I said it was a tentative attack, but the attack was indeed a fact, and how can the armored division suppress guerrillas in the city? Tanks! Hermann turned around and shouted, retreat! The tank gun is coming! The next moment, the shock wave hit him from behind, pushing him to the ground, and a large amount of broken bricks and sand fell down. Hermann was shocked and his ears were ringing, and his head hurt so much, as if a pair of invisible big hands were squeezing his skull hard. He turned his head and looked at the street through the big hole made by the tank gun. The coaxial machine gun in the turret opened fire, and the bullets whizzed past Hermann, who was lying on the ground, and hit the guerrillas who wanted to come over to pull him. I'm fine, go. Hermann had just finished speaking when a loud shout came from the machine gun outside the window, Melania will be liberated. Then there was the sound of a bomb exploding. The machine gun stopped abruptly. Hermann got up, staggered out of the room, and waved to the guerrillas who were about to come in to support, retreat. Chapter 745, Elegy. September 6, Melania's capital. Oscar, the commander of the 36th Grenadier Division of the Asgard Knights, used his binoculars to observe the building guarded by the Warsaw rebels. While observing, he muttered, "They are all civilians, and their gun-holding postures are very unprofessional. Before we came, intelligence said they were former Melania soldiers and had received military training." The adjutant replied, "Our soldiers also reported that the enemy lacked basic tactical literacy and had nothing but bravery." Oscar put down the telescope. "This is unreasonable in modern warfare. Even a rookie with no war experience can kill the most experienced warrior. This would not be the case in the era of cold weapons. An experienced veteran with neat armor can ride a horse when thousands. Have the fire tanks arrived?" "The 335th Special Weapons Battalion has arrived, General." As soon as the adjutant finished speaking, a major officer of the National Defense Force stepped forward and saluted the captain of the Oscar Knights Brigade, equivalent to a major general. "We are all fully equipped, Your Majesty the Major General." "Oscar, how much fuel do you have?" "Major, enough to burn down an entire city block." Oscar nodded, "Then burn the block in front of us." The major of the National Defense Force was stunned. "What? This is a civilian residence, there must be non-military personnel." "Oscar, there are no non-military personnel in this city anymore. If you spray fire on a house and the enemy runs out in panic, it means they are guerrillas and are moving their positions. If they are still hiding in the house and not coming out, then it shows that they are well-trained guerrillas." The major of the Wehrmacht seemed to still understand Oscar's meaning and said nothing. At this time, several Asgard Knights soldiers came over escorting a little boy. The major immediately pointed at the little boy and said, "Is this also a guerrilla?" Oscar glanced at the major, stepped forward and reached out to touch the little boy's cheek. As a result, the little boy bit Oscar's finger and his teeth dug deeply into his flesh. Oscar slapped the little boy, pulled out his fingers, and showed the teeth marks to the major. "You see, she is a guerrilla." After saying that, Oscar waved his hand, "Send him into my command car, the handcuffs are tight." "What are you going to do?" shouted the major. Oscar pushed the major to the skirt of the tank and poked his trachea with his finger. "Stop pretending to be a good person here, Your Majesty Major. I was also in the National Defense Force, and those hypocrites said that I was and sent me in prison, but I know that everyone who is trying me has dirty things. We are all devils and bad guys. Why are the ant people so angry, and why are they trying so hard to push back? Don't you know what we did on their land?" The Wehrmacht major's lips trembled, but he couldn't hold back a retort. Oscar looked at the medals worn on the chest of his military uniform at a very close distance. Knight of the Iron Cross, you are still a hero. Melania Battle Medal, haha, I dare to say that when you entered Melania, I have also slept with 1 or 2 inferior women, right? You are also one of the sinners who destroyed their country. Why, are you going to repent now? Are you going to be a good person with chivalry? Seeing that the battle is about to be lost, you quickly hide the appearance of the devil under human skin. I put this call at hypocrisy. The major said in a trembling voice, you cannot insult my honor as a soldier. I have never done such a thing. Then have you stopped other people from doing it? Have you reported it to the police? Have you published articles in newspapers criticizing these atrocities? No, you haven't. It can be seen from these chapters on you that you are fighting on the front line. After a long time, you will be promoted. If you had done the things I mentioned, you would never be promoted. Don't you understand? You know clearly that these are atrocities, but you sit back and watch the atrocities happen. You are even more guilty. The major lowered his gaze. I will spend the rest of my life trying to atone. Oscar, you will be hanged, just like us. Now do your duty as a soldier and burn down the block in front of me. This way we will lose less good warriors. Rokosov has already launched an attack, we need these excellent warriors. The major hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and replied, yes, I will carry out your order. Hellman returned to the uprising headquarters and rushed to the radio room as soon as possible. The uprising headquarters is located in the reinforced concrete building of Melania's capital radio station. Although Proson's airstrikes and shelling destroyed most of the transmitting antennas, relying on the equipment of the radio station, the insurgents still obtained far superior results. Past telecommunications connectivity capabilities. Where is Ant's army? Hellman asked. The telegraph operator replied excitedly, they are only 30 kilometers away from us. The corners of Hellman's mouth raised slightly, but before he could speak, the chairman of the uprising committee who rushed in slapped the table where the radio station was playing and cursed, why are they advancing so slowly? They defeated the Procenians. Back then, the Procenians, the Luisan people, can advance 50 kilometers a day. Hellman grabbed the chairman's shoulders and pulled him away from the radio. The opponents of the ants are the Plosens, and they have just finished a big battle and advanced hundreds of kilometers. They need to replenish their personnel and equipment. Chairman, they have only advanced 120 kilometers. 6 days have passed, an average of 20 kilometers per day. Hellman, on the other hand, even at their forward speed of 20 kilometers per day, it only takes 2 days to reach the other side of the Vistula River. We still control the bridge over the Vistula River. They can immediately cross the bridge and slam the enemy. The chairman was stunned for a few seconds and finally reacted, they can arrive in 2 days. That's great! That's great! As the chairman beamed, others laughed too. Chairman, long live Rokosov! Others also shouted, long live Rokosov! Chairman, I thought he was just showing off, but I didn't expect them to really come over. The corners of Hellman's mouth that were just raised now finally turned into a smile. Marshal Rokosov is a true hero. He really wants to save us from the fire. Waiting for Melania to recover, they seem to call it liberation, waiting for Melania to recover. Rania is liberated, I want to meet him and have a nice drink. Herman. The messenger rushed into the room, Herman, it's not good. Come and see. After speaking, the messenger turned and ran out of the room, leaving an open door. Hellman put away his smile and strode out of the room. He saw the orderly standing in front of the window with tears in his eyes. Heilman, look! They! Outside the window was a sea of orange and the whole city was burning. Hellman rushed to the window. Hot air poured in from the window and blew on Hellman's face. Devils! He cursed, these demons actually set the city on fire. In this case, it is impossible to organize firefighting or open an isolation zone. The fire will spread wantonly until it is naturally extinguished. It is unknown how many civilians will die in the fire. No, it should be said that after the fire, I don't know how many people are left alive. Suddenly, there was a camera shutter sound. Hellman turned around and saw the United Kingdom's commissioner taking photos. "What are you doing?" Heilman demanded. "Correspondent, take a photo. When this photo is published on the front page of the Times, war bond sales will reach a new peak. At the same time, people will ask where are the ants and where is the invincible Rokosov. Hellman, he is already trying his best to move forward. He will reach the other side the day after tomorrow." The special commissioner nodded. "Then you have to hold the bridge, but with this wind direction, the fire should spread to your occupied area, right?" Hellman was stunned for a moment, then strode to the nearby balcony, took off the cloth strip used for identification of friend or foe from his sleeve, and held it high. The wind direction was indeed very unfavorable to the guerrillas. "Hellman, concentrate all the explosives in our hands and prepare to use explosions to open up the isolation zone." "Yes." Fleet Street, Allied Headquarters, capital of the United Kingdom. It took us 36 days to land and we finally captured Fort Kem. It was 20 days later than we expected. Prime Minister Leonard complained to General Ike. "Just because we took Fort Kem too slowly, the entire landing force's supplies were lost. There's a problem, we've been spending too long in the fields of the Norman Principality." "Admiral Ike, we are making progress. It may not look particularly obvious on the map, but we are 166 kilometers inland." Prime Minister Leonard, 166 kilometers from where? "Admiral Ike, from Fort Kem, of course. Fort Chine is at the tip of the peninsula, and the Allied forces landed on the halfway up the mountainside of the peninsula, so Ike's algorithm is very clever." Prime Minister Leonard, "I was once Lord of the Admiralty and participated in the Boer War. I am familiar with maps. Please tell me how far we have advanced from the beachhead." "Admiral Ike, it's not fair to calculate from the beachhead, because we first go north from the beachhead to Kinbao, capture this place and ensure supplies before attacking inland. It is inappropriate not to calculate the distance from the beachhead to Kinbao." Prime Minister Leonard, "Then do you know how far the battle group led by Rokosov advanced in 6 days? 120 kilometers. "I know." Ike replied immediately. Prime Minister Leonard, "Then tell me, do we face more enemies than Rokosov, or do we have inferior equipment than Rokosov?" "Admiral Ike, Rokosov's troops are elites who have experienced hundreds of battles. They are very familiar with the techniques and tactics of the Procenians and can make targeted responses. Most of our 3 million troops are only on propaganda posters. Met the Plozans. In addition, our supplies have been blocked and a large amount of supplies have been piled up on the beach. We have already started to solve this problem. I have appointed a special commissioner who is organizing a Red Ball Express convoy. They will solve the supply problem of the troops. Until we liberate Paris." When Leonard heard liberation, his eyes immediately widened. "No. It's liberation. Don't use ant people's words. After the war is over, they will be our main opponents. Melania is already theirs, but we can also take over the Low Countries, the Duchy of Upper and Lower Burgundy, and even the Duchy of Hesse. If we move quickly, we can even cross the Elbe River and approach Prozonia." All the generals looked at each other. "Admiral Ike, we will do our best. In fact, according to the intelligence we have received, Rokosov's advance has exhausted his last attack potential, and they will stop soon. After we got Kinbao, fully loaded troops were arriving one after another. The Proson army in front of us was unable to maintain a complete line of defense. Our army could surround them from all sides. Before liberating and recovering Paris, there may be a large-scale annihilation war. Leonard, it's better this way." After saying that, he turned and left the office of the commander of the coalition forces. Ike shook his head. No wonder the president specifically reminded me to pay attention to Leonard. What he is thinking about now is more about maintaining the British Empire, rather than defeating our enemies and destroying those demons. The president is right. The British Empire should perish with Proson. This is the best for the world. His adjutant agreed. I feel the same way. Especially after seeing the atrocities of the Proson people in Melania, I sincerely hope that Marshal Rokosov can rush to the capital of Melania smoothly and end their suffering. Ike, but Leonard hopes that the suffering of the Melania people will slow down Rokosov's pace. He doesn't care about the suffering of the residents on land. At the beginning of the war, he might have been a righteous fighter, but now, we have to exclude his opinions from the Allied command, otherwise I have a hunch that Leonard's ideas will cause the Allies to suffer heavy casualties. On September 7, the fire burned for 22 hours. Hermann held a submachine gun and looked at the ruins that extended all the way to the horizon. The efforts to open up the isolation zone failed, and the efforts to put out the fire also failed. The guerrillas' last reliance turned to ashes in the fire, and now they can only resist the steel beasts of the Prosen people with their flesh and blood. The sound of the engine was like a muffled thunder in the distance, and the rolling thunder was approaching the last stronghold of the guerrillas. Hermann. The messenger ran over and whispered, "Everyone asks you what to do. Hermann, fight to the last moment, and then die with dignity. Don't worry, our compatriots under Marshal Rokosov will avenge us. They will rush into Prozenia on our behalf and return everything we have suffered to the enemy." Messenger, but... The committee ran away. A cry came from a distance, "Hermann! All the members of the committee are missing. They ran away. We have been betrayed." "Hermann, isn't this a matter of time? Don't worry, I am still with you. The enemy's footsteps are getting closer, and the noise of the track gearboxes mixed in with the roar of the engine." Hermann checked the submachine gun in his hand, turned around and said to everyone, "Come on, the last moment is coming. A short life should burn brilliantly." He pulled the bolt handle hard, and the gun was loaded. Chapter 746 Becoming a Mountain That Never Bows. September 7, 30 kilometers away from the Vistula River, over the front line. Wang Zhong took the wireless phone and pressed the number he saw on the plug-in and shouted loudly, "Please answer the 1st Battalion of the 229th Regiment. Please answer the 1st Battalion of the 229th Regiment. I am from the 1st Battalion, please speak. Wang Zhong, how are you doing?" The radius of the bird's eye view was only so small, and Pei 3 was flying too fast, so there was no time to see it clearly, so Wang Zhong asked. "Our losses are not bad. We have lost more than 100 people, but there is not much ammunition left. The priest is organizing people to clean up the battlefield. But the enemy does not have much ammunition left. The enemy soldiers who died early still have 1 or 2 left. There is only 1 magazine left, and the enemy soldiers who fought only have ammunition left on their guns. 1 battalion lost more than 100 men, and the battalion was not fully equipped when attacking. The entire assault group did not have a fully equipped battalion. In other words, at least 30% of the troops were lost, and the ammunition was almost exhausted. Wang Zhong, stick where you are, ammunition and supplies will be here soon." "Yes, Comrade Yuan Special Commissioner." After all, the enemy can hear the radio. Although Wang Zhong changes the communication frequency every day, the frequency list of some troops may be captured by the enemy, so Wang Zhong assumes that the enemy can hear it and stipulates that everyone on the radio must call him special correspondent. After finishing communicating with the 229th Regiment, he called the number of the next unit. After receiving the response, he asked as usual, "How are you doing?" "Comrade Commissioner, we still have some ammunition, but all the anti-tank weapons are gone. Now we are collecting bottles everywhere to make Molotov cocktails. The local people have donated all the kerosene for lighting lamps to make Molotov cocktails for us," From Wang Zhong's bird's eye view, the person who reported to him was not the battalion commander, but a captain. It is estimated that the battalion commander and deputy battalion commander were sacrificed, and perhaps the priest accompanying the army was also sacrificed. Wang Zhong, hold on, the supplies will be delivered soon. The supply plan formulated by Pavlov gathered all the trucks he could collect so far to transport supplies from the rear depots to the front line. Because the trucks were all concentrated to supply the Vistula battle cluster, millions of civilians and horse-drawn carriages and donkey carts were mobilized in the rear to be responsible for the supply of other troops. Civilian laborers and horse-drawn carriages were mainly responsible for the last journey from the train station to the specific troops. This means that the secular church has a high mobilization ability, otherwise even if Pavlov had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to solve the supply problem. Amelia's voice came through the internal line. It seems that most of the troops have successfully arrived at the planned location. Wang Zhong, that's right, my command is good. In the past few days, Wang Zhong has been patrolling the war zone, telling the troops below the location of the enemy troops in real time, and even personally throwing smoke grenades to guide the attack. It was not easy for the troops to advance at a speed of 20 km per day. The Pulasan people's will to resist was quite strong. Without Wang Zhong's guidance, some solid bunkers and strategically placed bunkers would have likely blocked the troops for a day or two. However, with Wang Zhong's guidance, these bunkers were either blown up from the back with explosive charges, or were simply jumped over and handed over to the armored forces that followed. In this way, the Pro-San troops were cut into pieces by the interspersed offensive, and then the small Pro-San troops deployed at key positions were defeated by the armored forces one by one. As for the Pro-San troops who were not in key positions, they were surrounded by second-line troops and could not be attacked. Wang Zhong has already discovered that the Pro-San troops he faces seem unable to fight an offensive battle. Although his light infantry does not have heavy equipment, the Pro-Sans are no less generous. Some Pro-San divisions only have 105 or even 75 mm weapons. There are no infantry guns, not even Pro-San's signature 150 mm heavy infantry gun. These troops have little problem in resisting in the stronghold. They can hold on for a while and allow them to attack. Even Ant's second-line troops and militia cannot attack them. After walking more than 100 kilometers, the casualties per kilometer advanced were much smaller than before the capture of Aksukov last year. Unfortunately, the distance of more than 100 kilometers is a bit long, and the troops are almost reaching their limit. After the replenishment was completed, Wang Zhong was a little doubtful whether the troops with such heavy losses could continue to advance. After all, the enemy still has hundreds of thousands of troops suppressing Melania's uprising. Most of these hundreds of thousands of people are fully equipped, and Melania's rebel army cannot be expected to consume them. Maybe we should wait for a new force to be mobilized from the rear. At this time, Wang Zhong saw an acquaintance from a bird's eye view. It was a unit transferred from Yegorov's department. What Wang Zhong saw was the 3rd Battalion of this unit, and Filipov, who played the drum, was supposed to command the 1st Battalion. I don't know if he is okay. Filipov watched as his men took down the corpses hanging from the street lamps one by one and lined them up on the sidewalk. Melania's survivors are claiming their bodies one by one. He could vaguely hear the sound of sobbing. Filipov turned his head and looked, but he couldn't find the person crying. Filipov muttered, "Maybe the earth is weeping." Suddenly, Private Valery ran out holding a Plossen flag high. "Look, there is a Plossen flag." Sergeant Misha scolded, "Unlucky thing, come on, give me a horn." Then the two of them tore the flag in half, one on the left and the other on the right. Misha threw the torn flag to the ground. As if he was still angry, he stepped on it and stamped on it crazily. He stepped on it many times and finally ended up with a mouthful of phlegm. Other soldiers came over one by one and spit on the flag. Filipov thought, if the priests were still here, what would they do in this situation? There were no priests in his battalion anymore, all of them died on the way to the attack. Because of the heavy loss of officers, Filipov had to do his old job and command the troops as a company commander. Just as Filipov was racking his brains to think, the melody of the cello suddenly came from the back of his head. He turned his head and saw a grey-haired grandfather sitting among the ruins and corpses, playing the cello. The cello was perfectly maintained, forming a sharp contrast with the devastation around it. A soldier said in poor Melania language, "Grandpa, you still have the mood to play the cello at this time." The old man said in pure ant language, "If there is no music to say goodbye, wouldn't it be more desolate?" As he said that, the old man played a sad melody. Filipov listened for a few seconds and asked, "The rainy season in Castamere. Is it inappropriate?" The old man asked back, "Now it's raining in everyone's heart, and not a soul to hear." Filipov nodded, took out the harmonica from his pocket, and planned to match the cello's mournful cry. At this moment, someone held up a walkie-talkie, made in China, and shouted to Filipov, "I heard the 3rd and 2nd battalions talking to the special envoy one after another. It should be our turn soon." Filipov put away the harmonica, ran over to take the walkie-talkie, and just heard the conversation between Marshal Rokosov and the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Makarov. "Marshal Rokosov, how are you?" "We are fine, but we have no ammunition. We are collecting the enemy's ammunition, but the enemy is also very poor, General. I think as long as we can immediately replenish 20 magazines and 4 grenades for each of us, we can deal with all the enemies." "Marshal, I can't do it. Stop and wait for our supplies." Over. While Filipov was concentrating on the conversation on the walkie-talkie, Misha shouted loudly, "Okay, gather, maybe there will be a combat mission." "Fight? There are no enemies nearby, and the local people also said that the enemies have all run away," said a corporal. "Misha, stop talking nonsense. Gather. Look to the right, all together. Look forward." The old man playing the cello stopped. "Are you talking about the marshal? Which marshal is it?" "Marshal Rokosov. We have many marshals here, but if we omit the names and only say one marshal, it must be Marshal Rokosov. It could also be Marshal Suvorov, but he has been dead for more than 100 years." The old man looked suspicious. "Will Marshal Rokosov come to the front in person?" "Yes, he has been commanding us on the plain. If the Marshal orders mortar fire at coordinates 4-2-4, then we will fire, and we will definitely find the enemy's body on the coordinate grid later. The Marshal is the star of victory, a saint. He gets the enemy's position from St. Andrew and then guides us to destroy the enemy." The soldiers who just gathered talked at once. "Misha, enough. Gather. Count." The soldiers reported one by one and stopped at 75. There were only 75 soldiers left in the battalion's spearhead company with intact hands and feet. "Misha, 76. Okay, all the company is here. At ease." The soldiers relaxed, and one soldier immediately said to the old man, "I saw it with my own eyes. The marshal's plane dropped a cloud of smoke to cover our attack. When I passed through the smoke, I saw it. It was an angel. There were scriptures of Saint Andrew nailed on his armor and 6 silver nails on his head." "Misha, you are here again. Really? The angel can shoot with a thread cutter in one hand and a long sword in the other. He rushed forward while firing and cut down all the enemies. Misha, the enemy was stunned by our explosive packs. Okay, stop talking. I can hear the marshal's engine." The roar of the PE-3 engine came from the air. Everyone looked up, but the buildings on both sides of the street blocked the view, leaving only a ray of sky. Suddenly, a red PE-3 passed through the gap. "It's the marshal." "No, Special Commissioner." The soldiers cheered to the sky. Filipov took the walkie-talkie. "Special Commissioner Doverishi, I see you. Special Commissioner Doverishi, I see you." The walkie-talkie responded, "How is your battalion?" Filipov, the loss of officers is great. I can only command the Sharp Knife Company in person, but we can still fight. Special Commissioner Davarishi, give the order, we can still move forward. Stay where you are and wait for supplies. Don't worry. There are only the last 30 kilometers left. Melania's rebels can hold on. Filipov looked at the corpses lined up on the street, then at the old man playing the cello, hesitated for a few seconds before answering, yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Marshal Rokosov, I know what you saw on the street, and I understand your anger. But now anger has no meaning except to increase casualties. Only the enemy will be happy. Yes, we will wait for reinforcements and supplies, over. After speaking, he waited for a few seconds to make sure that the marshal started talking to other troops before handing the walkie-talkie to the signalman. Misha, what did the marshal say? Filipov, the marshal told us to stay where we are and wait for supplies and reinforcements. Misha, we can still move forward. Follow the order. Filipov replied. Yes. Misha began to assign tasks and prepared to hold the city. Filipov took out his harmonica, came to the old man's cello, and nodded. The old man pulled the strings again. He had just stopped playing when he heard the soldiers recount the miracle of the marshal. The sad melody once again echoed over the ruins. A falcon flew high into the sky, flying towards the Vistula river. The falcon flew across the land, past the retreating Plozan army, past the blockade outside the capital, through the streets filled with gunfire, and across the Vistula river. It flew above the ruins where the open flames had not been completely extinguished, in the hail of bullets. Hellman stuck his head out and saw a falcon flash past. Isn't this the national bird of Kosalia? Why is it here? He muttered. The gorilla next to him was a professor from Melania National University. Hearing Hellman's ton bag, he raised his head and said, falcons are also distributed in our country, and there are quite a lot of them. Seeing falcons now is a good sign, don't you think? Who is the king of Kesalia now? Hellman smiled. Rokosov, this is indeed a good sign. As long as we fight for one more day, Rokosov's troops will arrive. Professor, one day. He stood up, exposed half of his body, and fired downwards. Suddenly, a bullet hit the professor in the chest, sending him flying backwards and lying in a large font on the corridor. Blood stained the carpet. Hellman climbed over calmly and closed the professor's eyes. He held the submachine gun and glanced at the soldiers in the corridor. The few remaining guerrillas were still firing. Others were firing and shouting, as if the hussars from Melania's kingdom were shouting war cries. Hellman just watched as the shell passed through the concrete wall and entered the corridor. The shock wave of the explosion swept across the long corridor and turned into a strong wind by the time it reached Hellman. Hellman's ears still hurt a little. He knew that the final moment had arrived. Hellman strode into the radio studio. The moment the door was opened, a female announcer shouted hoarsely from inside, "This is Melania's capital, we are still fighting. We are still fighting. Who can help us?" Hellman patted the female announcer on the shoulder, pushed her away gently but firmly, and then sat in her seat. He skillfully turned on the recorder and said into the microphone, "I am Hellman, the leader of the uprising. You may have never heard my name before, because I have to hide from the Plozan military police. But now, there's no point in hiding. The insurgent committee betrayed us and they have fled from the fighting. We are holding on to the radio station, but the end has come. I am Hellman, and I am the voice of every Melania who dreams of freedom. My faith tells me that resistance is not just an optional path, it is a responsibility. I hope this fight becomes a new chapter in Melania's fight, and that all resistance groups unite and become one companions in the trenches, facing an enemy that never spares children, old men, rocks, or trees. I leave no personal legacy. To every Melania who dreams of freedom, to every mother who carries her son on her shoulders, to every mother who sees her daughter being struck by an enemy bullet. Later, the father was writhing in pain and crying sadly. My final wish is to everyone listening to the radio, to always remember that resistance is not in vain. This is more than a bullet, it is a life with dignity and honor. Prison and siege made me realize that the battle is long and the road is difficult, but I also realized that a country that refuses to surrender, you can create miracles with your own hands. Don't expect the world to treat you fairly. Throughout my life, I've seen firsthand how the world silently watches our suffering. Don't wait for justice, be justice incarnate. Keep Melania's dream alive in your hearts. Turn every wound into a weapon and every tear into a source of hope. This is my will, do not lay down your weapons, do not lay down your stones, do not forget your martyrs, do not give up on your dreams, this is your right. We will stay here, in our land, in our hearts, in our children's futures. I urge all of you to look after Melania, this land that I love to death, this the dream I carry on my shoulders is like a mountain that never bows its head. If I fall, do not fall with me, instead, take from my hands that flag that never fell to the ground. Build a bridge with my blood so that our descendants can rise from the ashes. When the storm comes again and I am no longer among you, please understand that I am the first drop of the wave of freedom and I live to see you complete this journey. Continue to be a thorn in their throats and be a storm that won't look back, and we won't rest until the world knows we stand for justice. We are more than just a number in the news. Hellman raised his right hand. Long live Melania! Long live the motherland! Chapter 747, Becoming a Storm That Never Turns Back, 9K. Wang Zhong was still confirming the situation, when suddenly, the radio interrupted the communication. I am the leader of the uprising, Herman. You may have never heard of my name before, because I have to avoid the pursuit of the Plassen military and police. But now, hiding is meaningless. The uprising committee betrayed us, and they have fled from the battle. We are holding on to the radio station, but the final moment has come. I am Herman, I am the spokesperson for every Melania who dreams of freedom. Amelia's voice came through the intercom. This broadcast covers almost all frequencies. Wang Zhong, SHH, Amelia, let me finish listening. After Amelia's voice disappeared, Wang Zhong pursed his lips and listened to Hellman's speech. In fact, he had only learned a little Melanian language intermittently before, and only knew the basics. He didn't understand many words, and felt a bit like a person who only knew Mandarin listening to Sichuan dialect. But strangely, he clearly felt the emotions conveyed by Hellman. It may be because he has the blood of seers flowing in his blood, and he has read too much about the 150 years of suffering in the process of growing up. It may also be because he had read many similar stories of self-sacrifice before crossing. It may be because he was once immersed in the legends of Sankara, Allende, and other people who died generously for the country and the nation. He had heard Allende's last speech, although he didn't understand Spanish at all, his eyes were still filled with tears, as if he saw the president put on a helmet, picked up the AK given to him by Lao Ka, and walked towards the battlefield. Now, his thoughts switched to the Vistula River 30 kilometers away. He couldn't see the enemy troops and resistance fighters on the ground, but he could see the ruins, like the scars of this country. At this moment, many things flashed through Wang Zhong's mind, including the broken swings on the streets of Abavahan, the empty streets of Araki, and the unclaimed bodies on the streets of Jinling. Herman's speech ended, but it soon started playing again from the beginning, probably recorded with a tape recorder. Wang Zhong looked down at the map, and then said to Amelia, "Can you land on the road below?" "Hey!" Amelia's surprise came through the inside line, "What are you going to do?" "Wang Zhong, the enemy is also at the end of its strength. Whoever puts in the last battalion now will always collapse on the other side. It's time to put in the last battalion." "But..." "Wang Zhong, turn left, new heading 213. This heading is..." The 1st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment of the Guards is also the armoured unit closest to the Vistula River. I checked the situation when I flew over them just now. In order to deal with emergencies, they still have the last fuel in the bottom of the box. Amelia, I can't land. What should I tell Lu Xia if something happens to you? Wang Zhong said firmly, if it's Lu Dai, she will personally send me to the battlefield. Amelia hesitated. Finally, she circled left and flew to a new heading. Podoliskov bent over beside the tank, looked under the tank and asked, how is the situation? The driver exerted force and slid out from under the tank. Not bad, I feel I can run the last 30 kilometers. I simply cleaned up the dust and oiled it. At this time, the technicians who temporarily reinforced the first heavy breakthrough tank regiment of the Guards also came out from under the tank. We have done everything we can do, and the rest is up to God. But why are you worried about this? We only have a little fuel left, and we dare not warm up the engine to prevent emergencies. Podoliskov shrugged, who knows, it's always better to be prepared. At this time, he heard the sound of an engine in the air, and shouted, air defense. After shouting, he rushed to his car Revenge for the Hero Brother, picked up the anti-aircraft machine gun, and roughly identified the direction of the sound. At this time, the radio operator shouted, wait a minute. It's Rokosov Special Envoy. What? Didn't the marshal just fly over our heads? I don't know either. The marshal said he was coming and asked us not to open fire. Podoliskov had already seen the red PE-3 at this time. He let go of the anti-aircraft machine gun. Good guy, it's a good thing you shouted early, otherwise I would have committed a sin if I shot down the marshal. The people of the whole country will not let me go. No, the people of the whole world will not let me go. His words came to an abrupt end, because the PE-3 hit the road and stumbled all the way towards the Revenge of the Heroic Brother, which was also parked on the road. Podoliskov looked at the plane in a daze as it slowly stopped in front of the tank. Marshal Rokosov opened the canopy and stood up. Concentrate the base oil of all tanks on the tank in the best condition. Podoliskov didn't know what happened, but he suddenly realized that this was the best opportunity, so he shouted, my tank is in the best condition. We just checked it. Look, Marshal Comrade Special Envoy, we have the slogans you wrote in person like new. Marshal Rokosov glanced at the turret of the Revenge of the Heroic Brother. Okay, it's you, and you still have the red flag, it's your crew, fill up the oil. At this time, the military bishop of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment ran over. Marshal Davarish, what's going on? Marshal Rokosov, didn't you hear what was said on the radio? The uprising is about to fail. Now we can't stop as planned. My comrades, concentrate fuel and ammunition on the Revenge of the Heroic Brother and prepare more machine gun bullets. Get more high explosive bombs. I don't expect too many tank battles. Yes. The bishop saluted, turned around and gave the order. Marshal Rokosov, where are the regimental commander and deputy commander? Sacrificed, Comrade Marshal. Marshal Rokosov pursed his lips. At this moment, he suddenly saw the broadcast speaker on the telephone pole on the roadside and asked, what is this speaker used for? The report seems to be used by the Prasen people for propaganda. They usually broadcast some brainwashing news they created. Marshal Rokosov, tear it down. Didn't you strengthen the electricians? Install it on the tank and connect it to the tank's radio. Now Melania's capital radio station is playing Hellman's speech repeatedly. We have to go all the way. Play all the way. Yes, Comrade Marshal. Without waiting for an order from the bishop, 2 electricians who had been reinforced for the troops climbed up the pole and began to dismantle the speakers. Get everything ready within 30 minutes. By the way, how many crews are there that have lost their tanks? Get 3 crews over and run with the tanks. I think there may be tanks abandoned by the enemy halfway. These crews can pick them up and drive them. The bishop immediately turned back. Elisha, gather 3 complete crews, the one with the most experience. At this time, other tank members followed the order and came over carrying shells and base oil sucked out of their own fuel tanks with water pipes. They all looked at Podolkov with envy. The captain of the All the Way West patted Podolkov on the shoulder. You picked it up again, Suckabule. Podolkov smiled. That's right, go ahead and envy me. 30 minutes later, the vengeance of the heroic brother was replenished with ammunition. The electromechanical operator and the loader held the crank together, shouting the slogan and cranking it hard. The tank engine roared, and a large column of black smoke spewed out of the exhaust hole. Marshal Rokosov climbed onto the tank and stood behind the turret. Podolkov, you can enter the turret and take command. No, you are in charge. For this attack to be successful, I have to ensure that everyone sees me. Podolkov, how can this work? Bullets don't have eyes. Marshal, then you won't take part in this glorious attack. Podolkov took out Papasa. I can be an infantryman. As a veteran, I can do much better than the average recruit. The marshal thought for a while and said, okay, then come out. Podolkov happily gave up his position and concentrated on being an anti-aircraft machine gunner behind the turret. The marshal climbed into the tank and hung his headphones upside down on the back of his head so he could still wear his cap. He picked up the microphone. Driver, move forward. Forward. With the sound of Duan, Revenge of the Heroic Brother roared, bypassing Pei 3 who had been pushed to the side of the road. The marshal's blonde pilot stood in the cockpit and saluted him. Marshal Rokosov, electromechanical man, turn on the speaker and start playing Halman's speech now. Podolkov, but we don't understand it very well. It doesn't matter, the guerrillas will understand, and so will the soldiers of Melania's People's Army. Amelia watched the lonely Rokosov Type 1 heavy tank go away, and immediately turned on the radio. Xiang Falcon calls the Air Force Headquarters. Xiang Falcon calls the Air Force Headquarters. I have important things to report. After calling for a long time, someone finally responded, this is the Air Force Headquarters. Xiang Falcon, please tell me. Have you discovered the enemy's armored cluster? No, I landed on the ground according to the order of the Special Commissioner. The Special Commissioner personally took the tank and rushed towards the Vistula River. Hey! The other person was so surprised that he even shouted. Why didn't you stop the Commissioner? Amelia stopped, he said Liu Da would definitely not stop him. How could such words be said out loud? Speak, Xiang Falcon. Amelia, he used his military rank to suppress me. Suckabuletin lay. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The Melania Front is affiliated with the 4th Air Force and is home to the 4th Attack Regiment. Drachenko, the commander of the 5th Guards Aviation Division, was chatting with his old unit. The level of the Prasen Air Force seems to have dropped a lot recently. Yes, a pilot replied, but their new propeller-less aircraft are very difficult to deal with, and our P-47 was completely passive. Yes, I heard that even Yak 3 and La 5 are no match for this kind of aircraft. That plane is too fast. It's really too fast. Just as Drachenko was about to speak, he saw a jeep approaching from the direction of the Aviation Command. The commander of the aviation force was sitting in the car and shouted before he stopped, "Take off quickly! Everyone takes off!" The marshal forced himself to the ground, jumped on the tank and rushed forward. All those who can fly will take off. It doesn't matter whether there are bombs or not. We are going to carry out the highest intensity of operations. Close air support. The pilots looked at each other, and after a second they all stood up and rushed to the hangar. Drachenko also rushed to the hangar, but was grabbed by the commander. What are you doing? Take off, the marshal has already rushed forward himself, how can I stay behind? You! Drachenko shook off his boss's hand and rushed towards the hangar. At this time, other bomber regiments that received the order also took action, and the entire airport was filled with the calls of the ground crew starting the aircraft engines. Pavlov, Suckabule. Why didn't I think he could make an emergency landing and then jump onto the tank? Popov, even if he can't make an emergency landing, he will parachute himself and then jump onto the tank. Pavlov walked around the headquarters for a few times, and made up his mind to pick up the phone. I will let other troops intercept him. Popov, do you think it's possible? Pavlov thought about it and put down the receiver. No, it's impossible, the troops will rush with him. We can only hope that his tank is broken. Then he will rush on foot, he has done it. Popov replied. Suckabuli. Pavlov cursed again. Popov, look at the best, maybe he can rush into Melania's capital in one go. He started from the first heavy breakthrough tank regiment of the guards. Even if he had no obstacles along the way, it would be late at night when he reached the river. Popov, isn't that perfect? Pavlov stopped and looked at Popov. Popov, right. Pavlov pursed his lips and slapped the receiver in his hand on the landline. The troops of the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army were resting. Sergeant Jedusky sat next to his friend Corporal Zambrowski and said, "How do you feel?" "It's terrible. Look at what our hometown has become." At this time, the quartermaster came over with a bag on his back. "It's time to distribute bullets, 20 rounds per person." Jedusky shouted, "Why are there only 20 rounds? A magazine can't be filled." "Then go pick up the weapons of the Prasen people. That's all the bullets." The quartermaster counted 20 bullets and handed them to the soldiers who came to collect the bullets. "Zambrowski, if the enemy counterattacks at this time, we can only use bayonets." "Then use bayonets. We are not afraid of bayonet fighting." At this time, a sound suddenly came from afar, attracting the attention of all Melanian people. Everyone looked to the east and listened attentively. Even the quartermaster forgot to count the bullets. A few minutes later, Zambrowski muttered, "It seems that someone is speaking in Melanian." Jedusky repeated what he heard, "I am the leader of the uprising, Herman. You may have never heard of my name before, because I want to avoid the pursuit of the Plassen military and police. But now, hiding is meaningless. The insurrection committee betrayed us, they have fled from the battle. We are holding on to the radio station, but the final moment has come. I am Herman, I am the spokesperson for every Melanian who dreams of freedom." Jedusky stood up involuntarily. He seemed to remember that this Herman was the highest military commander of the Melanian Resistance Army. The voice from the east became clearer, "My beliefs tell me that resistance is not just an optional path, it is a responsibility. I hope this battle can become a new chapter in the Melanian struggle, and all resistance organizations will unite and become partners in the same trench, facing an enemy who never lets go of children, the elderly, stones or trees." Many Melanians came out of the building and looked east with the soldiers. "I have left no personal legacy. For every Melanian who dreams of freedom, for every mother who carries her son on her shoulders, for every father who sees his daughter twisting in pain and crying in sorrow after being hit by enemy bullets. My last wish is for all those who listen to the radio, please always remember that resistance is not in vain. This is not just a bullet, this is a life with dignity and honor." Jedusky saw the source of the sound. It was a Rokossov heavy tank, rolling up countless dust and driving towards this side. "Red flag!" someone shouted. Yes, there was a red flag hanging on the long antenna of the tank. "It's a red flag. Could it be Marshal Rokossov?" At the same time, the speech continued, "This is my will, do not lay down your weapons, do not lay down your stones, do not forget your martyrs, do not give up your dreams, this is your right. We will stay here, stay on our land, stay in our hearts, and stay in the future of our children. I urge all of you to take care of Melania, this land that I love to death, this dream that I carry on my shoulders, like a mountain that does not bow." Even the roar of the tanks could not cover up the passionate speech. "If I fall, do not fall with me, instead, take from me the flag that has never fallen to the ground. Use my blood to build a bridge for our descendants to rise from the ashes. When the storm hits again and I am not among you, Please understand that I am the first drop of water in the wave of freedom, and I live to see you complete this journey. Continue to be a thorn in their throats, a storm that does not turn back, until the world knows that we represent justice. We will not rest. We are not just numbers recorded in the news. At this time, the tank was already very close, and everyone saw the figure on the turret. It was a young marshal with medals on his chest. The marshal shouted, "Davarish! What are you doing? There are only the last 30 kilometers. I don't know who answered, but we have no bullets." Zadusky replied on behalf of the marshal, "Fire the bayonet." All the officers and non-commissioned officers were waking up from a dream, shouting, "All of them, bayonets on!" The bright bayonet was pulled out and installed in the latch under the muzzle of the thread-cutting machine. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the bayonet seemed to be stained red with blood. "Fire the bayonet!" The marshal's tanks rushed through the streets, red flags leading the way. Zadusky and his friend looked at each other. They didn't want to lead their own troops. They just ran and followed the tank. They knew that every living member of their men would follow and run with all their strength. Someone in the distance was shouting, "Fix bayonets and move forward." Podolkov looked back and said excitedly to the marshal, "They are all following us. Look back quickly. The forest of bayonets is running with us." "Marshal, of course. The broadcast is still continuing, which means that the radio station has not been lost. It is going to be night soon. The Prasen people are not good at night fighting. We have to rush through the last 30 kilometers at night." "Podolkov, I don't know why, but I always feel that we will succeed." "It must succeed," the marshal said firmly. Podolkov added, "I don't know what this Melania guy is talking about." "Marshal, he is inspiring resistance organizations and guerrillas to become a mountain that never bows, a storm that never looks back." "Podolkov, I'm a tough guy, but this leader is also a poet." "Marshal, yes, the resistance movement is the most magnificent poem he composed." The moment Senior Sergeant Major Kolik saw the red flag, he shouted to Andreas, "Damn it, it's a red flag! Andreas, damn it, no wonder they dare to advance with their headlights on. Get back! Recruit, ah! Are you going to retreat now? What do you know? Rokosov has come up in person. The ants will turn into devils and take 5 rounds of bullets before barely stopping. Run!" Korek took the lead and ran back with a submachine gun. Andreas followed. The recruit hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ran away, dropping the bullet box he was carrying. The tank with its headlights on and a red flag flying directly knocked down the wall next to the machine gun position and crushed the helmet of the unlucky guy who had no time to escape. The ants with bayonets appeared. None of them opened fire. They rushed towards them with all their might, pricking them with red. Normally, the new recruits run and the veterans stop them. Now the veterans all take the lead in running, especially the veterans who have been on the southern front of the eastern front for a long time. They can run very fast. The trio passed an 88mm gun emplacement that was still in action. The officer commanding the emplacement shouted, "You deserters! Korek, give up, the 88 cannon can't penetrate the enemy's turtle shell. If you run away now, you can operate a larger caliber cannon to serve the Empire." Just as the officer was about to speak, the headlights of that tank shone over, and the gunner fired at the same time. As a result, everyone clearly saw a string of sparks flying off the shells. Then the counterattack shell hit the gun mantelet of the 88 gun. The explosion directly overturned a dozen gunners on the gun position. Korek was blown away, and when he woke up he saw that tank crushing the gun emplacement. Andreas pulled up Korek, "Let's go. Where are the new recruits?" "Probably dead." The two of them ran wildly in the night, with the tank's headlight behind them and the bayonet swinging in the light of the headlight. Melania occupied the military headquarters. General Hawk looked at the adjutant who walked into the office. "Why are you panicking?" "Adjutant, a large number of broken troops poured into our defense zone. General Hawk stared at the adjutant for a few seconds and asked, "Where are the defeated troops?" "Ours." "Yes, it seems that Rokosov personally charged into the battle, causing a collapse on the front line." General Hawk was confused. "Then why didn't you kill Rokosov? Is he hiding in a safe place?" "I don't know." The adjutant looked confused. "We don't know what's happening on the front line. Maybe you should ask General Steiner." General Hawk shook his head helplessly and picked up the phone receiver. "Take Admiral Steiner's command." Soon Steiner's voice came over the phone. "General Hawk, please speak." "Hawk, what's going on?" "The defense line has been breached. We don't know what's going on. It seems like there's a sudden total collapse, and we're trying to prevent panic from spreading." "Panic?" General Hawk was a little confused. "Yes, someone on the radio was shouting strange words, something devil, something angel. We suspect that the enemy has invested in new weapons." "Hawk, where are there so many new weapons?" "Steady your troops and tell them that if Rokosov appears on the front line, they should consider killing him." "Kill him? People will die when they are killed, and the same goes for the marshal." "Steiner, okay, I will." General Hawk slapped the phone on the landline, sighed deeply, stood up and unbuttoned his pajamas. "Instruct the troops on the easternmost side to be careful of attacks by ants troops." "Adjutant, yes." "General Hawk, come back and help me change my uniform after the order is issued." "Yes." As soon as Mike Reporter entered Melania's front army headquarters, he saw that the entire headquarters was in chaos, and all the staff officers were shouting on the phone. Mike found Pavlov's bald head and grabbed his arm. "What's going on? Did the Prasen people fight back?" "No, Marshal Rokosov personally led his troops to the Vistula River." "Mike, isn't this old news from 7 days ago? It doesn't mean leading a battle group to the Vistula River, but that he led a Rokosov-type heavy tank to the Vistula River." After Pavlov finished speaking, he muttered, "Yes, he went to drive his small tank again." Reporter Mike looked back and looked at his partner. Without communicating, the two turned around in unison and ran out of the headquarters, shouting as they ran, "We should go to the airport. The Dark Night Witches should not have taken off yet. Take their planes to chase the Marshal directly. The Wave 2 bomber of the Dark Night Witch Night Women's Bomber Regiment can land in very bad conditions." When the ants fought on the Hazaria grassland, they often used the Wave 2 as a battlefield taxi. They would find a meadow to land and take off after sending people there. Sometimes the wheels would get stuck in a vole hole and the plane would overturn. Obviously, Reporter Mike was going to take Wave 2 directly to the front line to get first-hand news. Pavlov shouted at their backs, "You go now, it will be midnight when you get there." "That's just right, it's time for the witches of the night to show their talents." The reporter replied without looking back. After watching the two reporters leave, Pavlov glanced at Popov. "What a mess. I'll complain to him when he comes back." "Popov, why did he suddenly lead the troops to attack?" "Pavlov, I guess he listened to the speech of Herman. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Our commander is a man of temperament." At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, General Hawk suddenly heard the sound of artillery. "It's from the east." As he said that, the general raised his hand and put it on the receiver. The moment the phone rang, he picked up the receiver. "This is Hawk, what's going on?" "The enemy is coming. Our artillery position was hit by the enemy's first shot in the dark. We don't know how they did it." "Repeat, our artillery position was hit by the enemy's first shot in the dark. I swear we didn't expose the target." "Don't worry," the general said in a deep voice. "Did Rokosov personally command the tanks?" "I don't know, Rokosov's tanks turned on the headlights, and the observation post just reported to us that it saw the tank column and was destroyed. Someone else said that they saw our tanks. It's pitch black now, and we don't know what happened." "How can you not know what happened?" General Hawk questioned. The answer on the other side of the phone: the enemy used bayonets in large quantities and basically only engaged in close combat. In addition, it was dark, so we didn't know how many enemies there were, nor how many tanks there were. However, everyone heard the enemy broadcasting Herman's speech. General Hawk frowned. Speech? Yes, it has been broadcasting on shortwave since this morning. Don't you know? The general temporarily covered one end of the receiver and said to the adjutant, "Turn on the radio and tune to the Melania National Radio Channel." The adjutant did so, and the Melania speech suddenly filled the entire headquarters. "This is my will, do not lay down your weapons, do not lay down your stones, do not forget your martyrs, do not give up your dreams, this is your right. We will stay here, stay on our land, stay in our hearts, stay in the future of our children. I urge all of you to take care of Melania, this land that I love to death, this dream that I carry on my shoulders, like a mountain that never bows." "General, damn it, why haven't you taken the radio station yet?" "Adjutant, it is said that the Grizzlies have run out of shells and are resupplying, so they have temporarily stopped the attack." "General, let them attack overnight." "No, the top priority now is to recapture the bridge over the Vistula River and block the ants on the other side of the Vistula River. Stop all troops and start the attack immediately." "Chief of Staff, there is not enough moonlight tonight, it is too dark to see anything." "General Hawk, without light, won't the house be set on fire? Don't you have this little flexibility?" Vistula River Bridge. Just after 1 o'clock, the Prussians suddenly launched another attack, and the sound of gunfire rang out. The barricades on the bridge approach were riddled with holes, and the sand in the sandbags was almost leaking out. The masonry building on the south side of the bridge, which served as a support point, had completely destroyed the wall facing the bridge, and even the load-bearing columns were riddled with bullets. But the guerrillas' machine guns were still roaring, pouring bullets on the Prussians. Suddenly, the sound of the machine guns stopped. The guerrilla commander on the barricade asked loudly, "What's going on?" "No bullets." The machine gunner replied. The commander was about to say something, but the guerrillas around him shouted in fear, "The enemy is coming." Before he finished speaking, the Prussian soldiers holding bayonets crossed the breastwork made of sandbags. The commander was stabbed by the bayonet, but he raised his pistol with his last strength and fired continuously. The Prussian soldiers and the commander fell together. Hand-to-hand combat unfolded on the approach bridge, and soon the guerrillas fell behind. The Melania Resistance Army flag inserted on the barricade was pulled up by the Prussians and thrown down from the side of the approach bridge. At this moment, a girl rushed out from the darkness, picked up the flag that had fallen under the bridge, stuck it on her back, and then began to climb the maintenance steel ladder on the approach bridge. Someone exclaimed, "Helena! Helena is climbing the ladder!" Seeing this scene, several young people rushed out and climbed up along the steel frame of the approach bridge. Helena climbed to the top of the ladder, held her flag high, and rushed to the barricade. The young men who climbed up with her also followed with guns in hand. Even the wounded who fell on the ground moved and struggled to stand up. Just then the Prussians' machine guns opened fire. Helena was shot in the waist. When the bullet penetrated her slender waist, it caused a bloody mist. The machine gun hit others one after another, reaping lives like a scythe. At this moment, Hellman's voice sounded. "If I fall, do not fall with me, instead, take from my hands that flag that never fell to the ground. Build a bridge with my blood so that our descendants can rise from the ashes. When the storm comes again and I am no longer among you, please understand that I am the first drop of the wave of freedom." The surviving guerrilla fighters searched for the source of the sound. Then they saw the light. The light of the tank's headlights dispersed the darkness like a blazing torch. "This is my will, do not lay down your weapons, do not lay down your stones, do not forget your martyrs, do not give up on your dreams, this is your right. We will stay here, in our land, in our hearts, in our children's futures. I urge all of you to look after Melania, this land that I love to death, this the dream I carry on my shoulders is like a mountain that never bows its head. The heavy tank drove onto the approach bridge, red flags flying on the tank's antenna. Hellman's voice came from the tank's loudspeaker, Melania will never perish, long live the motherland. Countless ant warriors emerged from the darkness, holding their rifles with bayonets high. The morale of the Prosens collapsed and they retreated in panic. The tank rushed onto the bridge, turned its muzzle, and fired one shot at the west bank. The anti-tank gun shells exploded immediately, blooming into brilliant fireworks on the west bank of the Vistula River. The guerrillas were stunned by the sudden turn of events. At this time, the man on the tank turret shouted to them, "What are you waiting for? Forward, Davarisi!" Oscar, the commander of the 36th Panzer Grenadier Division of the Asgard Knights, stared at the tanks crossing the bridge in stunned silence. Where did they come from? Isn't it still 30 kilometers away? At this time, the tank on the bridge turned its turret and pointed its muzzle in Oscar's direction. Oscar put down the telescope and looked around suspiciously. His command post was far away from most open flames and did not light any lights. It should not be exposed. It should be a coincidence that the gun barrel was pointing this way. The moment he thought this, the tank opened fire. Oscar was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that he was flying. He flew high into the sky and then landed on the ground. When he landed, his brain had been destroyed by the overpressure. The captain of the 36th Grenadier Division Brigade, who was full of evil, just lost his temper. Chapter 748 Become a drop of water in the wave of freedom. After the tank crossed the bridge, Wang Zhong ordered, "Stop." There was a loud bang, and the tank stopped on the road leading to the approach bridge. Wang Zhong shouted to Melania's guerrilla fighters passing by the tank, how to get to the radio station. Melania stopped and looked at Wang Zhong blankly. Wang Zhong remembered that although Melania's language is very similar to Ant language, not everyone in Melania can understand Ant language. So he called to the sergeant of Melania's People's Army who was paying attention to him, "Do you know Antese?" "Understood, Marshal." "Wang Zhong, then translate and tell him that I'm asking for directions to the radio station." The sergeant immediately had a conversation with the guerrillas, and then told Wang Zhong, he said just go straight along the road at the end of the bridge, less than 2 kilometers. Wang Zhong, okay, it's better to use the remaining brave men to chase the poor bandits. The enemy is always in a state of collapse. We can't give them a chance to breathe. Send an order to the entire army to keep moving forward. At this time, a guerrilla with 2 identification tapes on his arm ran over and said to Wang Zhong in Ant language, "I will be a guide to guide you to the radio station." The Pulosan bombed us and the radio station. The tunnels and temporary telephone lines were discovered somehow, and we are very worried about the situation of the radio station. Wang Zhong patted the big speakers on both sides of the turret, at least they are still broadcasting. Yes, the guerrilla said, we were using radios to boost morale before, and then the Prosens used cannon to blow up the entire room where the radios were. As he spoke, the guerrilla pointed to the ruins not far away. In that house, the owner of the house was also killed, along with several guerrilla fighters. Wang Zhong glanced at the room and said to the guerrillas with 2 identification marks, "The enemy will pay with blood." "Are you the guerrilla captain?" "The captain has died. We are the living ones now. Whoever is willing to take command should tie an additional identification tape. Enemy snipers will stare at this and fight, so not many people will grab it. You have to be careful. The enemy snipers may wait until daybreak. Will fire. Now they are afraid of exposing their position to gunfire and dare not shoot." "Wang Zhong, I remember. Come up and take us to the radio station." The vehicle-mounted infantryman behind the tank turret reached out and pulled Melania onto the tank. "Go straight," he said. "Wang Zhong, go straight. Turn on the headlights, be careful not to fall into the crater." The tank engine roared and the steel beast slowly started. Wang Zhong looked at the surrounding ruins by the tank's headlight. He saw a towering tree, burning like a torch, illuminating the surrounding ruins. The Melania people with bayonets pointed kept walking in front of the tree, paying no attention to the falling sparks. The tank drove past the tree, and Wang Zhong suddenly found a toy pony lying in the broken wall next to the tree and under the burnt beams. Wang Zhong stared at Xiao Ma for several seconds until he was blocked by a broken wall. "Are you still late?" But the speakers were still blasting that same Hellman speech, "Continue to be a thorn in their throats, a storm that will never turn back, until the world knows we stand for justice." Wang Zhong actually still couldn't fully understand what he was saying, but he could feel the belief contained in his words. This reminded him of a passage in Thomas Macaulay's ancient Roman narratives that he had always liked. That passage was about when ancient Rome faced the invasion of Sextus, the gatekeepers Horatius, and the story of two warriors holding off an army of thousands. This section of Horatius on the bridge has been quoted in many works. For example, the movie Darkest Hour about Fatty Chu, or the final ending of Wang Zhong's favorite comic Gun Girl. Horatius, the gatekeeper, said, "Everything in this world is subject to death. To protect the tombs of our ancestors, to protect the mothers who nurse their babies, to protect the pure girls who are about to light the sacred fire, and to die against the shameless villain Sextus, how glorious it is! Your Majesty the Consul, please order the bridge to be demolished. The 1,000 enemy troops on the bridge must be resisted with the strength of 3 people. Which warrior will guard the bridge with me?" In Hellman's speech, Wang Zhong heard the same spiritual core. Coincidentally, the rebels also happened to have a bridge to guard. Wang Zhong recalled the story in the ancient Roman narrative poem. He remembered that in the end, Horatius actually jumped into the river and swam back to Rome after successfully demolishing the bridge. I wonder if Melania's Horatius has such luck. Melania occupied the military headquarters. "General Hawk, I cannot retreat. I refuse. Chief of Staff, but panic is spreading now. It is impossible to prevent the troops from disintegrating before dawn, just like we cannot stop the avalanche. The best response is to retreat now, wait for dawn to gather the troops, and prepare for counterattack." "General Hawk, didn't they say they were all elite troops? What's the panic?" "I don't know. We have lost contact with the headquarters of most of the troops. Now the city is in chaos. We don't even know how many people and tanks there are in the ant army entering the city. General Hawk, you guys are incompetent. Where are the troops across the river? Can't we cut off the enemy's supply lines entering the city? They have broken up. Rumors say that 500,000 ant troops have entered the city and all the troops are retreating. According to the intelligence we have received, many people threw away their weapons and equipment and crossed the river at night. You can see it when you go to the river bank now. We saw a lot of soaked soldiers with no weapons on them." General Hawk cursed, thought for a few seconds, and sighed, "Retreat, set up a battle line 5 kilometers outside the city, and gather the troops." "Yes." After the adjutant and chief of staff turned around to implement the order, the general came to the window and looked at the burning city. How could things become like this? But he soon smiled again. "Fortunately, we set fire to many houses for lighting during our night operation, so the ant people will be left with a scorched earth." At this time, the adjutant came back and asked in a low voice, "How should I explain to His Majesty the Emperor now?" General Hawk's smile froze. Just then, the red phone on his desk rang. The general made a quick decision and unplugged the phone. The phone went silent. Emperor Prasen pulled the receiver away, checked it suspiciously, and then put it back to his ear, but still couldn't hear any sound. He hung up the phone and looked at the generals who still had tired faces. "You guys! Can't you get some coffee and come over here? Celtic Marshal, I am very old, Your Majesty, and coffee can no longer keep me awake. In the future, my adjutant, General Gustav, can be invited to have emergency meetings like this late at night. Generally speaking, adjutants will not have the rank of general, but will only receive a golden adjutant ribbon. But Marshal Celtic's situation is different. He has to command the entire headquarters and is under great pressure, so his adjutant has also been given a lot of authority to help him manage the headquarters. At this time, the rank of colonel is not appropriate. Therefore, the adjutant of the Celtic marshal was a general and did not wear the ribbon of adjutant. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the marshal. If coffee doesn't work, you can try the stimulant we just developed for the commandos. I have been using it. It can make me concentrate for a long time and stay energetic. The Celtic marshal looked embarrassed. He knew the main ingredients of those stimulants. To be honest, he didn't want to use them on himself at all. After all, he wanted to live a little longer. Emperor, I called General Hawk of Melania's occupation force, but the call was suddenly disconnected. Regarding what is happening in Melania's capital, the Imperial Intelligence Department has only received very little information. We don't know what happened. What? General Steiner reported their situation. The left wing of their army group was broken through by Rokosov. As for how the breakthrough was made, no one knows. According to the calculations of the headquarters, Rokosov should have run out of supplies. How can he break through our defenses without supplies? General Maltka, Suvorov once said that shooting is a coward, but bayonet is a hero. Maybe it is really the bayonet that determines the outcome. Bastard! The Emperor scolded, how is this possible? But if you don't think so, you can only think that Rokosov's troops flew over, which is even more terrifying. The Emperor paused. Bayonets. Humph, bayonets. Marshal Celtic, it may also be a new weapon. And has been studying mysterious powers. According to our investigation, the fog that they occupied Yeisk 2 years ago was initiated by the Ant people. Duke Redwedge of Rabville immediately said, the Clutter Bureau also mentioned that Ant has developed a brainwashing broadcast tower. Using the broadcast tower, we can complete the brainwashing and turn our soldiers into theirs. This is so fucking nonsense. The Emperor slapped the table. Duke Redwedge, but the characteristic of Clutter Bureau's intelligence is that maybe we will find out that it is valuable real intelligence. In fact, these are all just a matter of luck. They are just a blind cat and a dead mouse. It's just that the blind cat of the Clutter Bureau has laid 10,000 mousetraps, but he can always catch 1 or 2 real mice. The Emperor was silent for a long time and then said, deploy 3 of the divisions that have just been formed to the Eastern Front. Marshal Celtic, then the Western Front can only receive assistance from 1 division. The Allies are so bad at fighting, just 1 more division is enough. The Emperor waved his fist, we have to fight back. Counterattack while Rokosov is still on his feet. He must be out of men and horses now, so this is our best chance to capture him alive. At 0345 hours on September 8, Wang Zhong's tank drove into the square in front of the radio station. The place illuminated by the headlights is full of ruins. It may not be accurate to say that the ruins are ruins. Some houses with wooden structures only have a few pillars left, while others are completely burned down. The pillar was still broken. To sum it up in one word, the area around the radio station has turned into a scorched earth, and even the headlights cannot break away from the blackness of the scorched earth. The guide who was leading the way was a big man. When he saw this scene, he stood on the tank and started to wipe his tears. While wiping his tears, he muttered, my home is here. I grew up here. When I was a child, I helped the postman deliver letters to earn pocket money. No wonder he knows the roads so well. He used to run all over the streets as a little expert in delivering letters when he was a child. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder and picked up the microphone. Rokosov called the resistance forces in the radio station. We are approaching from the east, don't fire. After a brief silence, the response came from the earphone, is it really Rokosov? It seems that Melania is still not used to Wang Zhong, the commander-in-chief of the army, personally charging into battle. Wang Zhong, yes, I am Marshal Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. I am watching you from the tank. At this time, Rokosov had seen the guerrillas guarding the radio station from a bird's-eye view. Herman was still alive, but he might not be in a good condition, because Wang Zhong saw him lying on a stretcher and motionless most of the time. At this time, the tank had already arrived downstairs of the radio station. The marble pillars in front of the radio station were almost hollowed out by bullets, and the stairs were also pitted by bombs. The anti-soldiers who were advancing with the tanks rushed up the steps and hugged the guerrillas who came out of the gate. Wang Zhong didn't quite understand what they were shouting. Probably you are here and comrade, I've been waiting for a long time. Soon, the happy crowd made way to both sides, and 2 soldiers came out carrying Herman's stretcher. Wang Zhong climbed out of the turret, tidied his clothes on the tank, and then jumped to the ground to greet this hero of Melania. At this time, the loudspeaker on the tank was still playing Herman's speech. Wang Zhong came to Herman, and his years of combat experience told him that the old man was dying. The old man opened his eyes. I thought you would arrive today during the day. Wang Zhong, I heard your broadcast and came here immediately. As an ant, I understand your feelings. I also lost my country. But the entire territory of Salia was almost occupied by Prosan, so it was also considered a loss of the country. As for Wang Zhong before the time travel, his motherland was already very powerful, but the painful lessons of the past 150 years were still engraved in his heart. Even in the year before entering the new millennium, the sovereignty of the motherland was trampled on wantonly. Herman stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, I see the same belief in your eyes, I know you are my companion. As he said, he raised his hand. Wang Zhong hurriedly shook his hand. Herman's hand was already cold and weak. Herman, there is a bullet in my pocket. Wang Zhong hurriedly touched his pocket and really took out a bullet. Herman, the bullet of the ant pistol, shoot it into the heart of the culprit for me. Wang Zhong, as the righteous party, we should follow procedural justice. But, I promise you, if the enemy resists arrest, I will shoot this bullet into his head. Herman smiled slightly, raised his right hand and held Wang Zhong's hand holding the bullet. It's an appointment. Your Excellency Marshal. At this time, the sun jumped out of the horizon just right. The sun first illuminated the incomplete roof of the radio station, and then went all the way down, illuminating everything. Herman turned his head, glanced at the rising sun, and sighed, it's really warm. His hand fell down and drooped beside the stretcher. Wang Zhong put away the bullet and stepped forward, closed Herman's eyes, then took off his military cap, held it in his hand, and saluted him. The people around, whether they were Melania people or ant people, whether they were guerrillas or regular soldiers, took off their hats and saluted the warriors. Wang Zhong, he became a drop of water in the wave of freedom. He became part of the vast ocean. The falcon flew through the sky, flying in Melania's sunshine. Chapter 749 From the Vistula River to the ocean, Melania will be liberated. General Hawk retreated to his new headquarters 20 kilometers outside the city. While taking off his coat, he asked his subordinates, has the supervision line been set up? Okay, let's arrange the armored forces occupying the headquarters along the battle line. The defeated troops calmed down when they saw the tanks and armored vehicles. General Hawk, of course we will calm down. Gather the troops, restore the organization, and prepare for counterattack. All the idle staff from the headquarters will work in pairs, and they will be paired with a driver to collect information from the broken troops. I want to find out what happened last night, how it happened, and why I moved from the comfort of the occupation headquarters to this shabby house overnight. As he spoke, General Hawk looked up at the ceiling of the new headquarters. The walls of this house are made of bricks and stone, but the roof is made of wood. This is the configuration of Melania's common farmhouse. General Hawk, A 105mm grenade could easily penetrate this house and kill us all. Adjutant, I will organize and strengthen the ceiling. Don't worry, set up the phone lines first and resume command functions. Now the entire headquarters has just retreated, and many functions have not been restored, so the general ordered the staff to stabilize the troops and understand the situation, because now they can only be in a daze at the headquarters and can't do anything. The adjutant was about to leave when General Hawk suddenly remembered something and stopped him. To restore the telephone line, we must clarify the priorities. Prioritize restoring contact with the front line, the airport, and the radar station. Contact with the rear is not so important, because we can use telegrams. Report the situation to the headquarters. The adjutant understood. I understand. Melania's capital, Vistula River Beach. A Wave 2 biplane bomber fell from the sky and tried to land on the river beach. As a result, the wheels got stuck in the mud as soon as it touched the ground, and the plane also moved forward to the ground. The propeller tried to struggle at first, kicking up a lot of mud spots, and then water entered the engine's exhaust pipe. After a few muffled sounds, the plane became quiet. The female pilot in the driver's seat said to the two big men from the United States crowded in the gunner's seat, "We are here." Reporter Mike climbed out of the plane with difficulty, stepped on the wing spars and slid to the ground, and said to the pilot, "I thought the landing would be smoother." Just be content. On average, there will be one such failure every 4 landings. And you named me because my last 3 landings were all smooth. From a probability perspective, I should be unlucky. Mike, I can't even refute it. At this time, people dressed as civilians poked their heads out of the embankment by the river and shouted in ant language, "Do you need help?" Mike reporters noticed that this man had a band wrapped around his arm, which should be the identification band of Melania's guerrilla uprising. "Mike, we are reporters from the United States and want to interview Marshal Rokosov. Do you know where he is?" "Guerrillas, then you must be late. The Marshal has gone to the radio station. There are always reporters from the United Kingdom there." "What?" Mike looked back at his partner who had just climbed out of the plane. His partner had photography equipment and came out relatively slowly. "Partner, there is no exclusive. I suggest that we film the atrocities committed by Prasen first. The atrocities are more eye-catching and suitable for selling war bonds. The authorities will like them." "Mike, you're right." The flash came on, and Wang Zhong immediately turned around to look. He thought it was his old acquaintance, old Mike, who ran faster than anyone else to grab news, but it turned out to be a guy he didn't recognize. "Who are you?" The photographer immediately straightened up and took out his business card. "I am the United Kingdom's Special Commissioner stationed here, responsible for conveying the information of the uprising to the United Kingdom." "Wang Zhong, did you just record Hellman's last moments?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Of course, what I have been waiting for is the moment when this hero dies. I originally wanted to name this photo Elegy, but now I want to call it Hope. The special correspondent suddenly laughed. "Prime Minister Leonard will be furious when he sees the photo. You unexpectedly came over like this. He originally wanted to consume more of your vitality." "Wang Zhong, he has succeeded. It is true that we have been unstoppable along the way, but the losses have also been huge. After all, most of our soldiers who participated in the assault did not have a few bullets. These last 30 kilometers were broken with blood and life. If another international conference is held this year, I will give Prime Minister Leonard a big slap in the face, and then I will tell him to say goodbye to the empire on which the sun never sets. Prasen has indeed committed numerous crimes, but the sun never sets on the empire, and you should all be swept into the dustbin of history." The special commissioner suppressed a sentence. "We are allies." "Oh, really? When you were planning to use Melania's uprising to force our exhausted army, did you ever think that we were allies? Since Prime Minister Leonard is already thinking about the war, it's okay for us to think about the war, right?" When you send the photo back, tell Leonard by the way that we have to move on and regain Melania after completing the whole territory. We will go straight to the Oder River, occupy Prosonia, and then sweep the entire Prussian Empire. We will meet up with the Allies in Alsace. Originally Wang Zhong wanted to go to Paris, but when he thought about it carefully, Prussian might not be able to defend Paris. However, according to the current situation, the location of the meeting may not be the Elbe River in the history of the earth. So Wang Zhong set a Salsas, that is, based on the border lines of Prussian and Carolingian. Next, we should consider landing in the Fuzhou Empire. Special Commissioner, will your troops not rest? Rest? Of course, we will rest, but considering your turtle-like speed on the Western Front, when we resume the attack, you are still struggling in the urban cluster outside Paris. Just tell that Leonard. The Special Commissioner nodded, I will. At this time, an anti-soldier rode over on horseback and saluted Wang Zhong on horseback, Comrade Marshal, we found a large amount of Melania treasure in the warehouse of the Plossen military camp. Wang Zhong, what treasure? It is the historical relics of the Melania people. Protect it and don't let anyone approach it. Let the Melania guerrillas also select trustworthy people to join the alert. When the Melania people repair the museum, they will be sent back. Yes. After the messenger left, Wang Zhong looked at the Melania people. After Hermann's death, who will be your leader? I mean, who keeps his word? It may be me. A guerrilla fighter stood up. The leaders of the guerrillas are almost all dead. At this time, the guerrilla fighter suddenly stopped talking and looked at Wang Zhong with hostility. Wang Zhong turned around and saw several well-dressed Melania people walking towards this side. The United Kingdom's Special Envoy introduced, these are the members of the Melania Uprising Committee. The one walking in front is the chairman. Wang Zhong, they betrayed Hermann. Special Envoy, they will find an excuse. The leader opened his arms, Your Excellency Marshal. Wang Zhong pulled out a pistol, stop. I suspect you are a Prussian spy and want to assassinate me. The leader was stunned, what? The Special Envoy can prove our identity. Wang Zhong, yes, he said that you are the traitors who betrayed Hermann and sold out the Melania guerrillas who are still fighting. You must have received instructions from the Gestapo to assassinate me, leaving my army leaderless and facilitating their counterattack. It's unfair. We left early to keep the fire alive so that we can make a comeback later. Wang Zhong, look around you. If you fail this time, there won't be a single guerrilla fighter left in the entire capital, not even a single Melania. The precious backbone forces will be completely destroyed. How can you make a comeback? You abandoned the people at the most critical moment. If it weren't for Hermann, the entire uprising would have fallen into chaos. You are guilty of heinous crimes. The leader stared with wide eyes and hesitated for a long time, and suddenly became tough. I am the chairman recognized by all members of the resistance movement. If you shoot me, you will be against all Melania people. Wang Zhong pulled the trigger and shot the shameless guy in the knee, making him kneel to the ground. Really? Wang Zhong looked at the Melania guerrillas next to him, I shot him, do any of you want to be my enemy? No guerrillas responded, and some even smiled gloatingly. Wang Zhong, it seems that no one wants to stand on your side. Of course, as a messenger of justice, I will follow procedural justice. Come on, lock them all up first, and let the Melania people judge them after we stop the counterattack of the Prussians. At this time, the guerrilla who just said I am the commander stepped forward, no need, we only saw a group of traitors. He raised his submachine gun, and the other guerrillas immediately followed suit. The group of committee members saw that the situation was not good, so they turned around and ran. The sound of submachine gun shooting rang out, and the bullets caught up with them and knocked them to the ground. Because he was shot in the leg, His Excellency the Chairman did not run away. At this time, he became the only survivor, kneeling on the ground and trembling. Wang Zhong stepped forward, on behalf of Melania's people and Herman, I will shoot you. He raised his pistol, pointed it at the chairman's forehead, and pulled the trigger. The special envoy's flash flashed. Marshal Rokosov's pistol has killed 2 generals and 1 chairman. Wang Zhong was about to reply when he heard a horse neighing. He looked back and saw Vasily riding a white horse galloping from a distance. The horse was indeed Bucephalus, and it stopped directly in front of Wang Zhong, making a snorting sound. Vasily, General, after you landed, the groom came to me and said that Bucephala was crazy and they couldn't handle him. I hurried over, saddled him, and rode over. Wang Zhong, really? You came just in time. I want to organize a simple staff and prepare to organize defense. The first task is to collect the weapons left by the scattered Prasen soldiers, count the ammunition in various ammunition depots, and reorganize the remaining guerrillas. Vasily was originally smiling, but now his smile froze. Do I do it all? Wang Zhong, you can find staff and clerks to help you do it yourself. You can use local materials. Look, there are people around. Vasily looked around blankly. Bucephala twisted his neck 180 degrees, looking at Vasily on the saddle, as if he was laughing. Filipov followed the troops across the Vistula River bridge. Seeing the scene on the west bank, he couldn't help but slow down. Misha walked beside him and muttered, "Oh my God, this is too tragic." The entire block near the bridge defense position was burned flat, and few of the remaining broken walls were taller than a person. The survivors were carrying bodies out of the ruins. While walking, Filipov suddenly saw a broken piano dragged to the center of the intersection. A ragged young man was sitting in front of the piano, playing Dvorak's New World. The piano was quite damaged, almost no note was accurate, and many keys did not make any sound at all, so this famous piece of Dvorak became weird. But the young man played it without any care, as if his passion could make up for the missing notes. The Sten submachine gun on his back had slipped to his buttocks, and kept hitting the chair as he played passionately, making people worry about whether it would go off accidentally. Filipov stopped, stood next to the piano, took out the harmonica, and played impromptu, trying to make up for the missing notes of the piano. The young musician glanced at Filipov and said something in Melania. Filipov did not hear it clearly, but the music crossed the language barrier. Then the sound of violin joined in, and the blonde girl stood in the ruins, playing the well-preserved violin. When the song ended, the crowd around applauded. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly stepped forward and spoke in tenor. He sang a toast song, turned the rifle in his hand upside down, and used the butt as a microphone. The young guerrillas pulled the girl to join the revelry, hooked their arms together, danced a dance that was completely inconsistent with the drinking song, and spun in circles. Someone shouted, "Bambino, what are you dancing to? This is a drinking song, you have to dance a waltz." "I can't do it." The young man shouted, "Just make do." Everyone laughed, and seemed to have temporarily forgotten the ruins behind them and their deceased relatives. Reporter Mike, did you take it? Photographer Robert, I took it, but the photo is not impactful enough. I brought this. As he said this, he took out the camera from the big bag on his body, quickly loaded the film, and started to shoot with the hand-cranked wheel. Mike, great! Great! This video will definitely be preserved forever as a precious historical archive. Give me the camera, I'll see if I can challenge the Pulitzer Prize. He took off his partner's camera and started looking for an angle. With the sound of the shutter, this scene was captured on the film. Mike walked around the small intersection, trying to capture the crowd, the ruins, and the weapons on their bodies. He had even thought of the name of the photo. Liberation. There is no more appropriate name than this. Chapter 750 Melania Military Control Committee. Vasily received the task and rode Bucephala around the city. He stopped an old man on the side of the road and asked in Melania language, which he had learned at the last minute, "Uncle, I'm looking for the headquarters address for Marshal Rokosov. Do you know where there is a complete house? I haven't found it after searching for a long time. Old man, Marshal's headquarters? Young man, you can only go to see if there are any intact houses in the headquarters and barracks of the Prasen people. Look at the church over there. It is the best preserved house in our neighborhood. Vasily looked up at the half-collapsed church and scratched his head. The old man was afraid that he didn't believe it, so he added, "Look, where are there any houses around here?" Vasily didn't even need to look around. He had just looked, and there were indeed no intact big houses in several blocks. "Okay, please show me where the enemy headquarters is." Vasily took out the map and spread it in front of the old man. The old man, "I can't read a map, but I know how to get there. Come with me, young man." The old man staggered forward. Bucephalus immediately followed his pace. The old man, "Our street used to be very beautiful. There was a pianist who played the piano every day. I heard that the pianist also had 2 decent jobs at the national radio station and the Philharmonic Orchestra. His wife is a soprano singer. She would practice her voice in the attic in the morning." "Vasily, where are they now?" The old man, "At first, the singer thought it was not bad to be a proson, and the pianist also agreed with his wife's opinion. After all, Melania has lost her freedom for more than 100 years. Instead of being ruled by the anti-barbarians, it is better to let the proson come." Many intellectuals had this idea at the time. They actively wanted to work hard to upgrade to authentic prosons. "Vasily, what? Isn't this the surrender faction? In Ant, people like him have been killed by the Inquisition, and even their relatives and friends have been arrested and sent to the Far East to dig potatoes." "Grandpa, at that time, the guerrillas also had a special squad to do this, and they would hang these Melania traitors from time to time. But the Prasen people helped the guerrillas a lot." "Vasily, what do you mean? You don't know, young man, the Prasen people really treat us Melania people like pigs to kill." The pianist's wife was asked to kneel down and lick the shoes of a Prasen lieutenant because she stepped on the road and dirty the shoes. After the singer licked it, the lieutenant deliberately made things difficult and spit on him to let him continue licking. At this time, the singer refused to do it and said that "I know you're Major von Hoffmann and I want to complain." The lieutenant pulled out a pistol and shot her to death. Afterwards, Major von Hoffmann gave the pianist a gift box with a greeting card on it saying "Congratulations on finding a new wife." The lieutenant was fine and was promoted soon after. "Vasily, what happened next?" "Then the pianist invited the major to dinner, got him drunk and killed him, then set his house on fire, took the major's head as a token of his allegiance, and joined the guerrillas." "Vasily, the guerrillas actually let him join? Don't you suspect he's a spy sent by the enemy?" "Old man, it is said that the pianist had a request to the guerrillas to kill the lieutenant who shot his wife, the lieutenant, and hang him on the street for public display, with a sign on his body that said his crime. He wanted to participate in this action in person. Later, the guerrillas sent 2 volunteers to him, and the 3 of them really set an ambush on the lieutenant's way to check on the post and achieved their goal." "Vasily, oh, so that's it. Plosen has occupied this city for 6 years. Such things happen every day. Those who originally supported their occupation have gradually joined the guerrillas. Herman is right. Resistance is the only way out. Resistance is not just a bullet, but a life with dignity and honor. Vasily, of course, we have to be free." The old man looked back at Vasily. "Young people don't remember when Ant ruled us. But I remember. You are the adjutant of the marshal, right? Do you still plan to treat us as a principality of Ant as before?" "Vasily, the marshal said that Melania will exist as an independent country and will become an ally of Ant. As long as we believe in secularism, we are Davarish, and nationality is not important." The old man nodded. "Yes, when we resisted the Tsar's uprising, the secularists also stood with us and were suppressed for this. I want to talk to you for a while, but we are here, and the Plosin occupation army headquarters is in front. Vasily looked up and saw a group of buildings that were not damaged. There were a lot of bullet holes on the walls of the building complex, but it seemed that the guerrillas could not break into them with their firepower. Even the wooden sentry box at the door remained intact. A guerrilla was already standing in front of the sentry box, but he was chatting with a girl. Vasily rode over and asked, "Why are you chatting with a girl while standing guard?" The Prosen people were defeated and ran away with their tails between their legs. "We won." The young man replied, "Of course we have to enjoy the flowers and the girl's praise." Vasily said seriously, "Asshole. With the recovery speed of the Prosen people, they will be able to reorganize their troops tomorrow and launch a tentative counterattack. If you underestimate the enemy, you will suffer a lot." The guerrillas frowned. "Who are you?" "Marshal Rokosov has beaten the enemy away. His troops are chasing the enemy. No Prosen will ever return to this city again." "Vasily, who told you that?" "Everyone says so." "Who are you?" "I think you are a spy." "I am the adjutant of Marshal Rokosov. I have been ordered to establish a headquarters, count the captured weapons, and prepare to organize defense." As soon as he finished speaking, the walkie-talkie in the saddlebag rang. Vasily immediately took out the walkie-talkie and heard someone shouting, "Vasily, I found a few officers according to your statement. Have you found the address of the headquarters? You come to the Plosin Occupation Force headquarters. There is a well-preserved large house here." "Okay, come on." Vasily put down the radio and looked at the sentry. "The officer corps that established the headquarters will be here soon. By the way, since you are the sentry, there is a guerrilla department in it now, right?" "Yes, our captain and a detachment are searching for evidence of the enemy's crimes." "Evidence of guilt?" Vasily frowned. "Instead of first counting the weapons and ammunition and distributing them to the necessary troops to prepare for organizing defense, you are looking for evidence of guilt. As for weapons and ammunition, the weapons depot has just been opened and has been distributed to the people." "What?" Vasily was shocked. "How can you guarantee that these weapons will not be used to do bad things?" "Sentinel, how come? Everyone is a good person after victory." "Asshole! Stop the distribution of weapons. Every time we liberate a new city, one of the top priorities is to collect the weapons hidden by the people. Otherwise, robbers, gangsters and gang members will do evil if they take the weapons. There are even pseudo-police forces established by the Prosen people who are using weapons to cause chaos. All weapons must be confiscated." The sentry saw that Vasily was anxious and became at a loss. The weapons have been distributed." Vasily pressed his forehead. It's bad. Who is leading the municipal government now? If weapons recovery is initiated by municipal authorities, the situation should still be controllable. "I am the leader." A man in a suit and leather shoes walked out. "I was the district chief of the Capital Bridge district before the war, and I have been leading the underground struggle over the years." "Pull him down." "It must be me." Another man wearing an old Melania army uniform came out of the alley and came to Vasily in 3 steps. "I am a former major of the Melania Defense Forces, and I have also been leading resistance war. You see, the injuries on my body are from these days." "It is the mayor of Dakiao district who is said to be leading the underground struggle. The enemy hunted him first." The man who claimed to be the district chief said loudly, "I am here to preserve the fire of resistance. How can I resist even if I am arrested? You just ran away. Your Excellency, ants military officer, how could you allow a deserter to serve as a municipal leader?" The man who claimed to be the district chief, "But I know the administrative work, can you do it? Can you organize the administrative work well?" The two started arguing. At this time, a Prosen half-track vehicle drove over. The Iron Cross logo on the half-track vehicle was painted over with red paint and a golden 5-pointed star was painted on it. On the half-track were a group of officers from Melania's People's Army. "Vasily, you guys are here. I think the top priority now is to immediately put the Melania People's Army under de facto military control of the city, and transfer some of the troops from the Melania People's Army into local police. The officer in the car was unhappy. Why should we rush to Prosonia? Vesely, see for yourself. Melania naturally understood what the two quarreling people were arguing about, and quickly frowned. Vesely, without martial law, there will be chaos. They have just distributed all the weapons in the arsenal to civilians. Ah! Everyone on the half-track car showed surprised expressions. How does this work? It's broken. There will be frequent thefts, robberies, and murders for at least a week. When ant troops enter the city normally, there will be a large number of secular clergy. Even in Melania, after entering the city, the clergy will quickly establish a local organization and rebuild the local social order with the church as the center. But in this sudden attack, all the clergy were dead, and the clergy brigade from the logistics department had not yet arrived. Now things get tricky. A captain of Melania's People's Army suggested, the guerrillas should be incorporated and each company should be assigned 3 or 4 non-commissioned officers. Vesely asked the sentry, "Do you have a company?" The sentry shook his head, "No. In the past, we were divided into groups according to different zones. There were 1 team and 2 detachments in the zone. Now, the detachment leaders have been dead for several generations, and I don't know who is carrying the 2 signs now. Vesely, come on, they don't have a company structure. Anyway, gather your own troops first. Find a way to control the situation, collect weapons, and withstand Prosen's counterattack tomorrow. Captain Melania, however, none of us can find our troops." The pig suddenly advanced 30 kilometers. "I don't know if any of my men are still alive." Vesely held his forehead. But he immediately had an idea. Now that the matter is over, let's plant the mines first. No one will definitely want the mines in the arsenal. We took out the mines and started burying them immediately. In order to make it easier to bury the mines, we requisitioned trucks on the spot and took them with us. The troops went to lay mines. Captain Melania, what a good idea! I'll ask my fellow villagers to take us to the only way the enemy can enter the city and lay mines. Vesely, also, the enemy's anti-tank guns should be used. I feel that there shouldn't be many civilians who want such heavy shells. Control the guns and push them to the defensive position. The surrounding air defense positions must also be controlled so that we can have basic defense capabilities. Also, we need to add radio stations and ask for reinforcements from the back." After a short pause, Vesely said, "There is also the railway. Restore the operation of the train station and send armored trains up quickly. At least we have some heavy artillery firepower to face the enemy's attack." After that, he looked at Melania's officers, "Execute. Take your own tasks. I'll go bury mines. I'm familiar with anti-aircraft guns. Go take over the anti-aircraft gun positions. I'll go to the train station. I'll set up the radio." Vesely watched the officers scatter, and then turned his head to look at the 2 Melania senior officials who were already wrestling with each other. He asked the sentry, "Are your leaders always like this?" "Those who are still alive are almost the same." The sentry replied, and then asked, "Will the enemy really counterattack tomorrow?" "I think so. Tomorrow is a tentative attack, because they have not yet reorganized their situation. The day after tomorrow is a large-scale counterattack. By then, their reinforcements should have arrived." The 2 people who were scuffling stopped, turned their heads and asked Vesely in unison, "Will the enemy come back?" Vesely nodded, "Yes, there will be a large-scale counterattack the day after tomorrow." The district head and the guerrilla leader looked at each other, let go of each other, and said while tidying up their clothes, "The district head has rich administrative experience, so you should be the head of this municipal government." "No, I have no combat experience. The Prosen people are about to come back, so you who have combat experience should be the head of this municipal government." "Vasily, none of you can think of being one. We will organize a military control committee to temporarily take over the city. The guerrillas who participated in the battle can vote for people they trust to become members of the military control committee. The composition of the Military Control Commission is 4 representatives of the guerrillas and 6 representatives of the anti-army. That's it. After the prosens are driven away, our secular priests and logistics clerks will arrive in this city. At that time, they will help you set up your own municipal organs and select leaders that all Melania people can accept. At this time, the old man who brought Vasily said, "Why not give Melania's crown directly to Marshal Rokosov? I heard that he is the brother of the Tsar, which means he has the blood of Antonov, and he can inherit it." Vasily was embarrassed. It is true that the Marshal is the brother of the Tsar, but his brother is a foster brother. Oh! The old man nodded, then let His Majesty the Tsar inherit the crown, send the governor to rule again, just like before. Vasily, no, the Marshal will not agree to it. I really won't agree to it. A captured Plausen barrel car drove over, and Marshal Rokosov got off the car. Vasily, you are right, the plan of forming a military control committee with reliable officers and secular priests in the Melania People's Army is feasible. After that, the Church will select priests who are familiar with the local situation and too old to join the People's Army from the Melania refugees and to come and form a government. Marshal Rokosov paused and solemnly announced, "The Melania people won their freedom through fighting, and I will protect their freedom." Chapter 751 Prosan Strikes Back. The Prosens were not ready to counterattack until September 11. This was mainly because it took longer than expected to gather the defeated soldiers and restore the organization. However, this also allowed the 3 divisions from the rear to arrive. After all, the current location of the Prosens defense line is very close to the border before the invasion of Melania, and there is also a new railway that took a lot of time and effort to build. General Hawk was full of confidence. With 3 divisions of fresh troops, he would definitely be able to beat back Rokosov, who was not yet firmly established. Not only were there 3 divisions of reinforcements, but 2 newly formed armored brigades were also transferred from the rear. Moreover, a fierce general who had just returned from injury, Colonel Schlieffen, who won the Knight's Cross of Swords, was also transferred from the rear. On the morning of September 11, General Hawk accompanied Colonel Schlieffen to the 3rd Independent Armored Brigade. The armored brigade was stationed in a requisitioned stable. After all the horses were driven out, dozens of sleeping bags were placed there. All the crews of the entire armored brigade slept here. Before General Hawk came in, the tankers had already tidied up their housework and stood in a circle against the wall, so that the general could see the faces of all the tankers directly when he entered the room. "Stand at attention!" the brigade chief of staff shouted. General Hawk signaled to Colonel Schlieffen. The colonel walked from behind the general to the front and looked at the faces of the tankers one by one. When he saw the 3rd one, he stopped and asked, "How old are you?" 16, General. The boy answered energetically. Colonel Schlieffen frowned and walked to the next tanker. "What about you?" 15, General. Colonel Schlieffen, how long have you received armored training? 3 months, General. I drove a tank for 120 hours. General Hawk, much better than the 60 hours of the ants. Colonel Schlieffen, these people are still children. General Hawk, one battle will turn them into men. Colonel Schlieffen, in the past, when I arrived at a new unit, I would live with them for 6 months to understand what kind of people they are. Now these people have only been trained for 6 months. And I saw them for the first time today. All children. General Hawk, they have never been defeated. Colonel Schlieffen, do they know what is waiting for them? In Upper Penier, I almost defeated Rokosov, and now he has become the nightmare of the entire Eastern Front, no, the entire Prosen army. Are these children really ready to face that devil? They are ready to die for you. General Hawk said. Colonel Schlieffen, that kind of death is meaningless and will not change the situation at all. General Hawk, there is the border behind us. You also participated in the offensive in the first 2 years. You know what we did in Ant. Imagine what the people of Ant would do if they entered our homeland. Colonel Schlieffen bit his lip and did not reply. At this time, the child who just introduced himself as a 16-year-old boy sang the Plossen military song Armored Song loudly. Whether it is a storm or snow, or the sun smiles at us. Whether it is a hot day or a cold night. The dust is blowing in our faces, but we enjoy this fun, yes, this fun. Our tanks are rolling forward, rolling up waves of yellow sand. Other children also sang along, pacing their right feet while singing. With the thundering sound of the engine, we are as fast as lightning. Under the protection of the armor, we rush to the enemy. We march forward side by side with our comrades, we fight the enemy independently, yes, we fight the enemy independently. We march straight in and take the enemy's heart. General Hawk stared at the young children for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the still silent Colonel Schlieffen, sing. Colonel Schlieffen obeyed the order, but he couldn't let go at all, and his voice was almost inaudible. General Hawk, louder! Colonel Schlieffen could only open his voice, and his mature male voice overwhelmed the children's tender voices. If during the attack, the enemy tank suddenly appeared in front of us, I will step on the accelerator, and the brave will win when they meet on a narrow road. What is the value of our lives? Is it to fight for Plossen? Yes. Fight for Plossen. It is our supreme honor to die for Plossen. General Hawk raised his hand, wanting to indicate that he could sing until here. But the young people didn't care so much, they were pushed by the passionate emotions brought by the song, and continued to sing. If we are abandoned by the goddess of fate. If we can never return home again. If the shells end our lives, if we are doomed, yes, doomed. At least the loyal tank will give us a steel grave. After the song ended, Colonel Schlieffen looked around the room again and said, well, gentlemen, prepare to attack. I will command you. The young children smiled as if they were going to a school party and dance with the girls they liked. They rushed out of the farmhouse and rushed to their tanks. The armored brigade was organized to learn advanced experience from the ants, but in fact, the essence was that Plossen could no longer organize a luxurious armored division like before. In the second year after Barbarossa, many armored divisions in Plossen changed from a 2-battalion system to a 1-battalion system, and the entire armored division had only one armored battalion. The result of further reduction is now the armored brigade. The number of tanks in the entire armored brigade is less than 100. Theoretically, such a force would still have a high combat effectiveness as long as it is equipped with auxiliary forces, but many auxiliary forces of these temporary brigades only exist on paper. The armored grenadiers assigned to the armored brigade are fully equipped, but many armored grenadiers do not have half-track vehicles, equivalent to the later infantry fighting vehicles, and can only ride Opel Lightning trucks to keep up with the tank troops. Colonel Schlieffen stood at the door of the farmhouse, watching the children prepare for the attack with concern. General Hawk took the walkie-talkie from his adjutant and said, "Artillery troops, you can start." Wang Zhong stopped when he heard the sound of the artillery, pretending to listen, but actually switched to a bird's-eye view. He silently counted the landing points of the shells. After a minute, he switched back to his own perspective and asked Vesely, "The enemy's firepower is very sparse. Their supplies should be better than ours. What's going on?" "Vesely, maybe the artillery production capacity can't keep up. The documents we seized show that the barrels of the barreled artillery produced by Melania's factory recently are all anti-aircraft gun barrels, which were sent to Plossen to make anti-aircraft guns." "Wang Zhong, do you still have time to study these?" "That's right. I thought they would try to counterattack on the 9th, but it turned out to be calm. We still had a lot of preparations to do. I thought it was bad and we had to let the enemy into the city to fight street battles. But the enemy didn't move on the 9th. We had almost done all the preparations and the troop organization was restored a lot. On the 8th, our soldiers couldn't find officers, and the officers didn't know how many people were still alive in their troops. By the evening of the 9th, each officer had at least someone available. I thought there would be a fierce battle on the 10th, but the enemy didn't even conduct reconnaissance. I had nothing to do, so I could only read the enemy's documents with the intelligence analysts of the tribunal. Wang Zhong frowned. Did the enemy conduct reconnaissance yesterday? Didn't they catch tongues? Vasily, I organized a night patrol and didn't encounter the enemy's tongue-catching squad. However, there are many civilians and guerrillas in the city, and maybe some guerrillas were caught. It's normal that the guerrillas didn't think of reporting in such a chaotic situation. Vasily suddenly showed a look of contempt. Now the guerrillas give me the feeling that the brave and reliable patriots have all died under the enemy's butcher knife, and the rest are all a bunch of insects. The error-free version is reading. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar first published this novel. Wang Zhong, when the war is over, the well-tested Melania People's Army soldiers can be transformed into police and municipal civil servants on the spot, and they will treat their country well. No, now, we have to end the damn war. After that, he switched the topic back to the enemy patrol. The enemy didn't catch our tongue, how did they know our defense situation? In this way, they don't even know where to focus their artillery preparations. Vasily shrugged, I'm not an enemy, how can I know what happened? But isn't this a good thing for us? Maybe the enemy's artillery preparations didn't destroy our minefields at all, and they will have to dawdle in front of the minefields for a whole day today. Wang Zhong, how is it possible? Prosan's engineering troops are very professional. Vasily, but it is a fact that they have more and more new recruits now. At this time, a shell hit the building where the headquarters was located, and a lot of dust fell from the ceiling. Wang Zhong looked up at the ceiling. The shell that hit the headquarters feels only 105 mm. Did the enemy's firepower drop so much? Vasily, considering that we have captured a lot of enemy 150 mm and 210 mm heavy artillery, this is possible. Vasily's words made the temporary staff in the headquarters look at each other in bewilderment. Everyone felt that the Prosan Empire was weakening. The Prosan troops on the front line were still quite powerful, but the Prosan troops outside the front line were hard to describe. This empire is collapsing. Colonel Schleifen led the troops forward. Because most of the battles were expected to be urban, his brigade was assigned to the 600th Infantry Division that had just arrived at the front line. After seeing the 600th Infantry Division's misshapen appearance, Colonel Schleifen was relieved about the younger nature of his troops. At least these teenagers in his own troops still look like soldiers, while the 40- and 50-year-old old men in the 600th Division look like they were in the wrong movie location. The Prosan troops are generally well-groomed, but in fact, they are not very good at fighting. Keeping in good order is an important means for the army to maintain discipline. Kicking off hair and beards can also reduce the trouble for medical personnel on the battlefield to confirm injuries. Most of the uncles in the 600th Division have beards. If they get injured on the neck, it will be difficult for medical personnel to find out. These beards directly reduce the work efficiency of the medical personnel in the Plasan army. Observing more carefully, these infantrymen don't even wear their uniforms neatly. Many uncles' trouser legs are short, and their boots are not standard military boots. Colonel Schleifen shook his head, and he couldn't help but think of the team of elite soldiers he led at the beginning of Barbarossa. Those veterans who participated in the Melania and Carolingian campaigns were worth 10 of these crooked ones. Those veterans can highlight the superiority of the Plasan nation. Now these old men are just cannon fodder. At this time, the vanguard's report came to Colonel Shriver's earphone. We found a sign on the side of the road, which reads "Minefield ahead, don't approach" in Prosan language. Colonel Shriver, this is a trick. If there is a minefield, why would they put up a sign to inform us? Isn't this alerting the enemy? Push down the sign and keep moving forward. Vanguard, but, I have read the experience summary of the battle with Rokosov. When Rokosov's troops put up a sign saying there is a minefield ahead, there is a high probability that there is really a minefield ahead, and there may be various booby traps specifically targeting our mine clearance. Engineers. Colonel Shriven, then why put up a sign to tell us? Is it an anti-logic? Is there such a ridiculous thing? This is a battlefield, not a brain teaser. Push down the sign and move forward. But Colonel Shriven, on the bright side, maybe this time it is an anti-logic of anti-logic. Rokosov rushed over like a pig, with no supplies or mines at all. He took advantage of our inherent impression and wanted to deceive us with a sign. Okay, push down the sign and move forward. The commander of the vanguard finally agreed to Colonel Shriven's order. Colonel Shriven had very complicated feelings. In the past, the grassroots officers of Plauson always executed the orders of officers like him without thinking. Many professors at the military academy thought that this was not good and was not conducive to the grassroots officers to exert their subjective initiative. But now, Colonel Shriven felt that it was not good to have too much subjective initiative. There was an explosion in front. Colonel Shriven looked forward and saw the sand column blown up by the mines rising straight into the sky. His mouth opened into an O shape. He had heard that the anti-mine was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Wang Zhong looked at the huge sand column with a telescope and asked, "How much explosives did you bury?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. This is a special version. A total of 6 were prepared, each stuffed with 500 kilograms of TNT. Vesely laughed, "I know the Proson people too well. I have to make a big noise to scare them. Now they have to clear mines carefully." Wang Zhong, did you put up signs again? Yes, we prepared several real minefields on the periphery, and buried this kind of big treasure in places where the enemy is more likely to pass. Then we put up signs in other places and made a bunch of fake minefields. Wang Zhong laughed, "You guy, I thought time had returned to the summer when the war just started. This is a familiar formula. Vesely, it's a pity that there are no canned pickles. I used the collected Proson cans. Some of the cans were connected to the fuse of the Proson grenade, and made a simple booby trap." Wang Zhong laughed, "Fortunately there are no canned pickles. I don't want to eat pickles for a few more days." Chapter 752 Blunt Spear. Colonel Schleifen also saw the huge pillar of dust ahead. He put down the telescope and grabbed the microphone from the radio operator's hand. "I am Colonel Schleifen. The enemy deliberately buried so many explosives just to make us afraid and keep moving forward." After saying that, he took the earphone from the radio operator and put it on his right ear, just in time to hear the tanker's response from the earphone, "Yes, keep going." Colonel Schleifen was relieved, but immediately an unpleasant thought crossed his mind and he quickly said, "Expand the battle formation and move forward." "Ah? Yes, let's stop and launch the combat team." The subordinates' words were interrupted by the explosion. The other end of the radio was in chaos, and Colonel Schleifen had to shout repeatedly, "Hey! Hey! Talk! What happened?" He waited a few seconds and got no response, so he called again. Finally, a frightened voice came from the earphones, "Another tank has stepped on a mine, Colonel." "Colonel Schleifen, stop advancing, wait in combat formation, mark the coordinates of the minefield, and I will use artillery fire to clear the way for you." "Yes." The colonel put down the earphones and microphone, turned to the messenger and said, "Let the accompanying artillery deploy and use firepower to cover the minefield marked by the vanguard." After the messenger left, Colonel Schleifen picked up the telescope again and observed Melania's capital in the distance. Suddenly, he laughed at himself. 6 years ago, I observed this city like this. At that time, their government had fled to the United Kingdom, and the commander-in-chief of the army had surrendered, but ordinary soldiers were still resisting. Now, 6 years later, it feels like we have gone back in time. The staff officer next to him immediately said, we will occupy this city gloriously just like we did 6 years ago." Colonel Schlieffen remained silent and did not respond to the staff officer's flattery. He waited for a while, then put down the binoculars and looked at his watch, and then cursed, "Why hasn't artillery coverage started yet? Hasn't the accompanying artillery launched yet? Go and ask what's going on." Immediately, a staff officer ran away. After waiting for a while, the staff officer came back and reported loudly, "The vanguard troops have not reported the coordinates of the minefield yet. Inquiries are being stepped up." Colonel Schlieffen looked at his watch again, and then sighed, "This is not turning back time. 6 years ago, I had elite soldiers and generals under my command, but now they are all idiots." Everyone around him was silent. At this time the artillery finally opened fire, and the sound of the artillery made Colonel Schlieffen's expression soften. But immediately his expression froze again, because he heard the radio operator next to him shouting, "What? Please speak louder, I can't hear you clearly." Colonel Schlieffen picked up the headphones on the table and put them to his ears. He heard the vanguard shouting, "The artillery fire is on us. Cease fire. The artillery fire is on our heads. Damn it, you are hitting friendly forces. Colonel Schlieffen, cease fire. Let the artillery cease fire. Find out who set up to shoot Zhu Yuan, and we need to deal with it under military law." The staff officer trotted away again, and soon the bombardment stopped. The staff officer came back and reported, "The shooting of Zhu Yuan was set according to the coordinates given by the vanguard force. The coordinates of the vanguard force were calculated incorrectly." Colonel Schlieffen was silent for a while, until the staff officer asked cautiously, "Colonel? What should we do now?" "Colonel, let the vanguard retreat 1 kilometer, then fire at the coordinates they just reported, and use Su Jin's barrage. This can also blow up the minefield." "Yes." At this time the radio man said, "General Hawk is asking about the progress of the attack." "Colonel, tell the general that we encountered a minefield. My children were caught unawares and sacrificed their lives in vain. We are trying to find a solution." After listening to the adjutant's report, General Hawk sighed, "I don't want to send him such troops. But it would be good to have troops now." After the words fell, the confidential secretary came in with a telegram. "Report, a telegram from Admiral Steiner. Read. Our troops have retreated across the Vistula River and are setting up defenses along the river. We are gathering our troops to restore our organization. As long as you capture Melania's capital and pull out the Antares bridgehead, we can set up defenses along the Vistula River. Admiral Hawk, tell them we're working on it." Vesely glanced at the report just sent by his men, turned around and reported to Wang Zhong, "The enemy's armored troops stopped after encountering a minefield, and our observation post saw that they were shelled. Do we have an artillery group?" "Wang Zhong, the artillery group hasn't arrived yet. We only have armored trains entering the city now, but I didn't order them to fire. You don't know whether I ordered them to fire." Vesely is now responsible for implementing Wang Zhong's orders. Theoretically, he should know every order issued by Wang Zhong. Vesely, that's strange. They couldn't have been blown up by their own artillery, right? At this time, a new report came in. After reading it, Vesely raised his head and looked at Wang Zhong blankly. "Wang Zhong, what's wrong?" "They retreated. After the Plosin armor hit the mine, they retreated without doing anything. The observation post reported that they dropped the wreckage of 3 tanks and 7 half-tracks. Wang Zhong, the quality of the enemy's troops has declined very seriously. It's probably because the veterans have been blocked around Coburg." "Very good. Let the observation post find a way to confirm where the enemy has retreated, and then ask if the armored train's shells have arrived. See if you can fuck them." "Yes." When Vesely implemented the order, the phone on the table rang. Wang Zhong picked up. "This is the city defense headquarters, please speak. Report to the marshal that enemy infantry is approaching from the south of the city." Wang Zhong, what? Are there artillery preparations? I'm not sure. I prepared for half an hour and a half ago, but there was such a long gap between the infantry attack and the artillery preparation, the effect of the artillery preparation has long since passed. In addition, the enemy did not advance to cover the barrage. I suspect there is fraud, Comrade Marshal. Wang Zhong quickly switched the perspective to the south of the city. Because he was on the phone, he could now get a view of the defense forces in this area. The enemy's skirmishing lines look very unprofessional and too dense at first glance. Only when filming a movie, in order to have more people in the camera at the same time and to make the scene more grand, would there be such a dense scattering line. Wang Zhong took a closer look at the Pulosens who formed the scattered army line and found that most of them were young. It's a pity that his plug-in cannot directly display his age, otherwise he would always feel that he would see a bunch of young people who are not even 18 years old. Prosan has no more soldiers to fight. This is not a joke, it is reality. The war potential has been exhausted. What can you do to resist my elite soldiers? Wang Zhong, don't be afraid. The quality of the enemy's infantry may have deteriorated, and they will no longer be able to launch an infantry attack that was as seamless as before. Hit them hard, Davarisi. Yes. Wang Zhong put down the receiver and used his last remaining vision to watch the defenders' machine guns mowing down the dense line of scattered troops rushing over. If the enemy attacks on the 9th, Wang Zhong's side may still be in a tough fight because they don't have enough bullets. It's already the 11th, and there may still be a shortage of bullets for rifles and submachine guns, but there cannot be a shortage of bullets for machine guns that are given priority. Wang Zhong looked down at the scene of machine gun fire and felt completely relieved. After the vision disappeared, he switched back to the headquarters and said to Vesely, "Organize the defense and collect the ammunition." Well done. Comrade Vesely, I will apply for a gold star for you this time. Vesely couldn't close his mouth. I also have a gold star? Send me one quickly, and I will show it off to Filipov. Wang Zhong looked at his playful smile and scolded, I don't want to give it to you now. Think about it carefully, you just did your job as an adjutant, so I won't give it to you. No. Vesely was really anxious, the Prosans are about to be defeated, the last train is coming. Send me one, I can do anything. At most, I won't follow Filipov, who has been charging at the front. Pretend, can I go home and pretend to be the head office with my wife? If you don't give it to me, people will ask me after the war, Vesely, you have been the marshal's adjutant for so long, why don't you even get a gold star? How embarrassing! Wang Zhong, you. I'll think about it, you behave well. Before Pavlov comes up. Yes. Filipov was patrolling the defensive position assigned to him when a jeep suddenly arrived, and the orderly on it shouted, Is this Lieutenant Colonel Filipov? Filipov, I am Major Filipov, you have the wrong person. That's right, you are now a Lieutenant Colonel. You are now ordered to lead the 1st Regiment of the 8th Guards Infantry Division. Congratulations on your promotion, Comrade Commander. Filipov, I have only received 45 days of crash training for officers. Theoretically, I can only command 1 battalion. Messenger, you are already the highest-ranking officer with the strongest command ability in your regiment. I wish you good luck, Comrade Commander. After that, he saluted and drove away in the jeep. Filipov scratched his head and turned around to meet the eyes of Misha, who was accompanying him on his rounds. Misha, don't worry, our regiment can support a battalion now. Many people laughed after hearing this and comforted Filipov, yes, I still command a battalion and my military rank has been promoted. Yes, you are definitely qualified as a battalion commander. Are you the only officer left in our regiment? You alone have the final say as to whether the gold stars will be issued. Give them to all the brothers. A true warrior who dares to face hell's jokes and laugh out loud. At this time, a series of 3 jeeps came over and braked in front of Filipov. Then General Yegorov jumped out of the car. Is this our defense area? Filippov, what's wrong with you? Can the division commander get on the tank and charge personally? I can't come? I'd better arrange all the follow-up arrangements and make sure everything is in place before I come. If I don't make the arrangements properly, the division commander will scold me. Yegorov patted Filippov on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't snatch your uniform. Filippov, don't be like this. The guerrillas are inexperienced. They just released the guns in the arsenal just after they liberated the whole city. There are many bad elements with weapons in this city. It's very dangerous for you to lead just such a few people. Yegorov, humph. When I met these bad elements, I led a few people to defeat them all myself and beat them all to death. Back then in Ranas, the division commander ordered a bayonet charge, but I charged without saying a word. I just broke up the Prasen army in its heyday. Am I afraid of a few bad elements? Filippov, this. You don't understand. For those of us who follow the division commander, the bullets are all going around us. Look at the tank commanded by the division commander. Prasen now has something that can penetrate it. Didn't it come back intact? It's even outside. Podolkov, who fired the anti-aircraft machine gun, did nothing, not even a scratch on his skin. After speaking, Yegorov patted Filippov on the shoulder. Don't worry. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar debuts this novel. Filippov sighed and changed the subject. Where are you going? The marshal's headquarters is in the headquarters of the enemy Melania's occupation army. No, 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 Yegorov waved his hands repeatedly. I won't go to the headquarters, I will be scolded by the division commander. I will patrol everywhere to see who needs help and solve your difficulties directly. When the enemy counterattacks and breaks into the city, I will personally command a machine gun to stop them. Filippov, isn't it a bit of a waste for a general like you to personally command a machine gun? Isn't it a waste for a marshal to personally command a tank? Yegorov asked back. Filippov, but the marshal personally led the tank charge, which boosted our morale. Wouldn't you be motivated if I commanded the machine guns? Filippov shook his head. No, we are only worried about your safety. What about the marshal's safety? Before Filippov could reply, Misha next to him replied, he is the marshal, a living saint, protected by the angel of Saint Andrew. Some of us saw it, the angel was in armor and had 6 silver nails on his head. Igorov, what? Did you really see it? Damn, I want to see it too. The division commander always charges without me, he just charges happily. Sukabuli, next time I hear him charging, I will charge, and throw all the mess of the headquarters to the chief of staff. Filippov and his men looked at each other. At this time, the sound of machine gun fire came from the south of the city. Yegorov, the enemy is coming? Why is there no artillery preparation? Filippov, there was a wave of attack this morning, which lasted for about 30 minutes. How long ago did it happen? Yegorov asked again. More than an hour ago. Yegorov touched his forehead. The artillery preparation more than an hour ago, we even transported the wounded here, and I guess the seriously injured have all undergone surgery. Isn't this the same as no artillery attack? Filippov, I don't know, maybe it's a new tactic of the Prasen people. You prepare well, I'll go to the south to see the situation. Yegorov said and was about to leave. Filippov stopped him. Don't, the south is not our army, and it will be a mess if you command it yourself. You should go to the marshal's headquarters. No, I won't go. I'll be criticized if I go. I'll go to the front line to see what's going on. After saying that, Yegorov jumped on the jeep and directed the driver to drive south. Filippov, it's broken. Give me the walkie-talkie. I need to report to the marshal. Misha, use the phone. It's been so long. Wang Zhong, Yegorov went to the south of the city? That's outrageous. Thank you for your report, Comrade Filipov. He hung up the phone and said to Vesely, send someone with a walkie-talkie to find Yegorov in the south of the city. Vasily, he's here? I didn't receive any notice. Wang Zhong, it's likely that an order was given to the headquarters not to say anything. Send someone quickly to find Yegorov and call me on the walkie-talkie. Use the frequency, use this frequency. Wang Zhong tore off a piece of note paper, wrote a string of numbers on it, and handed it to Vesely. Okay. Vesely gave the order immediately. Melania capital, south of the city, September 11, 1600. Fire, 500, fire hard. Yegorov squatted beside the machine gun, holding a telescope, and personally directed the machine gun. At this time, a jeep drove to the door of the building where the machine gun was located, and the messenger in the car held up the walkie-talkie. General Yegorov, the marshal is looking for you. Yegorov, just say you didn't find me. 400, fire. Messenger, the marshal said that if you don't answer the phone, you will be punished to go to the Far East to prepare for the war against the Fuzhou Empire. Yegorov put down the telescope, sighed, and turned to go downstairs. 30 seconds later, he appeared downstairs and took the walkie-talkie listlessly. I am Yegorov, please speak. Good for you, Yegorov. Marshal Rokosov's voice came from the walkie-talkie, come to my headquarters. Now, immediately. Otherwise, I will transfer you back to be the director of the clothing factory. Hey, aren't you going to the Far East to prepare for the war against the Fuzhou Empire? Bullshit, you who disobey orders again and again, don't even think about returning to the front line. Go home to your wife and children. Oh, you did it too, division commander. Still talking back. Get back to my headquarters right now. Now, immediately. I won't see you in 30 minutes, so you go back to manage the clothing factory. 30 minutes later, the former Melania Occupation Army headquarters, now the city defense headquarters. Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's loud voice coming from the door, so he looked up and watched the bear-like guy enter the door. What are you doing here? He asked. Yegorov, come and confirm the battlefield situation. Confirm the battlefield situation? Are there any troops here? Yes, Filipov's regiment, I have seen them. This regiment suffered too much loss, I am so sad. Filipov has been promoted to the head of the regiment. Wang Zhong, do you want to tell me why Filipov was promoted to the head of the regiment? Yegorov was silent. Wang Zhong, because the original head, deputy head, staff officer, and chaplain of the regiment were all killed. I think you want to change the commander of the entire army. Do you want to change the commander of the front? Yegorov asked back. You. Igorov, you are charging like this and still want us to stay behind. It's unrealistic. I think the miners will come up soon. Wang Zhong, General Eugene is not like you. He fights steadily. I tell you, if I need to send someone to hold the line at a critical point, I will definitely send Eugene. Why? Think about it yourself. Igorov glanced at the side and said, when His Majesty the Tsar encounters a critical moment, he should also send Marshal Gorky, right? Wang Zhong, you are still excited. Sit down, you can't go anywhere today. Yegorov sat down dejectedly, and then said, then I want to eat pig stomach chicken. Wang Zhong, hold it. My Sarah's cooking team hasn't come up yet. Vasily, give him some pickles. Vasily, this is Melania, there are not so many pickles. How about some Melania dumplings? Yegorov, that's fine. Wang Zhong, you're still eating. Yegorov spread his hands, what else? Wang Zhong shook his head, give him dumplings. Vasily, okay, a plate of Melania dumplings. Chapter 753. On September 12, Prosun Melania occupied the army headquarters. General Hawk let out a long sigh when he heard the phone ringing. After hiding for so long, what is supposed to come has finally come. He picked up the receiver of the red phone on the table. I'm Hawk. Is your condition so bad that you can answer the phone now? Emperor Prasen asked. Yes, our situation is very chaotic. We didn't organize a counterattack until yesterday. General Hawk tried to make his voice sound as candid as possible. Emperor, none of you guys have a good heart. Several generals and marshals in Coburg all said that they cannot abandon their troops and never come back. Everyone knows that Rokosov will not attack Coburg. He didn't attack when he took Melania's capital, and he won't attack now. General Hawk, we believe that Rokosov will not launch a large-scale offensive in recent months. Of course he won't attack on a large scale. Look on the map how far he has advanced since starting from the border of Hazalaya. First he walked 500 kilometers north, and then 150 kilometers west. Kilometers, in less than 3 months, he is almost at our door. Why did we attack Melania back then? It was for the living space and the buffer zone. Now the buffer zone is gone. Now that he has stopped to take a breath for 3 months, he can directly threaten Prosonia. Our only hope is that you can drive him back to the other side of the Vistula, so that we can defend against the river. But can we? Can you? There were some inconsistencies in the Emperor's words. General Hawk recalled the rumors recently brought by officers from Prosonia. The Emperor was using the awakening potion newly developed by Imperial scientists. It is said that the Academy of Sciences is distributing this potion to the Asgardian Knights. No one knows what this potion is. Dr. Heisenberg, who developed the potion, claims that it is the result of studying the berserkers of Barris and is the key to human evolution. But General Hawk sensed a dangerous aura from the Emperor, and this awakening potion might not be a good thing. It was causing the Emperor to become hysterical and lose his ability to think. Faced with the hysterical Emperor's question, General Hawk considered it for a moment and replied, if the quality of our troops is the same as when we occupied Melania 6 years ago, I have no doubt that we can take advantage of our unstable foothold and huge troop losses at the same time. Still short of ammunition, Rokosov rushed back to the other side of the Vistula. But, Your Majesty, it took so many days for our troops to recover from the chaos. The new troops are all new recruits, and there is no guarantee that the basic non-commissioned officers will have enough combat experience. With such troops, there is no way to drive Rokosov back to the other side of the river. Emperor, Admiral Steiner has experienced troops there. I'll ask him to support you. General Hawk, that would leave the remaining stretch of the Vistula defenseless. The Emperor was silent for a long time and hung up the phone directly. General Hawk looked at the red receiver in his hand, sighed, and put it back on the phone. Prasen Western Front Headquarters. Marshal Mendel explained his plan to all the officers. We need to abandon the defense near Falaise and shrink the defense line to the border of the Low Countries and the Maginot Line. We should mobilize the troops from South Carolinian back as quickly as possible. The troops in the Kingdom of Sardinia can fortify themselves along the Alps. At this time the red telephone rang. Marshal Mendel sighed and nodded to the adjutant. The adjutant picked up the receiver. Western Front Command, please speak. After a few seconds, he handed the receiver to Mendel. It's Your Majesty. Mendel took the receiver. Your Majesty. I heard you're giving up the Carolingians. Mendel, yes. Our best way now is to fortify ourselves along the Carolingian and Low Countries and our country's national borders. We no longer have the troops to fight the Allies on the vast Carolingian land. Aren't there a few more rivers? You can set up defenses along the rivers. Mendel said patiently, Your Majesty, these rivers can prevent our army from capturing the Carolingian capital, which means that they generally flow east to west. Now, the enemy is advancing along the river, and our reconnaissance planes even saw them driving warships into the Seine. At the same time, our aerial reconnaissance also shows that Kinbeo's scorched earth operations have achieved remarkable results. and the enemy is currently not able to make good use of Kinbao's port. Under the current situation, the enemy must capture the port of Antwerp in the Low Countries to completely solve the supply problem. We can retreat to the border and block the enemy while executing scorched earth operations in Antwerp and blowing up all the ports. No, the Emperor shouted, Carolingian military production is of great significance to us continuing the war. You must drive the Allies into the sea. What Rommel can do, you should also do. Mendel, what about the Rommels? Ah, he was captured. Was he really captured? Some people in the army have been whispering that Rommel just knew that the fight could not go on, so he made an excuse to go to the 21st Armored Division. In fact, he had already discussed with the guerrillas and surrendered directly. Considering Rommel's situation at the time, it is indeed understandable, not to mention whether he could drive the Allied forces into the sea if he stayed. His Majesty the Emperor had never stopped doubting him, and even did not hesitate to stuff a large number of them into his headquarters. Piling up consultants who can do nothing but make small reports. Mendel glanced at the staff in the room and was not surprised to find that many people were not interested in working and were listening to what was going on here. How can we fight a successful war with these insects? Emperor, Rommel. Let's not mention him. Are you worse than Rommel? Mendel, in terms of organizing offense, I am indeed not as good as Marshal Rommel. Mendel's frankness directly silenced the Emperor. He also pursued the victory. Your Majesty, it seems that the Allied forces are planning to surround us in the Falaise area. Retreating as soon as possible can leave precious seeds for the Western Front. We can at least block the enemy at the national borders so that you can concentrate on respond to Ant's attack. Your Majesty is different now from when he just started the war against Ant. At the beginning, he regarded the Allies as the main threat and refused to mobilize the troops stationed in the Carolingians to the Eastern Front. As a result, these troops were left idle, even though the Eastern Front was inextricably fought at the same time. At that time, graduates of the military academy called being assigned to the Western Front a vacation, which was undoubtedly a lucrative job. Now, the best soldiers and the latest equipment are given priority to the Eastern Front. The Prussian Empire is doing its best to resist that steamroller. The Emperor of Prussia is most worried about the Eastern Front. So now, Mendel mentioned that you can concentrate on dealing with the Eastern Front, which was an unrejectable offer for the Emperor. Finally, the Emperor spoke, Okay, let's retreat. But we can't leave like this. I want to transport all the artworks in the Carolingian capital and light a fire that will never be extinguished. I want to carry out a complete scorched earth operation. The Allies had to use their precious logistics power to support the tens of millions of people in the Carolingians. Yes, Mendel replied. The Emperor hung up the phone. Mendel put down the receiver, glanced at the staff, and then said to the adjutant, His Majesty has agreed to our plan and is preparing to retreat immediately. In addition, His Majesty has requested a scorched earth operation against the Carolingians, and you will carry it out personally. The adjutant immediately understood. He was still engaged in scorched earth warfare in the Carolingians at this time. Was it because he thought the rope used to hang him during the trial was not thick enough? Even if Mendel himself couldn't escape the hanging, he should think about his men. When the Emperor asked, he said that the Carolingian resistance was wreaking havoc in the scorched earth war, and that their leader, General Dago, was as strong as a monster and could not be defeated despite all his efforts. After Mendel watched his adjutant leave, he suddenly felt a sense of sadness. Even General Prussian, who was as loyal as himself, had begun to make such plans. It was probably only a matter of time before the Prussian Empire would perish. Mendel came to the window, looked out at the Carolingian sky, and let out a long sigh. United Kingdom mainland, official residence of the Prime Minister. Leonard looked at Marshal Mago who came to report to him. Rokosov asked our special correspondent to bring me a message, laughing at your slow advance as a tortoise. He also said that if you continue like this, he will be in Alsace. Join us. Alsace. Marshal Mago, our army is making good progress and will be able to regain the Carolingian capital before the end of the month. Our landing operation in South Carolingian will also be launched soon, and we will regain the entire Carolingian by October. Leonard, Rokosov has captured Prosonia. Marshal Mago, I don't think so. Rokosov should take a rest for more than half a year before he can continue the attack. The final forced advance must have cost him many valuable veterans. Leonard, really? You mean his next offense will be in March next year? February is also possible, depending on when he completes his preparations, and we think the Eastern Front will remain firmly in its current position until then. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar debuts this novel. In addition, the Ant Army's attack on the southern front has also stopped. Their current round of offensive has ended. Marshal Mago reported confidently. And our offensive has just begun, Your Excellency Prime Minister. I have already formulated a battle plan. We will spend 7 days passing through the Low Countries and reaching the core industrial area of Plosen. We will end the war before Christmas. Leonard, what kind of plan? Landing in Hamburg? The Navy Department has rejected this idea, thinking that a direct landing in Hamburg is too risky, and we don't have enough transport ships. Marshal Mago unfolded the map. No, we are not landing in Hamburg. We are going overland. You see, there is a wide road here that passes through the Low Countries and directly reaches the border of Plosen. This road was built by the Plosen people. Built to better rule the Low Countries. We can use this high-standard road to seize 3 crucial bridges on the road with paratroopers. Once the bridges are captured, our 30th Army can have unimpeded access. Unimpeded access. The military establishment of the United Kingdom is actually equivalent to Prosen's army group, which is a very large battle group. Leonard stared at the map for a few seconds and asked, where is the defense of the Prosenians? Marshal Mago said with confidence, the Low Countries are inherently undefendable, so the Prosens can march straight in when they attack. On the other hand, the same situation happens when they defend. The only thing they can rely on is the river. As long as the bridge is captured, the river has nothing to fear. Leonard thought for a long time and then asked, how long will it take to prepare for this battle? 7 days, Prime Minister. Marshal Mago patted his chest and said, 7 days to prepare, 7 days to complete the combat plan. From now on Blitzkrieg will not be a term exclusive to the Prosen people. However, there is still a problem. What problem? Leonard asked hurriedly. Marshal Mago, Allied Commander-in-Chief Ike did not agree with my plan, thinking that the plan was too risky. Leonard, he wanted to take all the credit to the Third Army of the United States, and I put pressure on him personally. No, I will directly lobby his immediate superior, their President. United States, Presidential Palace. The President put down the receiver and said to the Secretary of State, that old sly guy came up with a very fantastic idea, saying that he could end the war and ensure that the Prosen Empire would be dismantled according to our wishes. Secretary of State, according to our meaning, no ants are involved? This is inappropriate, right? After all, the ants have tied down and eliminated so many Prosen troops, otherwise we would not have been able to land so smoothly. President Luo nodded, that's what I mean. That old sly guy is still thinking about playing the balance game. He might agree that Prosen should maintain the imperial system and the emperor who committed heinous crimes should continue to stay in his position. The people in the room looked at each other. The security assistant said, we can't let them carry out this plan. President Luo, I think this plan is full of possibilities of failure. It's better to do them a favor. When the plan fails, we will have full say in our military operations against Europa. The Secretary of State asked worriedly, you are not a professional military strategist, how can you determine that this plan will fail? President Luo smiled and said, because 7 days of preparation time is a bit too little for such an ambitious plan. I don't understand military affairs, but I know how much preparation is needed to launch an attack that far into the enemy's territory." The Secretary of State asked. He raised his eyebrows. 7 days? I think he is crazy. No battle can be prepared in just 7 days. Yes, so let him try. Let them put our paratroopers on the bridge close to the starting position, and let the United Kingdom paratroopers seize the distant bridge. At this time, his secretary came in with a newspaper, today's special edition. The President, anyway, Rokosov is on the front page again. Yes, but today's special edition is a special edition of pictures, all of which are pictures of Melania and her people welcoming Rokosov's troops. President Rokosov took the newspaper and looked at the huge picture on the front page. It was a picture of Melania's guerrillas playing the piano in the ruins, with other guerrillas next to them, and an anti-army officer holding a harmonica. The guerrilla holding a rifle seemed to be singing. Judging from his body shape, he was probably a singer. President Rokosov praised, "This photo is good. It's Robert Capa again. He has been in Ant for so long. How many times has he won the Pulitzer?" Secretary, no, this time it was taken by his partner, the reporter Mike. President Rokosov raised his head and looked at the secretary in surprise. Really? Yes, it seems that there are Pulitzer-worthy scenes everywhere in Melania now. The president stared at the photo again for a few seconds and said, "I can only say that Rokosov did a great job this time, but he did a great job every time. Congress is expected to pass a bill to extend the Lend-Lease Act again, and the whip of the opposition party will be so angry." After that, the old man laughed from the bottom of his heart. On September 15, Chief of Staff Pavlov arrived at the Melania Capital Defense Command. After hugging Wang Zhong, he said seriously, "If you jump on the small tank and charge forward again, I will resign immediately and go home to live with my wife and children." Wang Zhong, but our raid received a very good response from the Allies, didn't it? Pavlov, yes. But there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. Chapter 754. The tower is still there. September 22, outside the Carolingian capital. A super Pershing drove into the village. The tankers looked at the idyllic village in confusion. The gunner muttered, "Where did this come from? Is this still Carolingian?" The old farmer holding a baguette next to him said a few words in Carolingian. "Gunner, what did he say?" The commander, "How do I know? I don't speak Carolingian." At this time, several young people came out of the bakery next to them and said in Ansa, "Welcome. The Plassen army hastily withdrew a few days ago." The commander, "Are you a resistance organization?" "Yes, we are a resistance organization. We can take you all the way into the city." At this time, more people came out of the house. The young people of the resistance organization shouted something in Carolingian. The commander only understood the word Dago, which is the name of the leader of the Free Carolingian. Soon the villagers surrounded the tank and threw bread, cheese, and fruit on it. The gunner was confused by all these things. Are we really in the occupied area? Why do we feel that they live better than our family? The commander, "Yes, look at the young people in the village, both men and women, with arms and legs. Why did we fight to get here? My 2 younger brothers died on the beach, and seeing them like this. Damn it!" At this time, the crowd pulled a woman holding a child out of the building, pushed her next to the Pershing tank, and began to point at her and curse. The commander hurriedly asked the young man who claimed to be a resistance organization, "What's going on?" "She gave birth to a child for Prasen, and she regards herself as a first-class citizen of the empire every day, looking down on her neighbors. Now everyone wants to vent their anger." The commander, "What else did she do?" The young people in the resistance organization looked at each other, and then shook their heads together. "No, she will do something else, and now we will hang her up. Hang her on the lamp post, just like in the Great Revolution." At this time, the child of the rape woman was taken away, and she cried heartbreakingly. The conductor, enough. Give the child back to her. Let her stay quiet. The young man who had been talking to the conductor said in confusion, she is a traitor to Carolingian. The conductor, then how loyal are you? The young man, we have been fighting for the freedom of Carolingian. The conductor, then how many Prasen people have you killed? The young man, I cut the telephone lines of the Prasen people. I also blew up their electric poles with explosives. The conductor asked again, then did you have brothers, sisters, and friends who died under the butcher knife of the Prasen people? The young man shook his head, no. Then you are not qualified to judge her. Go find someone whose family was persecuted to death by the Prasen people. He is qualified to judge her. Go find him. The young man looked at each other, and at this time someone who looked like a village elder asked loudly, and the young man translated the words of the conductor. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other, and the rape woman took the opportunity to snatch the child, rushed back to her home, and locked the door. The commander, did she occupy that house? The young man from the resistance organization, no, it's her father's house. Their family has lived in the town for almost 100 years. The commander, then let me summarize. This woman hosted a Prasen officer in her home. She was raped by the Prasen people, and then because she was a Catholic, she couldn't have an abortion, so she gave birth to the child. And you just want to persecute her because she is usually arrogant, right? No one answered. The villagers didn't understand the Angsa language, but they probably guessed what the commander was saying, so they all kept silent. At this time, the jeeps and M3 half-track vehicles of the follow-up troops drove up in a mighty manner. The people immediately became happy again, rushing towards the United States troops entering the city, throwing flowers, bread, and cheese on every car. The commander sighed and asked the young man of the resistance organization who was still beside the tank, how is the situation in the capital? The young man answered happily, great, the tower is still there. Prime Minister Leonard threw today's Times on the table and said to his secretary, if they had entered the Carolingian capital in 20 days, it would have been a great victory. Now all the limelight has been taken away by Rokosov. Rokosov was the first to recover the capital of a fallen country. Secretary, no, we recovered the capital of Tunisia, which is also a fallen country. Leonard, but it is not in Europa. It doesn't matter how many African countries we recover, it's not as good as one Europa country. We could have recovered a Europa country first. Secretary, maybe we shouldn't have forced the Melania people to revolt, so Rokosov would have stopped to rest, and we could have recovered the capital of a Europa country first. Leonard stopped talking and sat in a chair in a bad mood. At this time, Marshal Mago pushed the door open and said to Leonard in high spirits, we are ready to launch the Market Orchard operation. Leonard, did Ike agree? Yes, Ike said this was an action that had to be taken, so he agreed to the entire combat plan, but they asked the United States paratroopers to be dropped near the bridge. I guess they don't have confidence in their own paratroopers. Leonard pursed his lips, it's hard to say, maybe they just don't want to drop the airborne troops in the enemy's hinterland, maybe they think this plan is bound to fail, so the paratroopers can be withdrawn at any time. Marshal Mago, no matter what they think, we just have to attack. The Prasen people have been defeated, and this empire is now a broken house, which will fall down with a slight push. The reason why Rokosov did not advance is entirely because his reserve forces and supplies were exhausted. As long as we block the Lend-Lease Act, with ants poor industrial strength, there is definitely no way to move forward, and we will advance triumphantly. Rokosov said he would meet us in Alsace, but we will meet him at the Oder River. Leonard, very good, if everything really unfolds as you predicted, the best general in this war will be you. I mean, if you don't count the naval generals. Marshal Mago was delighted, just wait and see, I will definitely complete the task. The headquarters of the 1st Parachute Division of the United Kingdom. The division commander, Major General Sean, stopped holding the tea in the air, and looked at the staff of the headquarters who came to convey the order in confusion. You said we would airdrop to 300 kilometers behind the enemy. Staff, 292 kilometers, and why do you use the metric system like the Plossons? We should use Meyer. Major General Shan, I like the metric system, and the decimal system is convenient. I thought such a plan would start after we captured Antwerp. This is nonsense. The person who made the plan has no military knowledge at all. Which politician did it? It was Marshal Mago. Major General Shan, ah, so that's the case, so he plans to run for Prime Minister after retirement? It must be like this, right? Staff, the combat plan has been approved. Major General, you must go, or are you ready to disobey orders to the end? Major General Shan shook his head. Even if you don't consider the problem of being too far from our front line, do you know what the terrain of the Low Countries is like? There were swamps everywhere, so gliders couldn't find a place to land, and parachutes couldn't carry heavy weapons. It is basically impossible for us to seize such a bridge behind the enemy and hold it until the troops arrive. Staff, the 30th Army will arrive in just 7 days, and there are exhausted Plossons fleeing soldiers along the way. The war will end on Christmas. Major General Shan, I don't agree with this plan. I'm going to call Ike and ask him, the Allied Commander-in-Chief, to stop this crazy plan. He has approved the combat plan. The staff said, nothing you do now can change the situation. Major General Shan stared at the staff for a few seconds, scratched his head, and could only sigh helplessly, okay. At this time, the commander of the Melania Airborne Brigade who came with the staff said, if you ask me, this is suicide. I suggest that all of us write a statement saying, we don't agree with this crazy plan, but the military's duty forces us to attack. If the battle fails, please be sure to hold Marshal Mago, who made the plan, accountable. Major General Shan thought about it and nodded, okay, let's make a statement, so that when future generations judge us, they will not think that we are mediocre people who don't even have military common sense. The latest chapter of this novel is on 6 at 9 book number bar first release, please go to 69 book bar to read. He really took out the banknotes, leaned over the table and wrote furiously. While writing he asked, where do you think this statement should be published? The staff officer who delivered the order advised, it's useless. The department responsible for news censorship will not allow this statement to be published. Major General Shan, then let him file it, or put it in my letters, so that my children can publish Major General Shan's brigade letters collection in the future to clear my grievances. Staff, you, please, but please sign for the order. Major General Shan straightened up, took the order, and signed on the notebook opened by the staff officer. September 25, Melania's capital, Melania Front Command. Pavlov looked at his watch. There is no shelling today, it seems that the enemy has finally stopped fighting. Wang Zhong, our troops have come up, and the supply is smooth. Now they continue to attack is just a waste of manpower. What I am concerned about now is how long we have to stop before we can continue to advance to the Oder River. Pavlov, at least 3 months. Considering the loss of the backbone force, I suggest waiting for 6 months, so that most of the injured officers and NCOs will recover and return to the team. Vasily, have we been reduced to the point where we have to wait for the injured NCOs to recover and return to the team? Pavlov picked up a document directly from the table. Look at this. Yesterday I approved the promotion of 60,000 privates to NCOs. These NCOs have not received a day of training in the NCO school. If we don't wait for the injured NCOs to return to the team, our attack will definitely be a mess. Wang Zhong, to what extent can we recover in 3 months? Pavlov, are you going to start the attack in January next year? Wang Zhong, yes, now we know from the prisoners we captured that the enemy has exhausted manpower and started to requisition children, but modern weapons are like this. Even if they are used by children, they can threaten adults. We can't give the enemy's scouts enough training time. The sooner we attack, the lower the casualties. Pavlov, 3 months, we can only adopt the method of not allowing the veterans who have recovered from the injury to return to their original units. We can concentrate the veterans who have recovered from the injury into the units scheduled to participate in the attack, and the reinforcement of the core forces of other units will be slightly slowed down. In addition, we can recruit soldiers in Melania, recruit guerrillas from all over the country, conduct military training for 3 months, and then add them to the Melania People's Army. The number of the People's Army can be expanded several times. Wang Zhong, okay. Anyway, I will attack in January, and you can find a way to turn the troops out. At this time, the phone rang. Wang Zhong saw that it was the red one, so he picked it up. This is the Melania People's Army headquarters. Olga, I'm looking for Marshal Rokosov. That's me. Olga immediately pretended to speak in an official tone, and then changed the tone of chatting. Brother, I just received a newspaper from the United Kingdom, and I sent a copy to you by plane. The United Kingdom and the United States have occupied the Carolingian capital, and General Dago has returned home. Wang Zhong, isn't this a good thing? Olga, there is another piece of news. The Inquisitor got the enemy's liaison officer drunk and got intelligence. They said they were about to launch a shocking operation to end the war before Christmas. I guess it's their Christmas, which is December 25th. Wang Zhong looked at the calendar on the wall. Don't worry, they can't do it. How do you know? Because I read the script. Wang Zhong, because I have common sense. They have just liberated most of the Carolingian area, and they are still dozens or hundreds of kilometers away from the Plassen border. Moreover, this distance is full of solid bunkers, which are the fortresses of the Maginot Line. It is very difficult to fight. They can only go through the Ardennes forest or occupy the lowlands to the north. There are too many bridges and swamps in the lowlands, making it difficult for mechanized troops to deploy. The defenders have an advantage in this terrain. Olga, oh, so that's it. I'm relieved. Oh, by the way, President Luo sent me an invitation. They will hold a meeting in the capital of the Mamluks. Wang Zhong thought, that's not right, didn't the Russians have anything to do with the Cairo conference? The next time Olga will attend such a meeting, it will be the Potsdam conference. Did I give Auntie a qualification to attend the meeting? This doesn't seem strange. I saved Melania from the uprising in the capital, and now I have a huge reputation all over the world. Olga, I feel that they are not inviting me, but you, so you can go with me. Anyway, you don't have a war to fight now, just leave the work to General Pavlov. Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov. Pavlov, as long as you don't drive a small tank on the front line, I have no objection to anything else. Vasily, why does the chief of staff feel like a young wife? Pavlov rolled his eyes. Wang Zhong said to Olga on the phone, okay, when exactly do you go? President Luo said it's not decided yet, maybe we have to wait, until the war over there is over. I'm just saying hello to you first. Wang Zhong, send a plane to pick me up when the date is decided. I'll be free until January next year. Okay. Olga said happily. Leave request. I went to Shanghai on the 22nd to travel and meet some good friends. I was busy preparing my luggage, so I took a day off today. And don't worry, it will be officially finished on January 20th. As you can see, there is not much content. The main purpose is to let the hero and heroine of the next book, the Navy chapter, appear in Cairo and persuade Lao Luo not to drop the atomic bomb, but to land and let Fuzhou 100 million people die in glory. Then I have to make a move to sublimate the theme and build momentum for killing the big boss. I can also tell you that for various reasons, the ground battle part cannot be written when fighting against Fuzhou later, so the ending is that the protagonist sets foot on the land of Saris, but is treated as a foreigner, so he stops here. I think stopping here is the most charming. The Navy chapter will start on March 1st, and the name has not been decided. So, see you tomorrow night at 23:59. Chapter 755, Sand Conference. September 27, United Kingdom, the 1st Parachute Division. Division Commander Sean put down the battle plan in his hand and looked at his officers above the platoon level. The officers of the 1st Parachute Division are at the lowest level of the platoon, so this is all the officers of the entire Parachute Division, and below that are only non-commissioned officers. Sean, any questions? A major raised his hand. Sean, just ask directly. Major, why not wait until the rainy season in the low-lying countries is over before airdropping, so that at least there will be enough solid ground in the swamp? Sean scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, you should ask Marshal Rokosov of Ant. He advanced too fast, making our Prime Minister Leonard uneasy. And then he sent us to die. Another officer asked. Sean, it's not like we're sending ourselves to die. We'll kill a lot of blossoms. As long as we kill one blossom, we'll have contributed to this world war, and the United Kingdom will remember you. At this time, someone said, but we're the army, we don't even have a royal title. Everyone laughed. Sean also laughed. 10 seconds later, he frowned, although we don't have a royal title, we're soldiers, aren't we? Of course, given the nature of this mission, I asked Colonel George, a military doctor, to make preparations. You just need to go to him now, and you can get a dysentery diagnosis and stay in the hospital without participating in the airdrop. After all, we can't let a person who leaks shit all day get on the plane. The smell is too bad. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The officers looked at each other. Finally, a colonel stood up on behalf of everyone. Take us, Sean. Killing a blossom is enough. If you come back alive, promise us that you'll elect the Prime Minister and then kill these damn politicians. Sean, I'm afraid you can't be the Prime Minister. We have to learn from the ants. Everyone laughed again. Someone said, that requires the cooperation of the Navy. They have to drive Rodney into the Thames and aim the cannons at Fleet Street. But, you know, they will be blocked by London Bridge. Everyone laughed even more happily. Suddenly, Sean slapped the table. Okay. Gentlemen, I think when future historians write the history of the war, our United Kingdom probably won't have much face. Even if there is face, it will all be taken by the people of Comanda. Whatever unit they are reorganized into in the future, they will be regarded as the elite of the United Kingdom. Now, there is an opportunity in front of us. We all know that this unfortunate battle is unlikely to succeed, but if we play with momentum and eliminate enough Plossin Devils, future war historians will record us. They may call us Red Devils, and our red berets will become a symbol of glory. Sean stopped and looked around the room. Finally, he concluded with this sentence, of course, Colonel George will continue to wait until tonight before boarding the plane. We will not let the guy who leaks shit get on the plane. Everyone laughed. Everyone knew that no one would go to Colonel George. Not because of loyalty to the dying empire, but because they couldn't let their comrades die alone. Also on September 27, Peanut Town, the capital of the United States. The door opened, and the President's security assistant came forward to report. It started. President Luo took off his glasses and made a cross on his chest. God bless these kids, and I hope God can forgive us sinners who sent them to death. This is for the greater good. The Secretary of State followed the security assistant in and asked directly, then how about we set the meeting time on October 15, and the location will be Thebes. We can also visit the city in the sand after the meeting. President Luo, is it the city discovered by Dr. Jones? Yes. When the Plossin army was in Mamluk, they sent a small team there to look for some ancient circle characters. Dr. Jones has uprooted them. Very good. That's it. The unfortunate attack on October 15 should have been concluded. President Luo leaned back on the back of the wheelchair. Leonard's voice in the meeting will be greatly reduced. This is the meaning of sacrifice. October 12, Balkan Peninsula, Sarajevo. Wang Zhong got out of the plane, stood on the gangway, and looked at the city in the distance. He remembered the famous movie line, "I found Walter." What? Who is he? Look, this city is called Walter. The leader of the local guerrillas was waiting for Wang Zhong at the gangway. He looked very much like Walter in the movie that Wang Zhong was familiar with. Now Walter not only had to defend Sarajevo, but also the South Anglo-Arabian Union. Wang Zhong got off the gangway, shook the man's hand, and asked, "Should I call you Walter or Tiger?" The other party smiled, "They are all my code names. It is said that the secular court has outstanding intelligence capabilities, but I didn't expect it to be so outstanding. How many secular spies are around me?" Wang Zhong, "Not spies, but comrades." He put his arm around Walter's shoulder, "You are also a comrade. You will feel the warmth of spring here. Walter, you have indeed given us a lot of help. If your Southern Front Army had not severely attacked the enemy's forces, we would not have been able to liberate this city at such a small cost. Come on, the the city welcomes you." Wang Zhong, "Shouldn't it be to welcome His Majesty the Tsar?" "Oh, of course, His Majesty the Tsar is also very welcome," Walter quickly added. Olga walked down the gangway and stood behind Wang Zhong. "I'm wondering, should I get off the plane first?" Wang Zhong, "I'll get off the plane first to make sure it's safe, Your Majesty. Let me introduce to you, this is Comrade Walter, the leader of the entire Nananrav guerrillas." "Hello, His Majesty the Tsar, welcome to your arrival." Olga pouted, "I'm still the marshal's sister, shouldn't I get a warmer welcome?" Walter immediately smiled, "You are the marshal's sister. I didn't know. We warmly welcome you, Miss Olga." Olga giggled, "That's pretty much it." At this time, Vesely ran down from the plane and whispered to Wang Zhong, "The telegram just decoded, Operation Market Orchard has failed. The 1st Parachute Division of the United Kingdom that airdropped to seize the bridge in Angelio has just abandoned the bridge and all important equip yourself, disband on the spot and join the resistance organization." Wang Zhong, "Disband on the spot? What about the airborne divisions of the United States?" The 101st Division that parachuted to the first bridge basically did not experience any fierce fighting. The 82nd Division at the second bridge had just completed its breakout and joined the corresponding 30th Army. Wang Zhong, "How many kilometers did they advance?" 57 kilometers. Vesely grinned, "Less than 1/5 of the original plan." Wang Zhong, "Don't laugh. Those soldiers who died were all soldiers who fought with us against Proson. They were Davarixi." Olga, "I think you should send a message to condemn the incompetents who made this brainless plan. Generals, and the incompetent politicians who forced them to make this plan." Olga, "Okay, leave it to me." Walter looked back and forth at Wang Zhong and Olga in horror. Vesely noticed his expression, smiled evilly, and said with his mouth, "You will not be surprised in the future." Leonard grabbed the power supply from his chief secretary's hand, crumpled it into a piece of paper and threw it into the trash can. "This is Rokosov's handiwork. I know it. He is laughing at us. Damn Ike, and the United States Army. The friendly forces are in trouble, and they are not moving at all. They should not launch an attack on the Prosens, even though is it possible to contain some forces. Chief Secretary, they attacked. They attacked. Yes, the casualties are still very heavy. I don't think there is any way to blame them. The Prosens seem quite capable of fighting." Leonard paced back and forth in the room for about 5 minutes before he stopped and said angrily, "If the Prosenians are still capable of fighting, why don't they stop Rokosov? Chief Secretary, they blocked it. Rokosov has not advanced for more than a month. He is currently only consolidating his position. 69 book bar. That's because he's out of supplies. I mean, why didn't the Prosans stop Rokosov and let him take back Melania's capital? In that case, the Prosans could accuse the ants of just showing up when they start killing people. If this continues, it is not impossible for us to make peace with Prosan. The chief secretary finally couldn't stand it anymore. I don't think our citizens will support peace with the Prosans. Many people's relatives and friends died in the air raids of the Prosans. At this moment, a strange roar came from outside. An air raid siren blares, followed by the flash of an explosion that shines through the curtains of the Prime Minister's office. The explosion was long overdue. Chief Secretary, I think there are now many more people who support the extermination of Prosan. They will support the members of their constituencies and demand that the war be carried out to the end. Leonard picked up his pipe. A real politician should not only think about votes, but should think about what is good for the empire. Keeping a weakened Prosan is best for the United Kingdom. Only in this way can we tie the Carolingians to our chariots and counterbalance the steamroller of the northeast. Chief Secretary, do you want me to include this in the memorandum of the Thebes meeting? No. Are you crazy? This shouldn't leave this office. Let alone the ant people know about it. Chief Secretary, okay. Also, is there any change in the itinerary for today's departure? No. Leonard sat down and sighed. Now that the matter is over, we can only see if I can gain some benefits for the empire. At this moment, the confidential secretary came in with a telegram, urgent telegram from Cyrus. Cyrus' army was routed thousands of miles away, and the Fuzu Empire opened the way to Tangtai. Leonard was overjoyed. What? So aren't we the most embarrassed? Great, how many Myers have we advanced? 35.4 Prime Minister Meyer. Okay, 36 miles. How many miles did Cyrus retreat? 1,490 Meyer, Prime Minister. Ha 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 ha. Leonard laughed heartily. Is the plane ready? I'll take off right now. Wang Zhong received the telegram of the Cyrus defeat on the plane. He couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's embarrassing, so embarrassing. Wait, when I get to Thebes, can I meet that bald guy? Wait for me to give him a big slap. I thought the Fuzang Empire in this time and space was beaten so badly that even Li Mei's barbecue started in advance, so it wouldn't be such a embarrassment. I didn't expect it. Vasily, Marshal, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhong, I'm fine. Olga put her face on Wang Zhong's shoulder. Is it because of Cyrus? You look very sad and a little angry. Thank you for your description. I know how I feel at this moment. Olga, this meeting should discuss the war against the Fuzu Empire after the war with Prosan is over, right? At that time, we will draw out the best soldiers and fight harder, right? Wang Zhong, of course, I will certainly draw out the best soldiers. The Fuzu army will know what the Iron Army forged in the purgatory of the Eastern Front is. And we will land on their island, collapse every idiot, and then demolish and burn the toilet in Kudenzaka. Vasily said excitedly, this way, Fuzu will also become a secular country, right? Wait a minute, what is Kudenzaka? What toilet? Wang Zhong said a Japanese romanization, and Vasily didn't react just now. You'll know when we land in Fuzu Empire. Olga, but, will President Luo allow it? Wang Zhong, President Luo will, he knows the big picture. But he doesn't have much time. Wang Zhong, so we have to fight faster and try to land in Fuzu Empire in March next year. And we have to finalize the matter at this meeting. That's right, persuade Luo to give up the atomic bomb, don't give Fuzu Empire a chance to pretend to be a victim, land in Fuzu, clean up the poisonous blood accumulated in this country since the Meiji Restoration, and turn it into a normal country. The ultimate goal is... Wang Zhong seemed to see the exciting option at the end of a national policy line in Hearts of Iron 4. Wang Zhong, I've thought of the name of the operation, it's called Climbing Narita Peak. Vasily, why this mountain? Wang Zhong, Saint Andrew told me in a dream that the operation would go smoothly if it was called this name. The pilot's voice came from the loudspeaker, we've arrived in Thebes. We can see the airport. Wang Zhong quickly leaned on the window and looked down. An ancient city stands tall in the yellow sand. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, this ancient city looks like it has mummies. Vasily, it seems that 2 years ago, the Prosan people did send a task force here to find mummies, but they were defeated by Dr. Indiana Jones. It's amazing that this doctor defeated an entire Prosan motorized force. Wang Zhong? Chapter 756 Big Pussy. However, Wang Zhong reacted immediately. Dr. Jones could withstand the attack of a nuclear bomb by hiding in a refrigerator. He came out of the refrigerator without any bruises, let alone fractures. It seemed that killing a motorized unit was not a strange thing. At this time, the plane entered the landing route. As the flaps opened to the landing state, the plane shook violently. Wang Zhong glanced at the ground casually and found Ah Chong in the welcoming crowd. Then he was furious. At this time, he could still lose to the devil and retreat 2,400 kilometers. There was only one possibility. This guy planned to retain his strength to fight a civil war. Thinking about Hua Yuanko and the 300,000 dead souls in Jinling, Wang Zhong felt that a big bag was not enough. Retreating 2,400 kilometers would be a death sentence in Ant. Thinking of this, all Wang Zhong's thoughts suddenly became clear. The plane landed, and Wang Zhong stood up murderously before it stopped. Everyone else on the plane looked at him in confusion. Olga, are you so anxious to see President Luo? Wang Zhong, yes, I can't wait to see that president. After saying that, he pulled out his pistol and checked the bullets. Vasily, not good? The war is over before our two countries compete. Wang Zhong, no, I'm just in case. You see, this place has been visited by the Prosan task force, right? Even if there are no remaining Prosans, there may be zombies, mummies, or scorpion kings or something. Vasily, did Saint Andrew tell you this in a dream? No, Wang Zhong shook his head, fortunately it wasn't Saint Andrew who dreamed. If he dreamed, it would really happen. I'm just in case. I'm just going to shoot an insect. Wang Zhong has never understood Minister Kim Jae-jiu as much as he does now. The plane stopped steadily. Wang Zhong opened the cabin door himself without waiting for the flight attendant to do anything, and then found that they hadn't had time to push the gangway over. The airport staff were all confused. Why did they open the door first? The two staff members were Mamluks, and their first reaction was to look at their United Kingdom employer. The employer came up and ran with the ladder. Wang Zhong was also embarrassed here. He didn't expect there was no ladder. It's not impossible to jump down. At this height, at most his legs would be broken, but Wang Zhong didn't want to lose face in front of A Chong, a criminal. He came to shoot A Chong, so of course he had to be stylish. Fortunately, the gangway came quickly. Wang Zhong jumped on the gangway with a brisk step, ran down all the way, and ran directly in front of A Chong. A Chong was a little confused, but after all, he was well informed, so he took the initiative to greet him and stretched out his hand. I have heard of your name for a long time, Marshal Rokosov. Wang Zhong almost didn't understand what this guy said. Is the dialect so heavy in this era? But this did not change what Wang Zhong wanted to do. He glared at akin and cursed in Ant language, the allied forces around the world are attacking, only you are retreating. 2,400 kilometers. From now on, when mentioning this damn world war, mentioning Blitzkrieg, no one will mention the Prosan Empire, and no one will mention me, Rokosov, but will say the name of a general of the Fuzhou Empire. And I don't even know what the general is called. Vasily, it's called Nobunaga, Nobunaga, it seems to be a transliteration. As an old player of the Nobunaga Ambition series, Wang Zhong immediately recognized this transliteration. Nobunaga, isn't that Nobunaga? Good guy, the generals on the ant side are a bunch of writers and musicians, and the Fuzu Empire is directly ancient, right? Oda Nobunaga is the army, and Akaki Mitsuhide must be the navy, right? Wang Zhong, this thing called Nobunaga, I don't know where he came from. But from now on, he will be synonymous with Blitzkrieg. Because he advanced 2,400 kilometers in one breath. The Fuzu Empire's lousy mechanization level actually rushed 2,400 kilometers in one breath. I was exhausted after attacking 500 kilometers, and my supplies were used up, and you let them advance 2,400 kilometers. After walking 2,400 kilometers, they should be exhausted, and they can be easily stopped as long as there is resistance. No, it should be like this after walking 1,200 kilometers. They should be stopped after 600 kilometers. I tell you, I can stop the Fuzu Empire army that has walked 600 kilometers by myself. Wang Zhong said it in high spirits, and then he realized that it was a bit exaggerated to stop it by himself. He was about to change his words, but Vesely said, I said, if the marshal personally charged, we would be just a decoration, and the marshal could flatten everything by himself. The generals present looked at each other, but no one questioned it. Akin was a little panicked, which reminded Wang Zhong of the famous scene when he was hiding on a rockery in Chang'an and shivering. Wang Zhong stepped forward and swung his fist to give him a big blow. Akin fell to the ground and looked at Wang Zhong in fear. In our enti, Wang Zhong said as he pulled out his pistol, you will be shot if you retreat 240 kilometers. I have shot 1 or 2 generals. Your rank, you actually have the nerve to wear 5 stars? What virtue do you have to wear 5 stars? Wang Zhong raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at Akin's bald head. At this moment, a United States Navy officer stopped Wang Zhong. The officer said something in Angsa. Vesely translated, imagine what would happen without this bald Saris. Wang Zhong's finger on the trigger froze. Wait a minute, the incident in Chang'an seemed to be a mess without this bald guy, so this guy was left alive. Wang Zhong cursed, it's a pity that such a scourge can't be eliminated as soon as possible. Listen, bald man, I know you want to retain your strength for the post-war period, and I know you have already planned a civil war, just like that bastard Leonard. I tell you, if you can't recapture the capital of Saris, I will give all the planes and tanks to those who can recapture the capital of Saris. I know who can do this, and you know it too. If you don't want to win the war and face the enemy with a full set of anti-equipment, it's best to take back the capital. The bald man nodded in fear. Wang Zhong put away his pistol and looked at the United States Navy officer who stopped him. Then he found that he had an impression of this person. Wang Zhong, you are that Tom. I remember you can speak anti-language. Tom, yes, I was responsible for the Arctic Ocean escort. In order to facilitate communication with the anti-navy and air force, I taught myself anti-language. Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view, because he was not familiar with the rank of the navy, and he didn't know what the bars on this guy's dress uniform represented. After switching to a bird's-eye view, he found that there were stars on this man's shoulders, 3 stars, and he was a Vice Admiral of the United States Navy. Wang Zhong, Vice Admiral Tom, long time no see. Tom, hello, Marshal Rokosov. Tom was looking at the medal on Wang Zhong's chest, and Wang Zhong did the same. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, you actually won the Congressional Medal of Honor. He knew this medal because there was a game called Medal of Honor, which had a medal box mechanism. The highest medal that could be obtained by playing to the end was the Congressional Medal of Honor, and some were named after this. Wang Zhong, can the Navy also get the Congressional Medal of Honor? Tom, it was an exception, because I rushed to the Fuzu Navy flagship Yamato, that is, Yamato, at a distance of 2,200 meters and fired a torpedo, sinking the battleship. Wang Zhong was shocked, what the hell? The Yamato is sinking now? Is this reasonable? The Battle of Cape Bu was the final curtain call of what? Snow wind? Tom, I wanted to finish off the Musashi, but it sank first, what a pity. Kurita Ken-o destroyed both Yamato-class ships in Leyte Gulf? No, both were lost. Wang Zhong, are you the escort ship of Taffy 3? Tom smiled, no, I command a destroyer squadron, and my mission is anti-submarine. I am very good at anti-submarine. Isn't that my credit? Wang Zhong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a female soldier wearing the uniform of the United States Navy. She had sea blue hair and looked very suitable to be a loser. The boat-shaped hat was pressed diagonally on her blue hair, looking like a decoration. 6-9 book bar. Then, Wang Zhong's eyes naturally moved downwards, and he only saw the small and delicate front armor. It's light armor, hurry up with high explosive grenades. Of course, this is not naked running. Wang Zhong judged that it should still be able to rely on the appearance to resist the penetration of 30 mm steel needles. Armored bullet. Gwa, it is a noble armored light armor, relying on mobility to run wildly at points that the bulky main battle tanks cannot reach quickly, and it has an advantage in the confrontation with the same machine gun light armor. In the hands of experienced players, it is like a monster, and no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat it. You can only wait for the bulky turtle shell to come up, and call Ludmila quickly. Wang Zhong turned around and saw only Olga's smile. It's over, it will be washed to death by the side, and it may even be shot through the gap from the front. The blue-haired girl asked in confusion, what's wrong? Marshal. Wang Zhong, who are you? The girl saluted Wang Zhong, report to the marshal, Jenny, the chief of water hearing on the Obanon, reports to you. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, so you can use superpowers like Brother Peter here, and hear submarines and planes dozens of kilometers away. Jenny tilted her head, I don't have that ability. I just have a better hearing than normal people. It is said that it is because my ancestors are indigenous people. Wang Zhong was even more surprised, the natives have this ability? I thought you could only speak the dialect as a code. Tom's eyes suddenly became sharp, but Wang Zhong's attention was all on Jenny. Jenny obviously noticed Tom's expression. She looked a little confused, but still replied, I do speak our dialect, and I do often use it as a radio code. It was Tom's suggestion, and it has been implemented in the Navy and the Army for a long time. Wang Zhong, oh, it's Tom. His eyes also became sharp. The two men looked at each other. Using the dialect of the indigenous people as a means of radio encryption is a practice of the Americans on Earth, and it is widely known because of a movie by John Woo, Wind Talkers. If Wang Zhong traveled to the United States, he would definitely suggest that the United States encrypt the radio in this way. The radio encryption that the enemy can never crack is self-evident. How much benefit this will bring? Wang Zhong originally just suspected that he had met a colleague, but when he saw the local's eyes, he understood. This can explain the sinking of the pier, Yamato, in the escort battle of the Taffy 3 in Leyte Gulf. It takes chance and mountains to rush to 2,200 meters or something to launch a torpedo in this world of warships. No, don't get excited. I don't know where he is from. What if he is an old redneck? I will be happy for nothing. Well, I have to give him a try. Tom stared at Aunt's Marshal, thinking that this guy could break the prosons by charging in person. Those rumors about tearing tanks by hand might be true. Damn, the cheating is so annoying. I'm just a lieutenant general. The war is almost over and the Fuzhou Navy is about to be cleared out. I can't be a 5-star admiral. It's all because the Navy sank too many ships. I can only play kamikaze agents to relieve my boredom and play beach landing every day. However, maybe he is just an ordinary military genius. And he may not be a Sears, he may also be an old emperor who intends to ascend the throne to become the Tsar. No, I have to give him a try. Wang Zhong, Zipai Liashui, press the dock, the main gun is strong and has a long range, and the secondary gun has a lot of firepower and is fierce. You can rush forward and fire torpedoes, so you must be able to sit under a big tree to enjoy the shade. Tom, Marshal Luo, don't praise me. I'm a destroyer, and I'm diligent. It's all thanks to the great fortune of the ship that I'm on board. Only then can I turn things around. Burn the afterburner, turn the steering wheel in all directions, be brave when things happen, and don't think about it later. If you get hit by a shot, the ship will fall apart. Where is the big tree to enjoy the shade? Both of them stopped and looked at each other, their bodies still. Suddenly, Wang Zhong stepped forward and stretched out his hands, and Tom almost moved synchronously and held Wang Zhong's hands tightly. Comrade! Davaraj! Kut Mela! Comrade! Jenny looked at her captain and the marshal she met for the first time in confusion. Suddenly, she suddenly realized and couldn't close her mouth. You two are the same kind. Why is it that someone is starting to lead the pace and is double piercing? I have already said that the protagonist of the next book will be revealed in advance. His role in the next chapter is to persuade Lao Luo to give up the atomic bomb and land directly, and then that's it. His story is the next book. I have already said this, and readers should have known it long ago. I suspect that those who set the pace are either skipping or reading in the same industry. Of course, you ask if he is a time traveler, he has sung Shajya Bang, how can he not? But his story is the next book, in fact, it is to build momentum for the Navy chapter on March 1st. In addition, some Japanese homophones were used in the previous chapter, which caused inconvenience to readers who don't read the second dimension, so annotations were added. Also, when describing the heroine of the next book, my hands shook and I wrote a lot of War Thunder land battles. I am almost done, so I am so happy that I let myself go a little. I will be careful next time. As for Shajya Bang, maybe because I am old, I have become more and more fond of these modern Peking operas in the past 5 or 6 years. I think the singing is so nice and the lyrics are so awesome. I can't write such good lyrics even if I read books crazily for another 10 years. Moreover, some readers who understood it gave comments, so I think everyone should be able to understand it. So I won't change it. Good night. Chapter 757. This is our exciting combination of skills. At this time, President Luo spoke. It's strange. You all like the culture of Cirrus. Is this the magic of this ancient civilization? Wang Zhong, it is possible that Hegel said, the history of Cirrus is just the continuous destruction of monarchs, and no progress can emerge from it. This is extremely wrong and short-sighted. Even though this ancient civilization has been destroyed so many times, the fire of civilization can still continue. This is the most admirable thing. Tom, so in Civilization 7, you can change civilizations in each era, which is really not suitable for describing the Cirrus civilization. Wang Zhong was shocked. You just came here after playing? I've only played 6. President, can you please stop speaking Sari Xian? Wang Zhong, okay. Tom, as you wish. At this time, Leonard took a step forward. I don't understand, since Cirrus is so powerful, why was he pushed 2,400 kilometers by the poorly equipped Fuzhou Empire? Wang Zhong, that's because the powerful people are not on the Fuzhou Empire's march route. Tom, and some people don't want to use up their troops and want to keep them for the civil war. Wang Zhong couldn't quite understand Tom's Angsa language, but he roughly guessed what he was talking about, so he continued, it's like someone is secretly planning to make peace with Prasen. What? I don't have such an idea, not at all. Leonard shouted. Wang Zhong, calm down, I didn't say who it was, so there's no need to be so eager to take the bait. When Vesely finished translating this sentence, Leonard's face became extremely ugly. Tom laughed. At this time Jenny came up to his ear and whispered a few words. Tom gave Jenny a thumbs up. Wang Zhong, talking in whispers. Yes, we are planning to get married after the war is won. Of course, we have a lot of secrets to talk about. Wang Zhong, oh, congratulations. President Luo, okay, that's the end of the pleasantries. Let's take a photo. I think this photo will leave a mark in history. Olga, like the one from the Balas meeting. Yes, like the one from the Baras meeting. Soon, the Allied leaders participating in the meeting stood together under the command of the photographer. With the sound of flash, the scene was frozen on the film. The schedule of the Thebes meeting was very tight. After the first day of photography and other activities, everyone began to discuss the end of the Europa War at the dinner that day. President Luo, Your Majesty Marshal, what I want to ask is, when will Ant prepare to launch another attack? Wang Zhong told the truth. We were originally planning to launch a new attack in January next year, and arrive at the Oder River in February next year to start preparations for crossing the river. I predict that our heavy artillery will be able to reach Prosonia by the end of February. After listening to the translation, President Luo immediately grasped the key point. What do you mean? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. The enemy collapsed faster than we imagined. At the end of September, when my friend General Kashuhi was inspecting the front, he found that the enemy in front of him showed signs of emptiness. He tried to use the infantry infiltration, actually achieved good results. President Luo, is General Kashuhi your direct general who was recently assigned to command a new front army? Wang Zhong, yes, he is a direct general and launched an attack without authorization. President, but the offensive effect is very good. Yes, the enemy's current troops have a large number of children under the age of 18. They seriously lack combat experience, and the veterans who are the backbone of the troops have low morale. Their defenses can be defeated by infiltrating infantry. This kind of attack consumes very little supply for us. We can often advance the front while accumulating supplies for future large-scale attacks. General Kashuhi is already close to the border of Prosen. President Luo, so you can win Prosonia before March next year. Wang Zhong, let's make a conservative estimate. It is more appropriate to use the end of March next year as the end of the Europa War. President Luo, then when did you start fighting against the Fuzhou Empire? Wang Zhong, we are already preparing. The newly produced tanks are being sent to the Far East, and the group armies that have been squeezed out due to the shortened front are also being sent to the Far East. When the Europa War ends, we will transport more troops to the Far East. By mid-April, we will launch an offensive. If the Europa War ends early, the offensive will start earlier. President Luo, how long do you expect to defeat the Guangdong Army and the Korean Army in the Fuzhou Empire? Wang Zhong, about 20 days. In addition, we have prepared ferries and transport planes at the ports in the Far East. We will land in the Fuzhou Empire mainland. Are you going to land on the mainland? President Luo hesitated. In fact, on Earth, President Luo always wanted to land in Japan, but he only used the atomic bomb as a backup method. Unfortunately, he died of illness later. Truman, the coward, saw that Okinawa and Iwo Jima were being fought so badly. He was afraid and wanted to monopolize Japan, so he gave up the landing plan and chose to force the surrender with nuclear bombs. With such historical knowledge as an endorsement, Wang Zhong saw President Luo like this and immediately persuaded him, the atomic bomb is regarded as a symbol of evil. Using it can indeed force Japan to surrender, but in the future Japan will pretend to be a victim. A pilot who was ordered to drop a bomb did not deserve to have a hearing in his twilight years to prove to everyone that he did not commit a war crime. The pilot's defense statement is very famous, and its Chinese translation is called "There are no innocent souls under the atomic bomb." President Luo, have you discussed these matters with Lieutenant General Tom? This is his opinion. Wang Zhong hurriedly said, yes, he told me that we have reached a consensus. Listen, Mr. President, the atomic bomb will only cause tens of thousands of casualties and is a very merciful weapon. Once the Fuzhou Empire surrendered because of these tens of thousands of casualties, they would have escaped the tens of millions of casualties that may have occurred in the local battle. We will try a few war criminals later, but their intricate grassroots organizations will not be destroyed, and militarism remains Fuzhou after the war. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to our descendants. We should land in Fuzhang and burn every militarist to death and pick them to death with bayonets. Finally, we must put the emperor on trial, he is the biggest war criminal, and turn the Fuzhou Empire into a modern country, not a feudal country disguised as a modern country. I call that progress. At this time, Lieutenant General Tom came over and stood side by side with Wang Zhong, watching the president. Lao Luo thought for a while and said, "It would be really disgusting if the pilots who dropped the nuclear bomb had to defend themselves against committing war crimes in the future. They are the heroes who ended the war." Lieutenant General Tom, the Fuzhou Empire will also build a park at the center of the explosion, and every year it invites dignitaries and celebrities from all over the world to dress up as victims. Lao Luo, that's so disgusting. Lieutenant General Tom, I guess we should start formulating a battle plan to land in Fuzhou immediately. Lieutenant General Tom, I have been doing this. If the Allies can control Fushang port in March next year, we can concentrate the troops and the ships crossing the sea there, and set off from there to land on the Fuzhou mainland. In order to save troops, we may not even land on islands such as Okinawa. Anyway, the Fuzhou Empire's navy and air force have been wiped out. Regardless of these islands, they will not have much impact on our shipping. As long as they don't attack Chongsheng, the United States will not be frightened by the shocking casualties and the enemy's jade-breaking charge. Lao Luo looked back and forth at Wang Zhong and Tom, and nodded, "Okay, if Ant can really capture the entire peninsula before the end of April next year, we will land on the mainland of the Fuzhou Empire and implement the division and occupation." Wang Zhong saluted President Luo, "We will definitely complete the task." With that he put down his hand and turned to look at Tom. The Vice Admiral stretched out his hand, "Please cooperate with me, Your Excellency, Marshal. It's a pleasure to cooperate." Wang Zhong held the hand of someone who might be a fellow villager. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 plus book _ debuts this novel. Yes, it's just possible, it's also possible that people are really being entrusted with dreams. After all, there are really all kinds of strange and powerful things here. At this time, Prime Minister Leonard came to Wang Zhong and cleared his throat. Wang Zhong, "Hello, Prime Minister Leonard, what do you do for me?" "Prime Minister Leonard, are you really planning to join us in Alsace?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, if you don't break through the Manor and Siegfried lines quickly, we will join you in Alsace." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. You see, we are nibbling forward little by little and are close to the traditional border of the Prasen Empire. When we are ready to attack, the enemy will fall apart. On the other side of the earth, Sandez's final resistance was quite tenacious, which once blocked Mazi's advancement. But at that time, Santoku's military disadvantage was already too great, because General Steiner, famous in that movie, after receiving the order from the failed art student to counterattack, he tried his best to find 10 battalions of troops. Moreover, these 10 battalions are all engineer and anti-aircraft artillery battalions, and there are only a few serious infantry battalions. There is really no way to attack with this force. The situation of Prasen is probably worse than that of Santoku on the earth plane. Their defense line is already so fragile that it can be broken through with just a little penetration. An infantry attack can beat them to pieces. Wang Zhong is full of confidence in occupying Prosonia next March. "The worst I can do is charge in person." Leonard stared at Wang Zhong's expression for a few seconds and sighed, "I will ask the Allies to speed up." President Luo said, "We have to eat our food one bite at a time. Now let's take Antwerp first, completely solve our logistical problems, and then enter the Plosen mainland from the Low Countries. If everything goes well, we might be able to fight with Ant's army. Join us at the Elbe River." Wang Zhong didn't want to refute President Luo's face, so he smiled. However, Ant's progress on the southern front was smoother than on Earth. On the other side of the Earth, the Soviet Army's progress toward Hungary was not smooth, resulting in the plan to enter South Germany from Bavaria not being implemented in place. Ant is now making good progress on the southern front, but he only stopped when he ran out of supplies. After resuming the offensive, they will surely be able to successfully capture Bavaria, Hesse, and other principalities. Maybe by then the map of East and West Plossen will be reversed from that on Earth. West Plossen only has the northwest corner of Plossen, including the original free cities such as Hamburg, and the rest is the territory of East Plossen. President Lao Luo saw that Wang Zhong would not refute, so he proposed, "Let us drink to the end of the war in Europa." Just at this time, the waiter passed by with a tray filled with wine glasses, so everyone picked up the wine glasses and raised them high. Cheers! On the Eastern Front, in the headquarters of the newly established Lower Vistula Front, the commander of the front, Yegorov, was furious. "Yegorov, why don't you let me go to the front line for reconnaissance? Didn't you read the briefing?" It was only when Kashuhi went to the front line for reconnaissance that he discovered the enemy's weaknesses and succeeded using infantry infiltration tactics. The pamphlet written by the division commander also said that the commander must personally survey the battlefield environment. "I am executing the division commander's order." The chief of staff of the front army did not give in, no. As we approach the Plossen mainland, there are more and more Plossens here. They all immigrated here after occupying Melania to consolidate the occupied area. Many of them have joined the guerrillas, and some have become members of the People's Stormtroopers. Now even in our occupied areas, we cannot guarantee safety. This is not our own land, and it is not like the guerrillas who used to invade Puluo. All the hidden spies left by Sen were uprooted. Yegorov pursed his lips and thought for a while before saying, "Then I will take a guard platoon and a guard company." "What guerrilla stormtroopers?" "I will personally lead the team to kill them." "You can rest assured about this, right?" "Chief of Staff, no. The front commander cannot put himself in danger." Yegorov, then ask the division commander not to charge personally. "I know that as long as the battle to attack Prozonia does not go well at all, the division commander will rush forward personally." The chief of staff hesitated to speak, because this was the consensus of everyone. Everyone believed that the marshal would rush there personally when attacking Prozonia. When the chief of staff was down, Yegorov turned around and ran away, taking the guards with him. The abandoned chief of staff thought for a moment and picked up the phone. "Pick up the hospital. I'm looking for Dr. Katya." After a moment, Dr. Katya's voice came from the receiver. "I'm Katya, please speak." Comrade Commander Yegorov went to the front line to conduct reconnaissance in person again. "Katya," he saw Kashuhi's results and was not convinced, so let him go. Finding a breakthrough would be more beneficial to the entire battle, wouldn't it? "Chief of Staff, the situation now is more complicated than it was on our own land. Something might happen to him." Katya laughed loudly. "He may not necessarily be qualified to be a front commander, but he is the best to be an infantry company commander. There is nothing the guerrillas can do about him, don't worry. If he really died under the gun of the guerrillas, I would personally take him back to my hometown and bury him. Leave it to me." The chief of staff was silent. Other wives said so he couldn't say anything. So he left the sentence "I know," hung up the phone, and sighed deeply. Drank a little wine. "I'm going to sleep now. Tonight's update will be pushed to tomorrow morning. This is the first time I've won the 12 Heavenly Kings. I'm quite excited. Please understand." Chapter 758 On the east bank of the Oder River. On November 3, the agenda of the Thebes conference was completely over. Wang Zhong was going to board a plane to return to Ant on the morning of November 4. That afternoon, a stack of newspapers from the United States was delivered during dinner. Vesely, who was delivering the newspapers, had a smile on his face. which made Wang Zhong very curious. What are you laughing at? The newspaper published a joke on the front page. Vasily took out a newspaper and handed it to Wang Zhong. See for yourself. Wang Zhong took it and laughed. The photo on the front page of the newspaper was a photo of Wang Zhong's big-ass pocket taken by a reporter. His slap turned into a shadow in the photo, while A Chong fell backwards, his face tilted towards the camera, and his cheeks still maintained the shape when he was hit by the slap. Wang Zhong was not sure whether there was photo correction technology in this era. Wang Zhong always felt that the fist mark was made by PS, because it looked too cartoon-like. But precisely because of the strong cartoon-like feeling, the impact of the photo almost overflowed from the paper. Wang Zhong laughed for a long time before he remembered to check the photographer's name. It turned out that it was not his old acquaintance Robert Kappa, Mike's partner. Thinking about it again, Mike and his partner were filming a documentary in the Melania liberated area to expose the atrocities of the Prasen people. Wang Zhong, this photo is well taken. Give the photographer some souvenirs. I think a captured cross medal would be good. According to Wang Zhong's instructions, Auntie is now recycling the captured cross medals, engraving the date of capture and the name of the soldier who captured it, and then giving them as souvenirs to international friends and civilians who have made outstanding contributions but have not reached the standard for awarding medals. Of course, these are cross medals above the knight level. Those first and second level iron crosses that are common on the street will be sent to Ekaterinburg to pave the way for the future victory memorial. Vasily, okay, give this reporter a captured cross. By the way, Marshal, I think if you want these crosses to be valuable, you can issue a certificate signed by you personally. Wang Zhong, that's a good idea, let's do it. After that, Wang Zhong admired the photo again, looked at it for a long time and muttered, "It's so cool, I should throw a few more punches." He handed the newspaper to Olga. "Look, my punch is heroic, isn't it?" "Olga, it's quite heroic. But is this man so hateful?" "Vasily, he retreated 2,400 kilometers." Wang Zhong, "Not just that." Then he told what Ah Chong had done on earth. Olga shouted, "Good fight! You should have said it earlier. If I had known, I would have gone up and kicked him again." At this time, the confidential secretary entered the room. "Report, urgent telegram from the country." Wang Zhong frowned. "The last time I received an urgent telegram like this was when I was preaching in the United States to get war bonds and aid. Then there was the Battle of Abavakan, where I lost my adjutant. Vasily, it's unlikely. Now Prosan can't launch a decent attack, and I'm very tough and unlikely to die. Let me take a look." He took the telegram and glanced at it, and smiled. "Guess what the urgent telegram is about?" Kashuk originally wanted to nibble away at the enemy's defense line secretly, but he inexplicably occupied the enemy's core city of Korshu. This is the most important city in South Melania. The rebels launched an uprising when our army infiltrated, and welcomed our army after occupying the city. Now Kashuk is frantically asking for reinforcements, thinking this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Zhong, reinforce troops, send the troops that have been supplemented with basic non-commissioned officers to Kashuk, and let them quickly eat up South Melania. Vasily, now we have arrived at the Oder River. As long as we can occupy the river bend in the middle of the Oder River and break through the river bend, we will be less than 60 kilometers away from Prosenia. After that, Vasily took out a map from his pocket. "Look. This is the latest map, and there are photos of aircraft reconnaissance." Wang Zhong, why do you carry these things with you? Vasily, I think it may be useful in the future, such as driving a small jeep behind a Rokosov Type 1 tank. Wang Zhong, you guy. I promised Pavlov that I would no longer go to the front line to race tanks. Vasily nodded, I believe you too. But as an adjutant, I have to be fully prepared. At this time, Olga interrupted the conversation between the two, so we take off tomorrow. Today, this is to deceive the possible Prosen spies. Wang Zhong stood up, let's take off after eating. At this moment, he heard the sound of something collapsing, and then heard a loud bang outside the window, and a lot of dust blocked the entire window. Vasily pulled out his pistol, prepared to fire, and shouted, "Guards!" Soon the guards rushed into the room. At the same time, a long whip swung into the window, wrapped around the high table with vases by the window, and soon a white man in a cowboy hat got into the window. Wang Zhong widened his eyes. "Dr. Indiana Jones? What are you doing?" "Doctor, tomb, sand flowed from the ceiling, I escaped." Wang Zhong, "Oh, I just knew you were still doing archaeological activities here." "Me? No, I was ordered to protect the safety of the meeting, because the local lurking Prosan intelligence organization may use ancient ritual magic to launch an attack." "Wang Zhong, what about now?" "The ritual failed, all the Prosens died, and I escaped. Unfortunately, the ruins were not preserved. I suggest you leave this place as soon as possible, because I don't know if there is anything unclean in the ruins." "Wang Zhong, for example? Gyges virus?" Wang Zhong nodded and said to Olga, "Let's go, we just have to leave too." "Hey, wait a minute, are you that Marshal Rokosov?" Dr. Indiana pointed at Wang Zhong. "Oh my god, I always carry your card with me. It was given to me when I bought war bonds. Can you sign it for me?" Wang Zhong always felt that this signature scene seemed to be in one of the Raiders of the Lost Ark. "Is it the third one?" When he met Dr. Jones with a mustache, he suddenly gave him the diary in his hand and asked him to sign it. From being a failed art student to being the last student in a military academy, seems quite reasonable. Wang Zhong took the card and signed his name. At this time, the guard battalion commander came in and reported, "There is a big hole in the yard, and we are preparing to go down to investigate." Wang Zhong, "No, there may be ancient viruses down there. Use explosives to blow up the entrance of the cave. Remember to evacuate nearby buildings before detonating. We will set off back to Ant now." "Yes." Wang Zhong looked at Dr. Jones. "Prosan is already dying. Doctor, don't let them find the ancient strange power." The doctor replied solemnly, "Those things with strange powers and chaos do not exist. They are all superstitions of the ancients. For example, here in the Mamluks, they all believe that black cats are the messengers of the country of the dead. Meeting a black cat means that you are going to die, but I always good." Yegorov found a black cat lying on the still warm hood in the parking lot in front of the new headquarters. The black cat's yellow eyes are like two gems, reflecting light in broad daylight. It stared at Yegorov, its erect pupils like gaps leading into the abyss. The car soldier waved the crank used to start the car, intending to drive the cat away, but the cat remained motionless and stared directly at Yegorov. "Wait a minute," Yegorov stopped the car soldier, "don't we have canned fish? Let's open 2 of them." The auto soldier was shocked. "Is it the canned fish from the 651 factory? That is the latest product and is very popular. The new canning factory 651, built using technology supported by the United States, produces canned fish that has been well received by the entire military, and can even be exchanged for alcohol privately. Yegorov, give it a can, and when the residual heat in the car dissipates, it should go." "Yes." Yegorov entered the headquarters and looked at the map that had just been hung up. "Very good, the headquarters is only 15 kilometers away from the Plosen border, and we finally let us fight over." The chief of staff said, "Don't even think about going to the Oder River. The Prosens have set up observation posts and radio listening stations on the other side of the river. They seem to use a triangulation method to determine the source of our radio signals, and then proceed. Shelling. If you are observed at the front line, you will die. I can't bear the marshal's anger." This work is compiled and uploaded by Audiobook bar. Yegorov chuckled, "If you don't want to go, you won't go. But Chief of Staff, after crossing the river, it will be Prasen's territory. Don't say that there are guerrillas that have not been eliminated and prohibit the headquarters from advancing. When fighting in the enemy's territory, it is even more impossible for the headquarters to be far away from the troops, otherwise it will be too late to deal with emergencies. The Chief of Staff could only say, "Of course we will move forward in time, don't worry." Yegorov sat down and suddenly smiled, "Let's just stay behind. Maybe the division commander will rush forward on his own. When the division commander rushes forward, you can't stop me. I'm going forward to investigate to give someone a chance. The teacher is covering, do you understand?" The Chief of Staff looked even more worried. Before the plane landed, Wang Zhong lay on the porthole and saw the Oder River to the west. This is the traditional dividing line between Melania and Prasen. However, after Prasen annexed Melania, he drove away all the Melania people living on the east bank of the Oder River. Specifically, where did the Ant army go? Neither Fang nor the Inquisition found out. Many people speculated that these Melania people had been massacred. The Placians moved a large number of Placian civilians and occupied the east bank of the Oder River. The Prasen people's original intention was that when the core area of the empire was threatened, they could use the fortress city cluster on the east bank of the Oder River to block it for a period of time. Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view and saw that most of the towns on the east coast looked different from ordinary Melania towns, and most of the town's signboards were in Prasen. The airports where planes land are located in these Prasenized cities. After sending Wang Zhong to the front line, Tsar Olga will return to the capital on a plane that has completed refueling. As soon as Wang Zhong landed, he saw Popov's bald head and asked, "Pavlov is not here. He's too busy." You know, the step-by-step rectification plan was thrown into chaos because of the unexpected progress we had made. In an unexpected development, only the light infantry penetrated and destroyed the enemy's defense line. "Wang Zhong, it's okay if he doesn't come, I want to go to the front line to take a look." "Popov, what? At least drive the tank before you go. I'll send a Rokosov 2 over here." "Wang Zhong, has the second type been put into production?" "Yes, it has been equipped with troops on a small scale. Currently, the receiving troops generally report that after the artillery caliber was expanded to 122 mm, loading was obviously much more laborious and the rate of fire became slower. Many tankers think that 100 mm guns should be used." "Wang Zhong, if the Rokosov 2 is put into the battlefield and performs poorly, we will consider how to modify its design." After a brief pause, he continued, "The most urgent task now is to find out the enemy's deployment across the river. In order to achieve this, I must go to the front line to observe immediately." Popov watched Wang Zhong run away immediately after he finished speaking, and muttered, "Damn, Pavlov is going crazy." He looked up and found Her Majesty Olga looking at him on the gangway, smiling. "Don't worry," Olga said, "my brother is so tough that even the god of death can't do anything to him. If the god of death really comes to him, he will definitely smash the god of death's head with the submachine gun in his hand and tear his robe in half." Popov, Saint Andrew also said something similar, but he still passed away. "Forget it, I also believe that the marshal is protected by great luck. This may be a phenomenon caused by some scientific law, but we have not yet discovered the law behind it. In short, we should believe in science at this time." Wang Zhong drove to the river in a jeep, and soon drove into the first town with a strong Prasen style. Then he found a pile of corpses hanging on the street lights on the roadside of the town. He immediately ordered the jeep to stop and asked the priest who was organizing the disposal of the corpses, "What's going on? Aren't all these towns Prasen people? Haven't the Melania people been slaughtered by them?" The priest saw that it was Marshal Rokosov and saluted, "Report to the marshal, these are Prasen people." They were hung up, and there were signs with slogans on their bodies. Vesely picked up a sign and translated the Prasen words on it, "I refuse my children to die for Prasen, I am a traitor to the motherland." "Wang Zhong, the last madness, damn it. At this time, he saw a series of corpses that were obviously children on the side of the road, so he walked over. All the children were wearing military uniforms that were too big. One boy's pants were too long, so his trouser legs were rolled up many times, and there was a bulge at the bottom of the warehouse. Wang Zhong, is it common for the Prasen people to use children as soldiers? No, Marshal, it may be because these families moved here after the fall of Melania, and most of them are newlyweds without children. We checked the registration form of the mayor of this city, and there are a total of 12 children over the age of 11 in the city, all lying there. Their military uniforms show that they belong to the People's Self-Defense Force. Most of the People's Self-Defense Force soldiers are adult males, and some are adult females. Wang Zhong nodded and asked again, these children, were they killed by machine guns? Yes, they wanted to attack our tanks with rocket launchers, and were killed by the tanks' machine guns and the accompanying infantry's submachine guns. Wang Zhong just nodded. There was no other way. If they didn't kill them, they would be killed. They could only let these children die. This was the sin of those who forced them to go to the battlefield. Wang Zhong, let's go, continue to move towards the river and see what the land of Prasen looks like. Vasili, maybe it's a terrible country with skulls piled everywhere and rivers full of blood. Wang Zhong, you are talking about hell, right? Even if it is hell, let's go and see it. Chapter 759, Going to the Tiger Mountain, Ifrit. This chapter has been significantly modified and needs to be re-downloaded to watch. Wang Zhong finally arrived at the Oder River. After raising the telescope, he switched to a bird's-eye view, observing the grey-black land in late winter. Wang Zhong, what's going on? The number of fortifications is less than expected. Popov gave a thumbs up and pointed behind him, because the enemy was originally preparing to fortify themselves on the Vistula River, but we came over inexplicably. All the fortifications were left behind. In other words, the enemy has not had time to build strong concrete fortifications now. Yes, they mobilized the People's Self-Defense Forces and dug trenches day and night, but after all, the People's Self-Defense Forces lacked training, and many of the non-commissioned officers leading them had little combat experience, so the trenches were dug slowly and amateurishly. Wang Zhong once again looked down and observed the enemy's position. The trenches were indeed few and unprofessional. In many places, they were not deep enough and wide enough for people to walk through. The walls of the trenches were not strengthened. Soon after the bombardment began, the trench would be beaten to pieces. Popov continued, but this is the enemy's capital after all, and the Allies have frequent air raids, so they have built a lot of air defense fortifications, which can also be used for ground defense. Wang Zhong remembered that Sandoku built a famous air defense tower near the capital. After the war, it seemed that the Allied engineers used more than 10 tons of TNT, but it still could not be blown up. Seeing this historical record at that time, Wang Zhong immediately remembered a joke: how strong is this security door? You can't blow it open with 3 tons of explosives. But 3 tons of explosives can send my house to the sky. After the house went to heaven, the door it still stood. Vasily took out the photos from his body, flipped through them, and quickly found a photo of the air defense tower and handed it to Wang Zhong. Look, these are the things. Wang Zhong looked at the photo carefully and asked, was it bombed with something? Popov, we used the PE-8 bomber to drop a 3-ton super bomb. The bomb landed next to the fortress, but it did not shake the fortress at all, but the overpressure seemed to have killed a lot of people inside. The subsequent photos were taken arrived at the body that the Plozans brought out. Wang Zhong, overpressure can kill and injure people inside, and so can napalm and flamethrowers. Vasily, poison gas can do it too. Wang Zhong, no. When I was in Thebes, I advised the president not to use nuclear bombs because the culprits could not be allowed to pretend to be victims after the war. So we will not use any inhuman weapons against the enemy, including poison gas. In fact, Earth Desi once wanted to pretend to be a victim of the Dresden bombing, but failed. Wang Zhong doesn't intend to give these guys any way to pretend to be victims. So poisonous gas won't work. But white phosphorus bombs can. Cloud bombs have not been researched yet, but it would be fine if they were. Wang Zhong, prepare more white phosphorus bombs. The urban cannon may not be able to kill these things. If that doesn't work, surround them, pile fuel around them, light them on fire, and suffocate the people inside. Understood. Vesely took notes dutifully, but don't worry too much about these bunkers, because there are only a few in total, and half of them are still in the west and south. Wang Zhong, how are the preparations for the siege of Prosonia going? Popov, we are planning to set off further south in the Oder River basin, so that we don't have to cross the river. This will be a 200-kilometer advance in a large-scale encirclement. Damn, I am a priest, how can I start to explain the attack plan? Wang Zhong, you are the third overall commander, and you are not familiar with how to make an offensive plan. Vesely, well, I think it's better not to be so familiar with him. Marshal, if you like to go ahead alone, the chance of death is high, so don't bring Pavlov with you. Wang Zhong looked at Vesely, you kid. Vesely showed a proud smile, now that I have an important position, I can handle half of your daily official duties. Do you still want to send me to dig out manure? Wang Zhong, you guy. Vesely, I am also proficient in Prosan and can serve as a translator. Popov sighed, look at you. Wang Zhong once again turned his attention to the enemy on the other side of the river. At this time, ant soldiers hiding in nearby trenches shouted to Wang Zhong, Marshal. When will we break into their land? Wang Zhong looked at the person calling and saw a weather-beaten face. When he looked at the medal, he saw that this person had already received a gold star. He is a veteran of all battles. Wang Zhong, have any of your relatives died at the enemy's heel? No. Fortunately, you blocked the enemy in front of Yebeo and Abawahan, so my hometown was not affected. But Marshal, a total of 70 young men in my combat team have died. 70 of them. I want to take their place and set foot on Prosan's territory. Wang Zhong, don't worry, Comrade Sergeant, we will attack when the snow stops. Isn't that February or March next year? Are we going to let them go for so long? Comrade Marshal, look at the front, there are no fortifications at all, and most of the defenders are old people, women, and children. Vesely, well, old people and children can include women. I'm talking about young women. There's this one hanging around, this one. The veteran gestured in front of him. I led a reconnaissance team across the river to see at least one company of female soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, a young soldier teased, why are you so surprised? We already have female snipers, female nurses and female pilots. They are normal. That's different. The enemy didn't use women before. I said this to tell the Marshal that the enemy is already very weak. Now giving it a fatal blow is the best choice. Wang Zhong, I will consider your opinion. May Andrew bless you, said the old soldier. The new soldiers under his command reminded him, the Marshal is a living saint, and he has always been blessed by Andrew. Old soldier, then bless him one more time. Wang Zhong retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the soldiers who were eager to fight. He continued to observe the enemy formation. Popov stepped forward and said, morale is very high. Even if we launch an attack immediately, we can rely on morale to force our way forward. Wang Zhong, but there will be a lot of casualties. However, it seems that attacking in advance will reduce the difficulty of breaking through. The old soldier's opinion is worth referring to. Let's go, walk along the river, maybe we can find the enemy's weaknesses like Kashuk. After this incident, Kashuk has changed from a general who is good at using infantry to fight bad battles to a general who is good at using infantry to sneak attack the enemy's weaknesses. So, Wang Zhong led a group of people and began to walk southeast along the river bank. Yegorov, what did you say? The division commander went to the river bank. The adjutant nodded, yes, the marshal went to the river with the bishop and his entourage. Yegorov slapped his thigh, how can this be done? I don't know where the Melania people on the east bank have gone. They are all pro-San people who came to occupy. What if we encounter the enemy's People's Self-Defense Army? The chief of staff, if you want to go to the river, just say it directly, no need to pretend. I am going to protect the division commander. Yegorov stood up excitedly, come, bring a thread-cutting machine. The guard immediately brought the gun over. Yegorov, the guard company is ready. We are going to set out to protect the marshal. Don't be careless. Anyone who is drunk cannot participate in this operation. Let the priest put them in confinement, no, punish them to dig feces. The priest of the front army nodded, okay, I already know who drank tonight, and I will do it now. At the same time, the whistle of the guard company's assembly came from outside. Yegorov picked up the thread cutter, checked the condition of the gun skillfully, and loaded it. Chief of Staff, you look like a kid on a picnic. Really? Anyway, you have no reason to stop me this time. I'm going to protect the marshal. After saying that, Yegorov walked out. After a few steps, something suddenly slipped out of his pocket. He stopped and stared at the thing on the ground. It was an old photo, which showed Yegorov's wife and children who were no longer there. Yegorov cursed, didn't I throw this photo away? Adjutant, Ms. Katya picked it up and asked me to put it in your military coat pocket. Yegorov pulled out his pocket and found that there was a hole at the bottom. The photo slipped from the hole to the floor. Yegorov picked up the photo, stared at the person inside, and suddenly rubbed his eyes. Damn it, Katya must want me to remember the hatred and kill all the enemy's children. The bishop of the front immediately reminded, this violates discipline, the marshal will be unhappy. Yegorov was silent for a few seconds and shook his head, just kidding, I definitely can't do such a thing as killing children. After that, he stuffed the photo into his pocket, picked up the thread-cutting machine and went out. The guard company outside has been assembled, and all the members are thread-cutting machines. Get in the car. Yegorov waved his hand and got on the jeep first. The car had already started. When the driver saw Yegorov, the adjutant, and the guards coming up, he stepped on the accelerator. As a result, a black cat suddenly jumped out in front. The driver turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car hit the stump on the side of the road. The cat cried and left gracefully. The adjutant looked at the cat, General, this is not a good sign, so don't go. Yegorov, it's just a change of car, stop talking nonsense. A few minutes later, the guard company led by Yegorov set off. Black Cat squatted on the top of the guard booth, looking at the departing convoy. After leaving the headquarters, Yegorov and his party drove safely for 5 kilometers. At this time, a barn appeared in front of them, and 2 ant soldiers stood guard at the door. Yegorov frowned, wait a minute, stop the car. The car stopped 100 meters away from the barn. Yegorov took out the map he carried with him, why don't I remember that there are troops deployed here? Adjutant, maybe the quartermaster of a nearby unit has placed people here. Yegorov frowned, then such a barn, put 2 sentries? This is not like our way of deploying troops. Deploy battle formation. The adjutant turned around and shouted to the soldiers of the guard company, deploy battle formation. The entire company immediately got off the car and deployed on both sides of the convoy. 6-9 Book Bar. Yegorov stood up, picked up the thread-cutting machine, and jumped off the jeep. Forward. After saying that, he walked forward in square steps with a gun in hand. The adjutant followed immediately, and the 2 of them formed the arrowhead of the infantry wedge formation. The 2 sentries at the door of the barn were obviously scared. Yegorov unexpectedly shouted in Prosan language, surrender your weapons and you will not be killed. The two guards actually raised their hands reflexively, and then reacted and seemed to be ready to open fire. Yegorov fired first, and the bullets from the thread cutter tore the two men apart instantly. "Asshole," he scolded, "I was too accurate. I should be left alive to ask where the uniforms came from." At this time, the barn door opened, and a large number of young people who were only 16 or 17 years old rushed out. Yegorov knocked them all down without mercy, even the two tall girls. After the thread cutter polished the magazine, Yegorov hid behind a tree and skillfully replaced the magazine. During this process, the soldiers of the guard company smashed the barn into a sieve, and no living thing could survive. Yegorov rushed into the barn with a fully loaded gun in his hands. Then he suddenly saw a living enemy and immediately raised his gun and opened fire. The moment he pulled the trigger, he saw clearly that it was a child who was probably only 8 years old, so he raised the muzzle of the gun urgently. The bullet shattered the goggles on the child's head and blew away the military cap that was pressed by the goggles. Blood immediately flowed down, covering half of the child's eyes. The child was so frightened that the hand holding the MP40 froze in mid-air. Yegorov raised his gun and smiled at the child. "Don't be afraid, are you okay?" The child's whole body was shaking, as if he was suffering from malaria. Yegorov observed him for a few seconds, put down his gun, turned to the outside and shouted, "Translator! The translator is not dead, is he? Come here quickly!" At this time the child shouted, hysterically like a desperate wolf cub. "Yegorov, don't be afraid of the child." The MP40 rang, and a black cat rushed out of the diagonal stab, hitting the MP40's gun with its entire body. The first bullet hit Yegorov's left shoulder, and all subsequent bullets floated to the ceiling. The adjutant opened the barn door and fired immediately when he saw this. The bullet, like a threaded weight, immediately shattered the child's body. "Yegorov, asshole! He's still a child. Look, he can't even offset the recoil of the MP40. Adjutant, you've been shot, General. What are you talking about? Yegorov, the shoulder is not fatally injured." At this moment, a heavy object fell from the second floor and stuck on the floor. He is an adult Prozan soldier, and his camouflage uniform indicates that he belongs to the field force of the Asgardian Knights. Yegorov and the adjutant turned to look at the ceiling. It turned out that the kid brother had just lost control of the gun and hit the members of the armed knights who were hiding in the dark and preparing for a sneak attack. "Yegorov, oh my god, I think you may have a point. We should issue an order that as long as a child has a weapon, no matter how old he is, he should be treated as an enemy and fire first," Yegorov said, touching his shoulder and looking at the blood on his hand. "Damn it, I can't charge towards the enemy now, why do I do it at this time?" Wang Zhong was riding a jeep along the river. The more he investigated, the more he felt that he should attack earlier. The enemy is not well trained yet, and it may not be possible in half a year. At this moment, Vasily suddenly frowned, pressed the radio's earphone, and picked up the microphone. "Say it again, I didn't hear you clearly just now." Wang Zhong switched back to his physical perspective and looked at Vasily. "What's going on?" "Vasily, Igorov encountered the remaining self-defense forces on his way to the rendezvous. He is currently in the field hospital." "Wang Zhong, what? Where are they?" "At his front military hospital, he is being rescued by Dr. Katya." "Wang Zhong, turn around and rush there immediately." It was already evening when Wang Zhong's motorcade arrived at the hospital. He confirmed Yegorov's position from a bird's-eye view from 2.5 kilometers away. At least he was still alive now. The car drove into the hospital. Wang Zhong rushed out before the car stopped and trotted all the way to the operating room. He happened to see Dr. Katya lift the curtain and come out. "Wang Zhong, where is Yegorov?" "Katya, the shoulder was shattered. Even if he recovers from his injuries, he will never be able to lift heavy objects with his right hand. He must leave the battlefield forever." Yegorov's howl came from the room, I still have my left hand. "I still have my left hand. Succubule, I still have my left hand." "Wang Zhong, come on Yegorov, what can you do with your left hand, point at the moon." "Oops, I accidentally made a joke that no one understands in this era. So far, I can only create the left-hand crescent moon more than 90 years in advance." "Point to the moon? What am I pointing to?" Wang Zhong opened the door curtain and went in, looked at Yegorov on the hospital bed, and then found a black cat squatting on his bedside table. "What's going on with this black cat?" "Yegorov, he is my lifesaver. I gave him 2 cans of fish, and just now he helped me push the muzzle of the submachine gun away." "Comrade Marshal, I think we should issue an order to remind the entire army not to attack children. Kind-hearted and soft-hearted." "Wang Zhong. Such an order should be issued. Children holding firearms are as dangerous as adults." Yegorov added, "I have been begging Katya for a long time, but she does not agree with me to continue to stay on the front line. Let my troops be handed over to the miners. He and we have both squatted in the same trench and will treat everyone well." "Wang Zhong, I know. Yegorov, also, I think we should launch an attack in advance now. The enemy is weak. If you give the enemy more time, they may recover their morale, get more ammunition and equipment, and build more fortifications. Forget the siege, let's break through from the front. Even if Emperor Prasen runs away, their morale will be ruined, and the avalanche will come." In military terms, an avalanche refers to the chain effect of a breakdown in morale among troops. "Wang Zhong, during my investigation, I also found that there seem to be many opportunities for attack now. We can first try to gather the troops that have completed the replenishment, form an assault group, and try to attack. Just like we did in September. Melania did that." Yegorov sighed, "It's a pity, damn, I can't participate in this offensive. I fought the whole game, except for the final battle to liberate Prozonia." As he spoke, Yegorov took off his holster and handed it to Wang Zhong. "This is the holster I have always carried. It was given to me by my ex-wife. Every time I caress this holster, Katya's the expression will become, I don't know how to describe it, I am a rough person, so I give it to you, Comrade Marshal." Wang Zhong solemnly holstered his gun and saluted Yegorov. "Comrade Yegorov, your war is over, I order you to welcome a new life." Yegorov returned the favor to Wang Zhong. "Comrade Marshal, promise to complete the mission." Wang Zhong turned around and said to Vesely, "Immediately inform the General Forward Command and let Pavlov formulate a new combat plan and launch an attack with the elite assault group that has been renovated as a priority. If the attack goes well, we will end the war before Christmas, January 7. End of volume summary. Please Western friends, do it. Come out. Reply. Answer. Sorry for the interruption. I went to check the news after I finished updating last night. After all, this is the second official leak in 13 years. Back then, they pretended to be ignorant and refused to chase the fence-sitters. There were even passers-by who came from nowhere to provide high-definition pictures. It was exactly the same this time. It was a top-secret aircraft test flight. You were flying so low over the city. What if you crashed? Some people happened to take high-definition pictures with high-definition cameras. I know this must be because everyone is using the latest flagship phones with super good cameras and automatic anti-shake. In short, I was very happy. I drank some Urquatu yesterday and fell asleep until now. A navigation warning was also issued at the mouth of the Yangtze River on the 28th. I happened to be in Shanghai, so I went to squat to see what it was. I have gone off topic. Let's talk about this book. The main reason for Yegorov's handling this time was that you reacted too strongly to the previous attacks. Obviously, the deaths of good brothers, fathers, and Yakov were all heavily foreshadowed, but a bunch of people still led the rhythm. There are definitely colleagues who are stirring up trouble, but it is not ruled out that there are real readers who are broken. I once said that I am very opposed to making death worthless and meaningless like Tanaka Yashiki killed Yang Wenli. Even if Tanaka Yashiki made Yang Wenli's death promote Julian's growth, I would consider this knife to be fully used. However, in Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Julian's arc was already complete before Yang Wenli's death, and so was Yang Wenli's wife Ferret Liga. After Yang Wenli died, the arcs of these two people did not change at all. This is a bit like the death of the male protagonist Aqua at the end of the recent My Favorite Child, which has no value at all and is a complete joke. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't put Tanaka teacher and Daiichi on the same level, it's disrespectful. I surrender first if the fans of Legend of the Galactic Heroes call me. Yegorov's departure first completed his character arc. At first, Yegorov was just a happy bear, carefree and rampaging on the battlefield, but after losing all his family members, he had the idea of seeking death and bravely joined the Abavakan defense war. But he survived the tragic defense battle and became one of the few senior officers who survived the protagonist's last meal. Then he had a strong desire for revenge, which was complementary to the tendency of self-destruction. When he returned to Arki, Yegorov's desire for revenge reached its peak. After marrying Katya, Yegorov had expectations for the future again, and the child was a symbol of this expectation. He didn't want to kill the child in front of him at all, and he didn't want to in the end. This led to his death. At this point, Yegorov's arc is complete. I still remember that during the defense of Yebeo, I was soft-hearted and didn't give Vasily's father a knife, which directly led to Vasily's growth becoming very slow and obscure. So this time, although many readers begged for mercy, I still sent this knife out. But because the Death Star was emphasized too deliberately, this knife was not so good. I would emphasize the Death Star so deliberately because a previous single sheet said there is a character with a Death Star shining brightly, but a lot of people guessed it wrong. So I added a black cat. Speaking of which, the cat also tried his best. Not only did he try to block Yegorov's departure with his body, but he also almost let the kid brother be collapsed by Yegorov, and he also controlled the kid brother for more than 10 seconds. If Yegorov was a little bit bad, he wouldn't die. The cat has done his best for the favor of 2 cans of canned fish. In summary, it is better to be more straightforward and kill with a knife, or simply not to cut it. Oh, forget it, the knife has been cut. So far, the arc of all the characters in this book has been completed. The protagonist wanted to live in disgrace at first, but later he was tempted by the beauty and planned to live with the girl. Later, he saw the atrocities of the enemy and was furious, so he decided to do a big job before living. Later, he was pushed forward by countless unknown heroes, and was moved to tears by the courage and deeds of these unknown heroes. 6-9 book bar. But he was also gradually getting used to the departure of acquaintances. Although he was still furious after hearing Hermann's speech and rushed into the battle personally, his heart became as hard as tempered steel. When Yegorov left, he was as strong as steel. I am very satisfied with the characterization of the protagonist this time. Now, the last volume is about the protagonist who has completed his growth riding a white horse into Germania and having a final showdown with Emperor Prosum. The gun and bullets are ready. A few days ago, I rewatched the movie Plain Gorillas, but I found that when Li Xiangyang loaded the bullet into the Mauser pistol, there was no soundtrack. I remember that there should be a sonorous soundtrack. In short, the protagonist will shoot Hermann's bullet into Emperor Prosum's forehead on January 19, and there will be an epilogue and an epilogue on January 20. Why am I so sure? I have save manuscript. I'm already preparing for the next book. See you tonight. I thought about it again. When I added Black Cat, I was no longer the young man pursuing personal expression. I had already compromised with the market and readers. Then forget about the fantasy color, wait until I let the Black Cat push the gun crookedly, so that Yegorov is still the good guy who has softened his heart, and the arc is still intact. The readers also successfully let Lao Ye survive. Maybe there is also a unique aesthetic atmosphere. Wait for me to modify it. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.